All right, all right, all right. Welcome back, all you beautiful people. Thank you so much for joining us again here at the cafe, guys. As always, we are heading back to Idaho. New doc drops, guys. We're going to be reviewing those. And as always, again, open discussion in regards to the docs as well as anything else we get into. Thank you all so much for joining us. Please make sure to hit the like button when you pop on in here. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing here today. I would greatly appreciate that, y'all. And as always, you know what's coming next. So let's just do the thing. All right, all right. Welcome back, guys. Thank you for joining me today. As was said, maybe predicted, there has been docs dropped. What's today? Tuesday. Yay, yay. Some stuff to look into, some stuff to talk about, some other stuff to review along with it. Maybe see what Vinny has to say. Who knows what we're going to do? But we're all going to be in Idaho doing it. So that's where we're at. So thank you guys so much for joining us. 31 peeps in the house, 24 likes, guys. Please make sure you hit that like button so that I can get this in that algorithm. Everybody can see what we're talking about. Please and thank you. And make sure if you haven't done it yet, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. You don't want to miss anything we talk about when we talk about this stuff. Please and thank you. Come on in, grab a seat. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night to you all, wherever you're at, wherever you're from, whatever it is. I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with you guys to do this again. I appreciate you all so very much. That's a fact. Come on in, come on in, come on in, please and thank you. Let's see here. Everybody that's been here lately with these shows has been great, guys. I appreciate everybody's info and insight and everything you guys have been adding to these. It's been great. So thank you for all that and for being here. I'm so glad you're airing early before my luncheon. I cannot miss Dago and friends. Well, we appreciate you, Contessa. Let's see who we got in here with us. Besides musical Contessa, welcome. The Tomboys in the house. Hello, hello, hello. Miss Cassie, hello. The sassy one. Alicia J, welcome back to you. Thank you to my blue crew for joining us today. I appreciate you all so very much. I could not, would not, nor should not even ever try to do this without you all, and you know that. Thank you for what you do. Miss Wisdom Speaks. Thank you for being here, ma'am. Appreciate you very much as well. Okay, who else do we have here? SR beep 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 beep. Hello and welcome back, Lisa Wilson. Same to you, Stephen with Crime Mobsters. Welcome back, my friend. Good to see you, brother. Miss Trish Crow. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. And guys, please, again, if you will, just leave a little bit of that DNA on the like button on your way through the door. It only takes a second. Elbow, finger, fist, thumb. Lick it if you want to. I don't care. Just leave a little bit there if you could. Please and thank you. I appreciate it so very much. Miss Lacey, hello. It helps me to get this in the algorithm and keeps me rolling. And that is so very important. Thank you so much again, guys. Great to see you, Miss Lacey. K-Dub in the house. Love the name. Good to see you. Good to have you here. The Karma Police is in the house, everybody. Please to be good. We don't need nobody going out in cuffs again today. Good to see you, Karma. Thank you for being here. As always, appreciated. Faded Toucan, hello and welcome. Thank you. That's a new name. Leah Story, welcome back. Good to see you, dear. Always a pleasure. Thank you for being here. Miss Paula Fitzhenry, welcome back to you as always. Good morning, good afternoon. I hope you're having a great day, Miss Paula. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, SRB. Oh, who do we have? There's the tomboy, of course. Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mother in the house. Thank you for joining, and you know why. Much appreciated. God, I love saying that name. It's so funny. Mikey's in the house for the last 24. Good to see you, brother. Good to have you here today. We got to do this again. There we go. Leslie and Billy, hello, love. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you very much. Did I get everybody? Finally, maybe. 41 peeps in the house, 32 likes, guys. Please see if we can make that match. There's Eddie. One made nuts in the house. Good to see you, brother. Great to have you here. Now, if we could play pregame shows without Dago, that would be fun. Or sweet. Do your thing. Do your thing. We'll set something up. I think we should do that. Some trivia or something pre-gaming this show before we do it. That's a good idea, Mikey. I gotta get some things worked out. No worries. Thank you, Miss Wisdom. Thank you again to the Blue Crew for everything you guys do. I couldn't, wouldn't, or should never do this without you guys. Come on down, guys. I want to wait just a few minutes to get everybody in here. I don't want to start into these things and then have to back up and do it again. So please have some patience, guys. But we're going to roll into it all and check it all out. Share it out, if you will. Let everybody know what we're doing. Please and thank you. Let's see here. All right. It is still cold here, you guys. Way too cold. Who was it said it the other day? Twiz said that we were going to get docs today. Well, guess what? We got docs. Miss Charlotte, welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome back, Dark Faye. Good to see you again. I think in honor of our wonderful model, Lisa, you should change the fire screen to snow. Are you nuts? It's cold here enough. I don't need to look at that. No way. No, 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 no. I am sick of the cold weather. I'm time for the warm stuff. 64 degrees in your apartment. Well, it's definitely not that. It's inside, yes, but not outside. Is Mama Bear in here? Oh my God, she is. There she is. All right, all right. Yes, Mama Bear said, I'm done with you. I'm not coming on a panel with you anymore after that 8-hour show the other day. I'm just kidding. That's not what's happened. She's got to do some family stuff, guys. And she's still even in here in the chat, even though she's got to do that. So thank you, Mama Bear. We love you. We better not be getting snow, Charlotte. I cannot handle any more of that stuff. Welcome, Michelle Eppo. Wonderful to have you here. Good afternoon to you. Yvonne Poole, welcome back. I'll rub my face in it. You go ahead. 80 in Louisiana. Let's see. Miss Josie West, welcome, dear. Wonderful to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Right. No more snow. We're done with it, guys. We've had enough. We had a bad winter this year. We haven't had real winter in 5 years. We get one this year. I'm done. I'm sure, Tomboy. You live in the bowels of hell down there and deep in the heart of Texas. It's always hot. So enjoy your hell heat. Anyone who loves music is musical to me. Oh, well, you know I love me some music, Contessa. I love me some music. Snow flurries yesterday? Really? That's crazy, Charlotte. Yep. Miss Cassie begged for snow. Begged for it. You got it. Stop begging for it now. You see what happened. All I wanted was snow for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Didn't get it. then it had to do all that other crap and stuff afterwards. No. Oh, we love that your music. Well, I appreciate that. I very much do. I love my music. It keeps me going. That's a fact. Me and my child. Mark Schumann, hello and welcome, my friend. Welcome back. Good to see you today. It actually been kind of nice here in Central Texas. Well, I don't know how you guys survive in the summer times down there. I just don't. Come on, come on. Yes, I remember snowless Christmases in Michigan. Yeah, it's really sad, I think. Yep, it's coming, Cass. It's coming actually very soon because Caden's been asking and he's on spring break right now. So maybe I'll do it tonight. Who knows? We'll see. Nudity. What are we talking about here? Do I need to see something? I don't know. Um oh yeah, I agree with that one, Mark. It's usually pretty cold up there, isn't it? 78 in 2002, snow in Michigan. 78 was bad, I think, everywhere for everyone. Contessa. Come on in. 65 peeps in the house. 41 likes. We're getting there. Please make sure to hit that button, folks, on your way in the door. I have to grab something here real quick to drink, other than coffee, because my mouth will dry out because I talk so damn much. Give me uno momento, and I'll be right back with y'all. Oh, no. Here we go again with the StreamYard stuff. Okay. Well, that's not going to happen. So give me a minute, folks. I'm sorry I got to do this. I can't put up my little intermission thing. StreamYard wants more money. That's all they ever want is more money. It's ridiculous. I'll be right back. All right, all right. Sorry, guys. GM 5637. Hello and welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here. I wonder if Sarge would be interested in joining me today. Let's see. Miss Stormy's in the house. Thank you for being here, Stormy. Let me see if there's anybody else I missed, you guys. Don't mind me. Baby, come on. 63 peeps, 48 likes. All right, guys, we're about to get rolling here. Lacey Pear, high five. Right back to you, dear. Thank you for being here. There's Sarge. Welcome, sir. Old Sarge. Wow. you know I love you, sir. You have a link, by the way, in the Discord if you would love to join me once I get roll. It's up to you, sir. Whatever you want to do. You don't have to. Just know you're always welcome. All right. Let me see something here. I do have to pull up real fast. Oh, okay. Well, that explains that then. Yeah. I was calling to make sure that everything went through okay. And, huh? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. You're a lifesaver, son, as always. You gonna come by here tonight? Well, I mean, like dinner and stuff, but yeah. Okay.
24 hours. I ain't stopped drinking since I started that shit.
Okay. Your brother asked if you're gonna hang out, so it could be.
12 packs, 3 bottles of tequila, half a jar of moonshine.
Okay. Well, you need to be careful, kid. Just saying. Jesus Christ. Thank you, sir. I love you. Yep. Welcome, Mr. Sergeant. How are you, sir?
Well,
Young Sarge.
Too late, Dagger. You can't take back what it is, and I don't mind being called old.
Oh, I know, Eddie. It was no big deal. It was my son.
I had some oral surgery yesterday, so I'm a little mellowed out, I think.
Oh, well, that ought to be an interesting version of you.
Getting too, well, I've been mellow the last few streams. I don't think people have noticed it because
I
it's
have.
just not normal. Yeah.
I've noticed.
I had two teeth pulled in for getting ready for, they put the studs in for the replacements.
Oh, you're getting the implants. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Can't go wrong with those.
Can't take your money with you when you die. You might as well go with a set of teeth. You never know if you're reincarnated. You might as well have teeth then too, right?
You don't want to come back gumming it. That's for sure. You never know. Oh, I said it. Thank you, Cass. So, yes, we got some new stuff that we dropped. I figured I'm glad you were able to join me. I appreciate it. And I got you before you ate the steak and went out for a nap, so that's even better.
No steak for the next few days. That's the biggest price I've paid so far, and it's just terrifying.
That's gotta suck. That definitely gotta suck for you.
Bro, the cows miss me.
What are you on? Soups and softies?
Yeah, well, you know what I did? I made a big portion of stovetop stuffing last night, and I ate the chicken stovetop stuffing because it's kind of soft and you could chew it on one side. Really, there's not much, eat it. And then I had scrambled eggs, so
you can't go wrong. I like stovetop; it is pretty good.
I do. Too.
I don't mind it at all. Mashed potatoes, gravy, stovetop gravy. Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
It's scrambled eggs. I cook up a nice tender steak and I cut it into bite-sized pieces and mix it into the stovetop stuffing.
I mean, that's different, but you're ruining the steak doing that. What are you doing?
Really, man? It's just like when I eat any like ham and potatoes, I take a piece of ham and a piece of some potato and I eat it together. I'm weird, man.
That's not too bad. I do that sometimes too. If I'm like breakfast or something, I love sausage or regular just like breakfast gravy, and I put it on not just the biscuits. Like for biscuits and gravy, I'll put it on the eggs and whatever other meat
Yeah.
might be there. And the potatoes, especially the potatoes. I love that. So
You ever mix mashed potatoes with eggs and put some peppers and onions and sausage in it? I know you're
yeah.
making a funny look, but let me tell
No.
you, it's not only is it very good, but you'll be full for 2 days, bro.
Oh well, yeah, I can imagine with the mashed potatoes. Yeah. Now peppers
Yeah,
and eggs, that's a thing. You know, the Italian
yeah.
thing. We do that all the time. But mashed potatoes, that's new. Now, okay, maybe like my wife used to take leftover mashed potatoes. My mom did it too, and make like potato pancakes out of those for breakfast the next day or something. So it's kind of the same thing, I guess.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. It tastes, kind of neutral. It tastes more like egg than anything else, like scrambled egg, but they're heavy scrambled eggs. So you
Yeah,
put
yeah, yeah.
peppers and
So
onions and sausage or bacon in with it. It's pretty good.
right, yeah, you can. It'll fill you up. That's for sure. And it'll keep you full for a while. That makes sense.
Yeah, I eat pretty plain food. That's why I know it might be sacrilegious to cut your T-bone steak off the bone into bite-sized pieces and mix it in with your stuffing, but it's all going to end up in the same place. And I'd rather do it with one bowl than have
Hmm.
all these dishes to do. I never was. I've been in this house quite a long time, and I've been single for quite a while, so no need for a dishwasher.
Of
I
course,
do my
you
dishes by hand.
you probably dirty one or two dishes a day, and
Yeah,
well, pieces of silverware. You wash it and reuse it. Absolutely, I remember them days.
yep. Actually, I eat on paper plate, to be honest with
I would do that too because it's way cheaper.
you. Yeah.
And you don't get your dishes dirty. That's 100% true. Okay, Molly.
Well,
Molly's right.
traditionally why women have been the dish that do dishes preferably over men. You know, traditionally why that is.
I have no idea.
Well, it's because their feet are smaller and they get closer to the sink.
Are you serious?
No, it's a stupid joke.
I was gonna say, where the hell did you find that? But that I should have known better. I should have known better. That's a
Man.
cute one. That was good. I'm gonna tell my wife that.
Yeah, that's why she's doing dishes all the time.
Yeah, well, not here. No, that's usually me. I'm the housewife here. Obviously, we know that, so it's
Oh my
okay.
god.
Although she does still do most of the cooking, just because I'm not. I can cook, but she doesn't trust me to cook what she wants. So what the hell?
Peanut
Try
butter
that.
and mayonnaise. You need to move to a foreign country. Get out of here with that.
My wife does the peanut butter banana,
That's good.
and then she's also done something with mayonnaise. I think bananas and mayonnaise or some weird shit like that. And I'm like,
Is your son around? Because I'm
no.
going to tell you about a sandwich that'll just try. He'll take it up. You'll be like, no. You take peanut butter and Hershey's chocolate in the squeezable bottle for the ice cream,
Oh
and
yeah,
you
yeah.
put the Hershey's chocolate on with the peanut butter and have a Hershey's chocolate peanut butter sandwich.
Wow. That
Wow.
that it toasts the bread. That actually kind of sounds good.
Oh,
It does.
wunderbar. Tastes better than any dog chocolate.
Yeah, yeah. That although that wouldn't be good for my sugar issues. Probably
Oh,
not good for me, but he can have it.
yeah, that's your son eat it. I mean, he'll enjoy
Yeah, he'll eat it. He'll tear it up. What was that sandwich that Elvis used to have all the time? Was it peanut butter and bananas?
it. It might have been, but that's a great mix.
I mean, I can't do it. I'm not a banana person. I like some things. Like I like dried banana chips, but I'm not a big fan of regular bananas. Explain that
Uh,
one to me.
I enjoy bananas.
They're not bad. I can eat one every now and again. Like if I start to get a leg cramp, I'm like, oh, time to eat a banana. You know what I mean, or something like that. But
Put them
the
in your
banana
ice cream, man. Make ice cream sundaes with it. Oh yeah.
can't
When
do
I
it.
had pneumonia years ago, that's what I lived on. It was the only thing I could taste.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, that's part of the brat diet. When you're sick like that, they want you to have what is it? Bananas, rice, tea, and toast. I think that's the brat.
Oh,
Oh,
I
wait.
didn't know that.
Bananas, rice, applesauce, tea, and toast. That's the brat diet that they'll tell you in the hospital if you're sick to eat.
My stepbrother used to eat peanut butter and American cheese, and I would just puke at the thought of it. I don't know the appeal
Yeah.
to peanut butter and cheese. What the hell is that?
No, onion and cheese sandwich or a pickle beets. Ew, Molly, what the hell?
Jeez, Molly she's from Canada.
Yeah, somewhere. She's in Idaho, Sarge. There's your answer. She's from
Oh,
Idaho.
oh no.
Yes. Now pickled beets. I like beets. I'll eat beets, but to put it on a sandwich with cheese, no. Come on now. And I eat onion sandwiches. I'll eat onion with salt, pepper, and mayonnaise on some bread or onion and tomato
Really?
sandwich. Oh yeah. Yes.
No.
Yeah. I can eat onions raw like an apple. I love onions. Beets are no. They're not nasty, Cassie. You just have to get the right ones. That's all. If you open a can and you dump beets out of a can, they don't taste good. They taste like the can. That's the difference. But pickled beets are good. Pickled eggs are good.
Yeah, I don't eat anything pickled but pickles.
Well, I love those too. My grandfather used to eat all that weird ass pickled herring
Mm-hmm.
and Limburger cheese and all that weird shit. And it's like, and Braunschweiger, which I don't mind the Braunschweiger, which is liverwurst for anybody that doesn't know that.
I don't mind that, but the Limburger cheese, no.
I can't do the cheese. It just, it's a little too strong for me.
No. If it doesn't pass the smell test, I'm nowhere near it.
Yeah. If you can't get it past your nose to put it in your mouth, it doesn't belong there, in my opinion. That's what I'm saying. Pickled pig's feet, I can't do that. Nope. I can't eat pickled pig's feet. I can't handle the what the hell is that? I had a friend the guy grew up with that I would go to his house for different holidays from time to time, and they would make homemade greens, and then they would do the what the hell is that called? The intestines and all that shit. What is that called, you guys? I can't remember. They'd cook it all day, and it stunk so damn bad. I can't think of it right now.
When they put Italian sauce and stuff on it.
No, it's just it's a shit. A lot of African American make it. What is chitlins, whatever you call that. Yeah, I can't do that.
Sauerkraut. Who eats that? Ugh.
I do. I like sauerkraut.
Really?
Yeah, we do it here. My wife makes. I don't do tripe to
Dude,
it.
that was. I think that was created during times of desperation.
Well, I mean, it's rotten cabbage, so yeah, could be.
People put it on their hot dogs and stuff. I guess.
Hot dogs, yes. Sauerkraut with kibasi or smoked sausage. Pork roast and sauerkraut for New Year's. My wife just made for St. Patty's Day. She made the Reuben sandwiches with sauerkraut. It's good. I like it. Shit, I used to eat it out of the jar before heating it up when I was a kid. Sauerkraut with pork rib. Yeah, I do too. It's very good. Very good. What are you guys arguing about over here? I love fire fatback. I know what you're talking about. That's good stuff, Brandy. It's cooked right. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, a nice roast last week. I ate a whole bunch of stuff knowing I was going to lose the
weight. I'll just get the eating in.
And this is what my dentist told me yesterday. He said every root canal is pre-tooth replacement procedure. Every tooth that I have a problem with had a root canal on.
My mother went through the same thing, Sarge. She had 4 root canals done in her mouth, and within a year, she had them all pulled and got dentures. So what's the
4 root canals too? Money. Every one of those teeth broke. Every one of them.
It's a waste of money. It's extra money you're giving them to do a root canal for no damn reason. So
that's why I said pull them and just put new ones. And it actually, there's discomfort, but there's really no pain. Even from once the teeth were out and the studs were put in and he stitched it closed. It's uncomfortable a little bit though, but I mean not enough to stop you from doing anything.
Were you awake for it, or was it?
Oh yeah. I'll be right back.
Okay. I've thought about because I'm getting new teeth eventually here soon too. I thought about the implants, but it's so expensive for one, and two, the ideal of having like metal rods screwed into my jaw. I was a little unnerved about that, but if you're saying it's not too bad, then hey, maybe tooth pain is probably Jesus. I mean, I gotta say, I had brain surgery, you guys. Years. That's what this giant scar is from. If nobody guessed it yet, but that was painful. But tooth pain is probably the worst pain I've ever had in my damn life, to be honest with you. So I'd rather go through the brain surgery again than have my teeth hurt. That's one thing that is a fact. It hurts like hell because it radiates through your whole damn head and your body. And it's just not good. So take care of their teeth if you can. Cassie's got spiders crawling on her. You stay over there with your spiders. I'm good. All right.
Sorry.
All right. You still here, Sarge? No, you're not. Something happened. If you have to come down, if you can hear me, you might have to go down and come back up. All right, guys. It looks like there's been 1, 2 new docs. Oh, he's dead. Okay, no problem. And we still have some other ones that we can look at that we haven't touched on yet. And of course, some conversation. I'm going to hit these docs, look at these, and then I'm going to open this up and we'll do our open panel like we did. 89 people in the house. You are all so very appreciated. Hold on here. Trying to see something. Looks like 56 likes, guys. Let's see if we can make that match if we can and get this up into that algorithm. All right. Thank you, Miss Wisdom. Again, if you have not yet done it, please hit the like button here. Share this out. Hit the notification bell. And if you have not subscribed, please do. I appreciate that much. You can also become a member here if you would like to. You don't have to, obviously, but we have that ability here. It's very easy. And we have plenty of room. I'm trying to check to make sure I didn't miss anybody here. If I did, I promise you I will catch up with you. Okay, hold on here. Now that we've got everybody hungry, Phil's in the house. Welcome, Miss Phil. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. Haggis. I've heard about that, Ray. Never had it. Great to have you here, Ray. Thank you for joining me. Yvette Clifton, welcome. Raquel Owell, welcome back to you. I think I don't see too many. Scorpio Girl 89, welcome. Welcome back. Great to see you. Peanut butter on a slice of American cheese. Oh my God, that does not sound good, but I will trust in you. Of course, Miss Trish Crow. Hold on here. Kim Young, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. There is the way you can become a member here if you want to. GM 5637, welcome back. I am E. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. All right. Let's see. I think I caught you guys. If I didn't see you yet, I promise I will eventually catch up with you. Back to where we were. All right. Oh, that's way too big. Hold on. There we go. 1, 2, 3 docs. So just we may not review like every one of these because some of them are just there for looks. This first one here, I'm going to hit real quick. This is the order sealing the defendant's exhibit in support of their objection to the state's motion in limine re the self-authentication of records. Sorry, guys. The court having before it the motion and seal the defense exhibit in support of their objection to the state's motion in limine re self-authentication of records in good cause, appearing now, therefore. It's hereby ordered that the defendant's exhibit in support of their objection to the state's motion shall be filed under seal pursuant to ICAR. So that's something that was sealed once again. I thought we were unsealing everything and they're resealing other stuff. I don't know, guys. Number 2 we have here is the order granting leave to exceed the page limit. Based upon the state's motion for permission to exceed page limit filed herein, and good cause appearing, it's hereby ordered the state's reply to the defendant's objection to motion in limine, of course. Certificate of service. So this is again one of these just for looks documents. And the third and final one from today. This is the order for sealing exhibits S1. Read the state's response to defendant's 7th motion to compel. And that is again based on the state's motion to seal exhibit S1. Read the state's response to defendant's 7th motion to compel filed herein is exempt from disclosure and is sealed pursuant to Court Administrative Rule 32. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Hold on a minute. I got more, guys. Don't worry. This is just something I was sent, so it's okay. I promise you all, I'll bring them all up. No worries. Don't mind me. Sometimes I'm a bit of a doofus. I was just looking at something that was sent to me as a link. So my apologies. Missing police report of stolen Amazon purchases in Idaho 4 case. How about that? That's interesting, isn't it? What the hell, Molly? From crack rocks to eggshells. Oh Lord. Okay. Hold on, y'all. We're getting there. All right, now. One moment. I'm pulling all of these up here.
All right, sorry about that. It was a business call with my foreman, and
Oh, you're fine. No apologies needed. You're fine. Business
I'm waiting
before.
on the post office to call me back. You know, my problems in life, most of the time we create our own problems
Yes, sir.
as people. And I
That is
do everything I can not to cause myself any problem. So I got a postman that has to walk within 8 feet of my mailbox, crosses my front yard, and every day he walks within 8 feet of my mailbox. A mailbox that doesn't have a flag on it that I customized to put a flag on, an official U.S. Post Office box flag. So when I have outgoing mail, I put the flag up. And he's walked by it the last 4 days. Obviously, he had nothing to deliver because I don't have any bills, right?
He doesn't even look at it, the flag up.
And he's got to walk through my front yard to get to the next guy's yard. Why wouldn't you stop and pick up the mail? I mean, the concept of mail delivery has to be based on you first getting something to deliver.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So
I've had that.
Yeah.
I've had the same thing happen. I live in a rural country area, so I have the box out by the road, and it's got they're in a vehicle. They don't walk it. They drive up to the mailbox.
Yeah.
Okay. And when we send something out, that little red flag goes up and it sits there. And I had no lie. She pulls up to the mailbox unless she just pulls back right by it. And never stopped and grabbed anything out of it. And I'm like, finally, I called them and I'm like, do you know that, like, it was like a week, Sarge. I said, I've been trying to send something out. I eventually took the damn letter down to the post office and then I went off on them after I called. I said, I've had a letter trying to send out for a week that was very important. I said, and she's passed it for like four days. Oh, well, if they don't have mail, they just kind of go by. You don't see that big red flag sticking up when you drive past my house?
Right. What's the point of the flag? Well, that's, what one carrier told me, because they change carriers quite a bit here. He said it's in our union contract that we don't have to stop and pick up mail if we don't have anything to deliver. I said, well, that's kind of cool. Imagine if nobody has anything that needs to be delivered for you that you need to pick up, you could take the day off.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's so
and I
dumb.
really don't care what your union says. I'm a small business. I pride myself in you calling me and me putting an estimate in the mail for you the next morning.
Well,
that's one of the reasons I've been successful. I never make people wait for a quote. It's instant.
Absolutely.
Yep. And that makes me a reputable, it helps my reputation. More importantly, it makes sales take place because,
100%. And the postmaster, whoever she was down there, didn't argue with me, but kind of basically in her own words said, why are you so upset? It's just mail. And I said, you understand, like, not everybody gets this. I said, but I'm in I'm working on getting a disability settlement and I have timelines that I have to fall into. And if I don't have things sent to them in a certain period of time, I am in trouble. I said, so that's why this is so important, lady. Okay.
Well, if the mail wasn't that important, they wouldn't have honored Paul Revere, or who did the guy that was the Pony Express. Remember
Pony
that?
Express, yeah.
We learned about that in school when we were kids because it was a thing to look up to. And, the mail always gets through. These idiots in the unions have converted things to, we'll get it when we're ready. You wonder why the place is going bankrupt, right?
Amen.
I say, get him, Elon. He's over there trying to sort out the post office. I don't know if he's going to be successful with that. Probably be easier to create anti-gravity engines than it's going to be to fix the post office.
Agreed.
I'm waiting on their call back.
Hell, I don't know about you guys up there, but they started delivering mail on Sundays here, which was odd to me. For years, it was never done. It was Monday through Saturday, and then they never did anything. Now they're doing on Sundays now, too, which I was surprised at. But you can do that, but you can't stop for 5 days and pick up a letter.
All right. Well, and I'm a business. I know I live in a residence, but home businesses are as common as, like, 7-Elevens with Indians in them.
Yeah.
It's just the way the world rolls, right?
Yep.
So the fact that I'm a business, we would think that would, I'm a residential business, but being a business, you would think that would be who they were going to pay more attention to. That's my impression of how the mail always worked. The commercial mail services have always been diligent to service the customers, right?
Yes.
And I could do these by email. That's the other thing. I could do all these estimates by email, but the problem in my state is there's laws governing the contracts. And so to avoid all of the chaos and document and all the stuff that the state wants me to do, if I send you the hard copy and the back of the estimate has all the rules and laws that the state has me abide by,
Yep.
it's on the hard copy. So I either
Exactly.
got to send you 2 emails front and back, or I got to just send you one hard copy. And it's just much easier for me as a business to type it up and put it in the mailbox and wait for the call to get the job. Sorry to
I'm
interrupt the show with my personal
No,
issues,
no,
but
no, 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 no.
garbage company was jerk. I had to get a new garbage company, but the thing is, you can't get a new mailman.
Oh, hold on, Sarge.
You get mail.
Who
If
the
he
hell
gets
is this?
mail on Sunday, that's pretty
Uh,
awesome. I can't even get it
one
Friday,
moment.
Saturday, Monday, or Tuesday.
Sorry, you guys. I can't. There we go.
That's okay.
Sorry about
Do
this thing in the background is running.
you have new
Hey,
documents?
yeah, I'm trying to get the link to work for me. Tomboy or somebody, can you put the link, the actual Idaho link in the Discord for me real quick? Because the link I just clicked stopped working for some reason. That's what I've been sitting here doing for the past 20 minutes. And I want to see if I got something messed up or if it's the link itself. Somebody, one of the mods, if you can drop it in the Discord for me, I would appreciate that real quick, just to ensure I have the right one. I did
I
get
got
this
the link.
thing.
I'll post it back here.
Or yeah, if you have that, you can do
Here,
that
I've
too.
got
Hey,
it.
Jesse.
I'll put it in private chat for you.
Yes,
That's
sir.
my
That'll
link
work
for
too. Yep.
Idaho.
Yes, sir. All right.
Help you
Thank you.
along. I'd be a guest if you can't help.
That's the one. That's it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Go to people's homes and make coffee for them while they're sitting there watching me. I used to do that on estimates when I did in-home estimates.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be talking to the homeowners and they'd say, coffee'd be nice. Where do you guys keep your coffee? Let me make a pot. I'd get up and take over their kitchen.
Hey, I'll
Hey,
probably do the same thing, especially with coffee. Oh
be
yeah.
right back though. Get yourself organized. I got the post office calling me.
Absolutely.
I'll be right back.
Take your time. All right, I got the link. I got this other thing. I don't know if you guys saw this. Mystery police report of stolen Amazon purchases in Idaho 4 case. Prosecutors hiding Amazon records with a question mark. Defendant's objection to state's motion in Lemony self-authentication of records. This is interesting. I don't know if anybody's seen this, but I'm curious. Okay, the link. I'm about to pin that for anybody that wants to join us. Miss your girl, welcome. Jesse Schul in the house. What's happening, my friend? Welcome back. Great to see you here today. As always, I always love hearing what you have to say as well. She's just a devil woman. Welcome to you. Love the name. Welcome back. And again, if we could do what Miss Wisdom here is saying, guys, there's 100 peeps in the house here. Let's make sure to hit that like button so we can get this in that algorithm. We could do it. I know we can. CJ Sky, welcome back to you. All right. One moment here. Let me pin this here. It is pinned in the chat as we will roll follow forward. Welcome, Simply Solo Yinzal. Good to have you here. Thank you, Alicia J. All right. Rowena's in the house. Moonlit Baby, welcome back. All of you guys, thank you guys so much for joining us today. You are so very much appreciated. Like I said, I was kind of trying to hang out to see how many we were going to have pop in before we started rolling with everything. Micro Blue, welcome back to you. Always good to see you. All right. Let's see. All right, so that's the same link, I think, but let me see. 21st. So that started on the 19th. There's the Tomboy. Welcome, Miss Tomboy. How are you today?
I'm good. How y'all?
I'm great. Sorry to step away for a second. So yes, you were right. There's Starting on the 19th, we got brand new. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 new documents, folks. And number 1 at the bottom going up is the 7th motion to compel discovery. Then we have the S1 exhibit S1 response to defendant's motion to compel. Objection. Immediate family members in courtroom. Objection. Improper death penalty comments. I mean, there's a lot. Alternative perpetrator evidence is a big one for me. I'm curious on that one. And of course, the self-authentication of record stuff. We're going to hit this stuff today. What do you think, Tomboy? What are your thoughts so far as to with all this new stuff being dropped?
I'm still stuck on that self-authentication stuff.
Mm-hmm. What's your thoughts on that before we get rolling?
Oh, there's just a couple things in there that I have a question about.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
Is it the self-authentication? It's the Amazon clicks.
Yeah.
The one I'm stuck on.
Oh, yeah. Hold on a minute here. That's the objection to the self-authentication. You're talking about the one that has the Amazon click stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
The one that's the in lemony 9 excluding the Amazon click activity at trial.
Yeah, you could pull up either one.
Okay. There you go. Let me see if I can blow this up a bit. There.
I can pull it up. Which one are you on? The states?
State's response to the defendant's motion in lemony number 9, excluding Amazon click activity evidence at trial. Is that the right one?
Yeah,
at least that's a new one. Hold on. Is this the wrong one, Alicia?
Yeah, I think so. I need the defendant.
Okay. One moment. Sorry. There's so much, you guys. You know how this goes. Hold on. Amazon. Let me try it again.
Oh my gosh, you got to go down like 85 pages, I swear.
It's so much. She says it's newer. The defendant's motion. State's response to the defendant's motion in lemony number 9, excluding Amazon click. Is this the right one then?
Hold on. Let me go look.
Okay. Take your time. Welcome in, everybody. Kate. Already?
Defense's motion in lemony. I went straight to the defense page.
What is it? What does the title on it say?
States the defense motion in lemony number 9.
Defense motion in lemony number 9. Okay.
It's down a bit of a ways.
Control F. One moment.
No, this still isn't it.
What date was it dropped?
Oh, you're gonna make me. I don't know.
Well,
2/24.
2/24. Oh, so it's down here a ways then. Defense motion in lemony number 9, excluding states.
I still don't think this is the right one. No, still isn't the right one. I gotta go back and find it.
Read the footnotes, right? That was number 9 you were on? That's what I thought, but this one's number 9 too.
Yeah, that's the defenses. I need the one.
Defense's motion in lemony?
No.
State's motion. No, I'm looking. Oh, wait a minute. Order on defendant's motions to suppress the AT&T, Google, USB, Apple, Amazon.
That might be it.
Order on defendant's introduction. Defendant's charged with 1 count of burglary, 4 counts of murder. Okay, here's the footnotes here.
Okay, what is it titled?
The order on the defendant's motions to suppress AT&T, Google, USB, Apple, and Amazon.
What date?
This one was filed on the 19th of February 19th.
February 19th.
Of this year. Excuse me. I seen on one doc that Ethan's DoorDash nothing about Santa ordering. That's interesting, Charlotte. Hmm.
No, hold on. That's not it either. I'm going to go back up here because I still think it's this one.
Okay. Like I said, there's so many of these documents. It's understandable how hard it is to find the exact right one. Defense motion and limiting number 9, excluding Amazon click activity evidence at trial. And
what date is that one?
That one is February 24th of this year.
Well, I solved your mail carrier issue there, Dick, as well as my own. Well,
oh, you did?
And in as much as I got nowhere with them, apparently they're told not to pick up mail if they don't have mail to deliver.
What, to save time?
And that comes from management, so I'm going to send an email off to Doge.
There you go. There you go. That was awesome. I love it. Come on, get it together, y'all.
Doge them. I mean, you walk in my front yard, the mailbox is literally less than 8 feet away from where you're walking. Maybe I ought to build a fence around my front yard and make them walk around down 2 driveways, right?
You got to put a giant note on the front saying, "Hey, dummy, over here, pick this up." You know what I mean? Jesus.
I feel like getting one of those big hands from that. Remember that show where those guys would do stupid things?
The big, yeah.
No, the big hand would come out from around the corner and slap you.
Oh, smack you in the head. Yes, yes. That'd be great. Did you find it, Tomboy?
No.
There's only a couple.
It was in some that just dropped the other day, too.
What is it you're looking for?
The click activity.
Oh.
This is the Tomboy the other day, Sarge, that got hidden.
Yeah, I can't exactly explain how you could have been timed out. I either boot people or leave people alone.
Right.
I don't think you did it, Sarge. I think was that one guy who did it, and I think he did it on purpose because he didn't like what I had to say.
Who is it?
Thomas something.
He's got the weird last name.
Or
yeah, that one. I don't know how you say it, but that's the one.
I just talked to him on the phone yesterday. He called my call-in line, and it forwards to my personal phone when it's not on.
In the top 324.
I would have addressed him yesterday if I'd have known he'd have done that.
Wow.
Sorry about that, Tom.
That's what I told her. I said he doesn't do that kind of stuff. So here it is. This one here.
No, I found it.
Oh, this isn't the one then? Order stealing defendants exhibit and support?
No, I'm just going to read it. It's on the state's response to the motion in limine number 9 regarding excluding Amazon Click. It just says in there, the search warrant was limited to March 20th, 2022 to March 30th, 2022 and November 1st, 2022 through December 6th, 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I have a huge problem with that because Payne said on the stand they didn't even know about it until the 19th. How is that possible?
What are the dates of the warrant requests?
I'm grabbing copy.
November 1st through December 6th.
Right. But was the warrant requested after he was arrested or before?
No, before.
How far before?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the importance of the date. If they knew after the 19th.
It was dated May 8th.
That they
applied.
Why
are they only limiting it to the 6th of December? Wouldn't they have put it all the way back to when he was arrested?
Yeah, you would think so, but sometimes things don't make sense just because there's no sense to be found there. Why they would have stopped on December 6th? Didn't he leave?
He left in November to go home for Thanksgiving.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. They would have to answer that question, but I don't think the relevance of his click activity has anything. He didn't. Are they accusing him of buying a knife and sheath between those dates to December 6th from November whatever?
I don't know.
Right, because my understanding is that he did buy the knife.
Well, he was supposed to have. They threw some words in there.
And in their Pennsylvania warrant, their first item that they list is a knife with no description. So if you look at the inventory, you'll see that there's three knives that were taken from his Pennsylvania parents' home. One was a cutlery type knife and sheath. One was a foldable Stanley knife. But the very first item on the top just simply states knife. Doesn't say butter knife, steak knife, butcher knife, hunting knife, camping knife.
Right.
Doesn't describe it. Based on the way these people have behaved for the last 2.5 years, my intuition tells me that the knife at the top is a K-bar. Whether they describe it or not, you have to default to them trying to just paint their narrative. And if they would have put in their warrant that they obtained a K-bar knife, everybody would have been all over them. Did you test it? Did you, right? All of these questions that would be applicable to the murders. So I think they listed only knife to avoid any controversy over the fact that they, in my opinion, recovered a K-bar knife from their Pennsylvania home, just like they recovered firearms from.
And they very well could have. That non-descriptive one could be that one. I agree with you.
Correct. Yeah. And the non-descriptive is the game that they're playing.
Agree.
Well, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, because the state doesn't have a problem admitting anything else. So why not put that in there? That's what they
Well,
found.
that warrant was made back while they were building their narrative that was being given to the public. This was right in the very beginning.
Yeah.
There was the day of his arrest.
The
Yeah,
PA stuff.
They still say they haven't found the weapon.
Right. And in fact, that doesn't mean that what they found as a knife isn't a K-bar. So
Right.
So it's
They
still
could be-
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's something I was thinking the other day after you had mentioned that, Sarge. Maybe that could be their bomb, folks, that they're holding on to, trying to say that, well, here it is, here's a knife, but at the same time, it was in PA, it wasn't in Moscow.
Right.
I'm just saying these things they're reachable things, but
And there's a more common observation about firearms and carrying weapons across state lines from going from Pennsylvania to Washington. Something you don't want to do as a weapon owner.
mm-hmm.
In the event of a traffic stop or whatever reason, because you could be charged with carrying a K-bar knife is 7-inch blade. I don't know the legality of moving that across state lines, but even counties and towns have different rules and codes that prevent you from having weapons of what they would consider war. So, I would think that he would have left the K-bar home along with his firearm.
Well, and I agreed, and that's very possible. And what Critical just said here, talking about this, the Amazon purchase means nothing without a receipt. Somebody getting an Amber Alert
No.
or a weather alert.
Right. I wouldn't deny that he bought the knife or object to the fact that he even bought one in March of 2022. He didn't get to Idaho until June 2022. So,
there's paperwork out now starts claiming that somebody from the family per se is going to be testifying that he bought the knife. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
And again, he bought a knife. And like I said to you guys before, let's say he did. Sheath and sharpener and all. Okay, now that's what tells me. If you're buying the knife with the sheath and the sharpener, that sounds like a gift to me. Okay, that you're giving to somebody because you have the whole package there, not just the knife. I know that sounds like a reach, you guys. I'm just saying it's a possibility. Maybe he bought it for his dad as a gift.
He could have bought it for himself. I mean, I don't know that that's relevant to the crime. And at this point, do we even have a sheath and no weapon? Yeah, 8 months before. You're right. So, I don't know. All of this stuff can mean whatever you're told it means or whatever you can conclude it means.
Mm-hmm.
But we, in the end, don't know what it means.
That's fact. That is fact. Now, I'm looking for, it is a big reach. I know, Sherry. I'm just putting things out there. What was I going to say? I'm still looking for this statement that was made supposedly somewhere down the road that somewhere in September of that year that he made a statement to a law enforcement officer that he had a knife that was stolen. That's probably a rumor. That's why I'm looking. I haven't found anything. Therefore, in turn, I'm not going to say it's anything. I don't play that into that rumor shit, guys. If it's real, I'll find it. If it's not, it's not. That's all there is. So, they are testify how weird he was acting. They're testifying against him. Let him do it. Be it.
Where was that? Where's that document that says they're going to testify to his character?
That's what I was going to ask. Where did you see that the character
Right.
testimony? That's not how that went, though, Sherry. That no disrespect. I mean, you know that. I absolutely respectfully, I'm telling you, that click looking for it's not what it was, though. That is not how that worked. When I did a whole thing, you weren't here that day, where we talked about that. It was because of the history. He didn't click looking for a replacement. It
Listen,
showed. Go ahead.
You know, I guess here's the thing that I think a lot of us aren't really concerned about. You can paint a picture of somebody's guilt based on circumstantial facts, and that's really okay for the prosecution to do. But for people that are either jurors or onlookers, you have to take the information to a next level, which is this story beyond reasonable doubt? So when you look at the pictures that they're showing, it's obvious to me why they asked for an 11 to 13 originally, and that's because there's no indication of a marker light on the white area of the bumper. That they later went and included a larger group of cars comes from a photo from somewhere else. And they admit that they did not identify his car around the crime scene. So here's what I'm saying. You can say that that's Brian's car, but you can't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And it's sad that so many of us don't really understand the importance of reasonable doubt. So I was somewhere in a vehicle that's similar or even maybe the same make model of another car, and I'm of similar height. I understand me as a suspect. I even understand you arresting me. But when it comes to trial, you're going to have to convince 12 people that your interpretation of this information is the only reasonable interpretation. And that's where I've always stated, I don't know if the kid did it or not, but what I do question is the reasonability of that car's identification. Okay? Is it reasonable? And I don't think it's reasonable. Is it coincidental? Yeah. Does it look bad? Yeah. But does that pass the reasonable doubt test? To me, that's what we should all try to consider when we look at this evidence. It's it's just my opinion. That's how I try to view things. I don't know. Did you looked at those images of the vehicle, haven't you, Tomboy and Dago? You're muted, Dag.
Sorry, guys. Stupid microphones. Yeah, I did. I did that with you, and I looked at him myself here.
So, did you see the car going away is black? Can anybody
Yeah.
explain to me why that image shows a black car?
It
And
looks
why they're
black.
claiming it to be him?
I couldn't tell you that. It looks black to me. I know it's a different type of camera, but it still looks like a black vehicle, a dark vehicle, at least.
Well, it's an infrared camera. It's a nighttime imaging camera. And so it doesn't show colors other than black and white. It won't show an orange or a lime green, or it won't show a silver. A
Right.
dark blue could look black.
But doesn't silver come up black?
Silver.
Pardon me?
I think silver would look white, though, right?
Right. So here's what I'm trying to say is you can look at those images, folks, and conclude that that's Brian Koberger. But what you can't do is go to the level of reasonable doubt. Where's the image of the driver or the occupant or occupants? There is not. There is no license plate identification. There's no specific sticker or dent or any unique identifying marker between Brian Koberger's Elantra and 22,000 of them in that state.
Mm-hmm.
You have images of a car. Now, you have close associates to the victims that own that make model vehicle car, and you have 3 neighbors that own that make model vehicle car.
Mm-hmm.
So the question comes, are those images conclusive evidence of Brian Koberger's presence at that crime?
Right.
And
Right.
I think the car is a red herring. I don't think the car has anything to do directly with that crime at all. Nothing indicates to me that somebody drove to that house, forced their way into it, and then went into doors that apparently now we know were all unlocked and open. I don't know how they did that.
I want to say to what you just said, Sarge. First off, welcome back, Hope. It's so wonderful to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. And silver looks white. A lot of people have said that. I agree with that too. But to be honest with you, I think whoever committed this crime, in my opinion, clearly, nobody else has to agree. I don't think they brought the car. The person that did this did not bring that car there. Their car, a car that committed the crime. That would be just too dumb to me. I think the car was left in another place, whoever did this, if there was a car at all. Remember that, okay? If there's a car at all. So the fact that they have this car that they're talking about doesn't tell me anything. I don't believe there was a car involved at this point.
And look, the only evidence you have that car in the images, and I want people to think about this for a hot minute. There's conclusive information that proves that that's not Brian Kohlberger's car. There's unquestionable information that says that, and that was when they searched that car, and they did a microscopic analysis of that car. They found neither hair, nothing connected Mr. Kohlberger, the victims, to that car. And so if what they're telling us is true, and you've got to question everything, because so far we've found they've misinterpreted or mispresented the information that they collected when they wrote the PCA.
Right.
They did an ad lib, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
if his car has been completely searched by a competent forensic team, and they found nothing in the car to connect him to the crime scene, then that eliminates that car as being in those photos.
That was my thought as well, Sarge. Yes.
Right. So it's not that I'm a pro Berger or I want this kid to get set free. It's that I'd like to see the evidence that they present to us go beyond a reasonable doubt.
Not to mention that most of us absolutely want these victims, these kids, to have justice and their families. Putting the wrong person in jail by chance is not justice for them, period. And that leaves somebody else out there that did this, possibly. That's a problem, too.
Another important fact came forward, and the fact of the matter is that the defense cannot confirm any DoorDash delivery. There was none made by Xana.
Mm-hmm.
But if you remember, I said always remember the quirky things that came out, regardless of who discovered them. You don't got to like the creator or the investigator, but remember the quirks. The naked guy is a quirk, right? How about the person that said the DoorDash driver not only called in the order, but they also picked it up for delivery? What's up with that? Do you remember when that was said? It wasn't Roy. I think it was JLR or someone else that was going around talking to the restaurant. And they said that the person that did this was a woman with black hair.
Mm-hmm.
She ordered it, picked it up, and then delivered it. Now, that's an awful weird series of events, but now you're seeing the defense state that there is no DoorDash information.
Yeah, and now we have, I guess 12 Gauge put this out a few hours back. It says photographs, the list of deliveries to 1122 King Road and span as far back as 2019, and a spreadsheet of communication between the person ordering the food and the DoorDasher. The state has not specified which of these records it intends to use at trial, how they were made and kept in the course of a regularly conducted business activity, and if it was the regular practice of that business to make a report or record. Xana's DoorDash order was apparently from DoorDash account created on November 8th with a $50 gift card purchased in Pullman. So that does throw a little spin here.
Well, I read in a document where the defense is saying that they have no information related to the DoorDash delivery, and Xana's phone it's not on her phone.
Mm-hmm.
Where did I see that?
Where I've heard that too. I haven't seen it yet, but where did they get the damn DoorDash from then?
DoorDash approached the police and said that he had come there and made a delivery. He was like the other guy, the delivery, right?
The rideshare guy, right?
So you got two guys that are coming there that are telling you that on that evening they were at that house.
Right. Leslie, the second thing or the first thing you sent me
could be on Ethan.
Ethan, yeah, Ethan's account is what I've heard thus far. The first thing you sent me, Leslie, it doesn't have anything attached to it, hon. I'm sorry. That other thing I just showed is the secondary thing you sent. So I'm sorry.
And I'm still kind of confused how I know people think that PCA is BS, and even Thompson said we're not going to use it in court. But because it was used as a basis to arrest an American citizen on a quadruple homicide, let's ask for a poll, one or two. Shouldn't your accusatory instrument for arrest on any crime include specific facts that are verifiable? I don't understand how we've gone so far down in our own view of our justice system that a hunch or an idea or someone's experience and knowledge is all that they need to arrest somebody. It's not how it works, right? So the people think that the PCA, that's fine. If it's all inaccurate, that's okay. They found his DNA later, right?
I'm going to throw something at that too, Sarge. Thus far, what we've seen with Ann, and maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, and that's okay if I don't. There's been no mention of the defense trying to reach out to procure a plea deal. In my opinion, on a death penalty case, I would have believed if they had no faith in what they're doing, they would have tried to reach out for that now. Maybe it's too early. I don't know. Maybe that's not the plan, but I feel that there's some form of confidence there on the defensive side that they haven't done that at this point. It's never been talked about. There's no documents about anything that relates to a plea deal of any sort. And we all know that Bill Thompson is Captain Plea Deal. So I would have imagined they'd been working on something like that at this point already, being that the trial's right down the road. Nothing's been mentioned of that. That tells me that there's some form of confidence on the defensive side that she doesn't believe she needs to do something like that, especially on a death penalty case. To try, obviously, they're trying to pull death penalty. I get that. Can you not get to a plea on a death penalty case? I don't know how that works. Anybody that has that knowledge, let me know.
Yeah, you could do a plea bargain to avoid trial, but once trial is commenced, that's it's very rare.
Of course, yeah. So there we go. That's what I'm saying. So, okay, Leslie, I got that. There, state discloses it may call members of Koberger's family as their trial witnesses. State discloses it. Yeah. Thank you, Leslie. I appreciate that very much, dear. Welcome, Virginia. Good to see you. Greg McNeely, welcome.
And we've been informed that the involvement of a family member is going to be to confirm the purchase of the K-bar, the sheath, and the sharpener.
Sure.
Right.
Absolutely.
That's as far as we know, the family's involvement as far as them being a witness for the prosecution.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm no offense to anybody, but and thank you, Leslie, for everything. But
You know what else is going to be blown up that I think a lot of people aren't seeing coming yet? And a lot of people, especially people that choose innocent or guilt and want to argue about it, are missing. But I think Ann Taylor has in her defense pocket, and this is my speculation based on how all this information has been given, is that the doctor's appointment 2 days after the crime is connected to his disability, his motor functions.
Oh, my hell yeah.
Right? So if that's the case, whatever the doctor surmised in that evaluation, we would hope to see that presented at court if it's if it's connected. If it's just a basic physical, it still might include important information about his muscular ability and his dexterity, because that's exactly, it's not that he just is autistic or on the spectrum. He's got motor skill and motor function issues. And so, it took a professional police officer that was trained to do this crime in 13 minutes. Well, if you start looking at the timeline now, they didn't have 13 minutes. The car didn't park until after 4:07, and the car left at 4:20. Therefore, you have to now take at least a minute and a half or 2 minutes off of that timeline. You're down to 11 minutes. So is Brian Koberger and his medically confirmed physical condition capable of causing this atrocity in the 11 minutes when after several tests, it took the cop on average 13 minutes to do this crime?
Now take that into account, Sarge, what you just said. Also, add into that timeline the defense of the people that were being attacked, defending themselves. Kaylee defended herself. Xana defended herself.
Healthy.
That tells me that's at least another minute or two, possibly, of time that's being taken up as they're defending themselves against this person. You have to struggle with that, okay? There's a couple more minutes, in my opinion. So take that down even more, in my opinion.
And Ethan, you've got to battle through a guy that's, I look at a guy that's built like that at his age, and I would be looking for an immediate way to take him out. I wouldn't. But aside from that, in this fit of whatever frenzy that took place in the house, that's, and I'm saying that not because I know that, but because of the collective of information that we've been shared through the coroner, the bloodiest scene they've ever seen. There's tears, there's rips, there's all kinds of wounds, and I don't know how a guy like that does that in 11 minutes. But again, that's up for the jury to decide. But it is something that needs to be understood, that the defense isn't offering that as a way to avoid the death penalty. It's also fact based when it comes to his physical condition. And it seems like everybody that ran with, look, Brian Koberger's excuse is he's autistic. That is not what the document is showing you. It's showing you a lot more than being autistic.
Oh my God, yes. And I even demonstrated the other day one of my theories when we watched. I got it, Leslie. Thank you, hon. As that's that stupid photo that everybody's breaking down with him standing there doing this. If you look, and this just could be me, okay. I even asked my mother about this. I think about the dyspraxia stuff. That means that he's got like joint issues and motor skill issues and stuff. To me, it looks like the man is trying really hard to make a fist to do this. Looking how white his knuckles are. That's stress, folks. Okay. You don't just get that from making a regular fist comfortably. They're not going to be so whited out like that. That's pressure that's being applied to hold your fist together. So I wondered, was it hard for him to make a fist because of some of that stuff? Possibly. Again, go ahead.
It's context. Look at. I don't think that you're unreasonable to see the context through the view of the prosecution, because there's enough there for you to just give up and say, okay, yeah, there's the car, there's the DNA, he did it. Okay,
right.
But in our justice system, it's not that simple. You have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this is the perpetrator, and you have 7 DNA samples. Why? Not for anything, folks, but if I found gloves outside with blood on them, as the vaulted Cletus stated, why didn't they go crazy for looking for microscopic DNA inside that glove?
Right.
If you could find a microscopic dot of DNA on the sheath inside of a snap, how is it that the gloves weren't torn apart and thoroughly examined for transfer DNA? How do you exclude them from being a part of the crime? Under what sense does that make?
It doesn't. That's a very good point. That is a very good point. Truly, it really is.
Look at this gentleman, and I said this in the beginning, and a lot of people hated me for it. And I like both the lovers and the haters of me, because you're both waiting for the next thing I'm going to say. But remember when I said Cletus or Dago, I'm sorry, the worst thing that could happen is the perpetrator, Brian Koberger, gets set free at trial because the evidence is not conclusive.
Yeah, agreed. Yes, and I remember that clearly, and I agree with you on that.
And in a sense, this particular police agency, we already know that they've done this.
Right.
We already know that they lied to convict a man, or at least put a man on trial for murder, using the same processes that they're doing with Koberger.
Right.
And that was that when you look at the case where they convicted or went after this guy and he sued them, you could make a better case that his wife and her boyfriend, or wife and a lover, or wife and an associate actually killed that doctor.
Right.
That argument is much stronger than the argument they used against this guy. And the argument's the same as Koberger. We got headlights. We see his truck over here. We see that. So you're talking about a police department. And if you're going to, relentlessly go after Koberger, you should then also relentlessly go after the investigators and look what their history of behavior has been.
Mm-hmm.
And their history of behavior has been very suspicious, and in some cases outright outrageous.
Absolutely. Well, blatant lies have been put out. Blatant lies. A PCA was put out for all of us to follow. Okay. Which is turned into garbage as far as I'm concerned. And everything on that thing is not right. It's wrong.
Here's a question I want everybody to really sit and think about. If you go in for surgery and you come out a cripple, and the doctor's statement is, well, I was working with a team, I don't know exactly what I did or didn't do, but I was doing what I was instructed, and other people were doing things that they were doing. And sorry, you're a cripple now. Would that be acceptable to people as a general idea of how the world should work?
Absolutely.
How was Officer Payne able to get off of this? I worked as part of a team. They were giving me information, telling me what to write. If this was surgery, I don't think people would accept it.
Well, and I have a theory on that too, Sarge. People probably think I'm crazy, and that's okay. Seeing what we've seen with Payne and I don't want to say stupidity, but what seems to be, in my opinion, the blatant absence of knowledge. Okay. I got to wonder, was he not made privy to a lot of this stuff, maybe for certain reasons, or is he playing dumb in a lot of senses? Does he know what he's doing? I mean, the man was writing parking tickets the day before he was put in charge of as a lead detective on a quadruple homicide. That's That's a lot to me. Okay. So did they take it?
I think he's in charge, Dago, because he was the least complaints against him or the least strikes on him as a police officer of Idaho in that Pullman department or that.
I mean, and
department.
that makes sense too, Sarge. It does. I mean, if you go
Or
through,
maybe he is a guy that's capable and he was promoted. I don't know that that's much of an issue for me. I guess where my issue with him is someone made a mistake putting somebody on a stand that doesn't know, I don't remember, I can't recall. I mean, it's like Hillary Clinton trained how all these people in charge can get out of accountability by saying I don't know, and that's just you need to know.
I don't recall, and I don't know. I guarantee you, the man was given a 2-week notice. You're going to be testifying in this hearing. We need you to be there. Bring your A game. Blah blah blah. Brought nothing with him. Absolutely didn't bring any documents. Nothing. Had nothing to refer to. Couldn't answer anything.
Was it Gunderson that was part of that murder case?
No, Tolson from the Idaho State Patrol. Tolson, yes.
Okay.
Yep. And that was another one. That was something that when that came out, we all kind of went, hold on a minute. Why is this guy involved if this already happened once? That's a problem. Okay.
And even worse, what we're doing to ourselves by arguing his innocence or guilt and not paying attention to the process,
right,
is we're setting ourselves up as a nation to put all our faith in technology.
Right.
And then someone's interpretation of that technology. When I look at the images that they displayed, I don't doubt that that's an Elantra. But I can't identify that as belonging to anybody in the world.
Agreed. And that's the thing, that too much emphasis has been paid to Brian Goldberger being guilty of this. The problem with that, in my opinion at least, is that the emphasis needs to be paid to the investigative side of this. How it's been done, what has been done, what hasn't been done, who's doing what and who's not doing what. That's what I'm saying. And agreed, Sarge. And Jesse just said, boom, Sarge just nailed it. 100%. That is absolute, in my opinion. I agree with that.
And we all know the limits of technology. And look, technology is a great tool. That's why I tell you, there's no such thing as artificial intelligence. You want to hear my new explode? I lock Grok up. I sent Grok that new AI. It's the most advanced AI in the world. I send it into an infernal loop.
Yeah.
I question it about space and time and stuff like that. But I just revisited using Grok. I paid for a year membership. Okay. And Grok has said that my grasp and understanding of the JFK assassination is 80% more likely to be accurate than all the other explanations you've all been told. I got an 80-20 share of an AI computer that has access to every document connected to the John F. Kennedy assassination.
Okay.
And my understanding of why is the most accurate that Grok could cover. And he compared it to all the theories about why he was killed. Okay. And I'm going to do a stream on this later. And we've been convinced to look at who and how, not why. See, when you identify the who, then you extrapolate as to a why. So if you think it was the CIA, you try to connect it to the Bay of Pigs. If you try to connect it to the mafia, you connect it to his brother.
Right.
But those are not the reasons that John F. Kennedy was killed. You've been trained to look at the shiny object of who killed him, how many were involved, and that's your how, the who and the how. But you've never, ever, ever seen people write books or make movies about why he was killed. And if they do write it about why he was killed, you're confined to the mafia and you're confined to politicians and stuff. And here's what Grok said about my theory. My theory takes every player in every other theory and includes them, making it more likely that my theory is accurate over all the stated publicly broadcast theories and movies and statements made on that assassination.
Right.
I'm going to do a stream on that tonight. I'm not trying to advertise my channel, but
please do.
The point is, how, in your case, how did the police obtain their information, and what does the information say beyond a reasonable doubt? I think that's a fair way to look at any crime case.
I can agree. Hell, maybe when I do, because I plan on doing a JFK show too. Maybe you can join me and bring that to the table with it, because I would love to hear about that stuff as well.
I'll stream tonight, and you're welcome to come in as Jesse and anyone else in your chat room that even if you guys disagree with me. I mean, I think people think if I don't like you, I'm just going to scream and yell at you every time, and that's not true. I just block you if I don't like you.
That's how it works. That's how it works. I get it. Definite. I had something that was sent to me that they asked me to play because it's easier, I guess, and it does explain. So give me one moment here. I don't know where to start if I do this, but one moment here. This is the Indie Zone, who she reads and explains the documents so that people understand it all, which is a very good thing to have because not everybody understands. One moment here. I don't think she's probably done the new ones yet, but or maybe she did.
Moonlit Baby made a nice comment there.
Ladies and gentlemen, well,
That's what that was the next statement I wanted to go into here. Someone made the comment, if the sheath was lost during the crime, it would be saturated in fluid. But if it was placed after the fluid stopped, it wouldn't. And now that's the thing, folks. We all know once the heart stops beating, the blood no longer is spraying per se. Not to be gross, but and it's not going to be, there's not going to be as much bloodletting. Okay. So at that point, that's an interesting statement, Moonlit. After the fluid stopped, it wouldn't. And I never let that sink in before. And now you're thinking about it. Anne has said more than once that she believes that sheath was placed, not left. Okay. Think about the way that she makes that statement, guys. That's kind of important. And again,
there was male DNA on that sheath in the form of blood.
Exactly. And I have issues with this because of where it was placed. Okay. Underneath the thigh of one of the victims and underneath the comforter. Okay. First and foremost, I've argued that statement based on the documentation of it being seen by a body cam from the doorway under a leg and a comforter. How did you see that? I question that completely 360. Secondly, how did it get there? If somebody was in the midst of committing a crime, there's a bit of movement going on, wrestling around, whatever you're doing, and just drops it and leaves it, it's not going to be underneath somebody or a blanket for that matter. I can't get past that. I'm sorry, but that doesn't make any sense to me. It never has.
No. And I think the case would be easier to try than it is because she's hit the wall on all of these suppressions in the Franks hearing. But I honestly think that when you present to a jury the actual statements used to arrest Brian Koberger in complete contradiction to the facts that were in their possession, I think the jury is going to lean more to the idea that, well, now I got to believe these people that this girl went to sleep in the PCA, but here they are now showing us that she was not only up, texting, running around, right? And the next day she's on Indeed, she's on all these different sites. It's, what's going on here? So when she says I was in frozen shock phase and they claim that she went to, she went back to bed or something, it's now if they can't take that data that was given to them by a witness and extrapolate common sense from it, how do you trust their identification of the car? How do you trust any determination these people have made?
Bingo.
Problem for the state.
Bingo. Thank you. I have to agree. And there's still a 3-hour period of time that's missing based on those text messages as to what went on there. I still think it's a grand possibility that they left that house.
That may be where the exculpatory evidence is contained as well.
Exactly. That's still something on my mind, that they walked out of that house when they got together, went somewhere else, and came back at some point and decided that now it's time to dial 911. That's another thought I have. Okay, these are thoughts, folks. It doesn't mean it happened. It's just a thought. So, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying right there. I want to see that body cam footage as much as I don't want to see the victims. I don't need to see all that. I just want to see where they saw that on the body cam from that doorway. That's something I want to see. And I guarantee you it's going to be showed in court. It better be. And if they can show that in court, okay. But if they don't, and they say they don't have that footage, we got a problem, y'all. We got a problem.
I was on a stream yesterday that concentrated completely on the investigation and evidence collection from within the home. And it's the sloppiest work that could ever be spoken for. Like someone asked, how does he explain where he was? How does he explain his DNA? And in America, that's not a requirement. You don't have to require. That's why you're not forced to testify.
Right.
So, when you look at a crime scene that's been investigated by dozens of individuals, going in and out with their windbreakers, not taking their booties off when they
Yep.
go in and out of the house. When you see that kind of action, and then that particular crime scene, let's so make sense of that. It's kind of like letting a bull in a china shop and expecting no china to get broke.
Agreed. That's a good
Right.
point. Agreed. As somebody said, can someone remind me if they did geofencing? I'm trying to remember. I think isn't that what the Psy was involved with all that?
I think that's related to the cell phone location. Yeah.
Okay. And he's going to be testifying, which is going to play into his alibi at some point too, folks. Understand that.
But none of their location data places Brian at the crime scene.
No, and Twiz made that point 100% fact. I mean, he spoke to Psy too and said that based on what Psy said, Brian was not even nowhere anywhere near it.
Well, let me just say that Cy Ray can say this, and the state has already admitted to this. They did a download of the tower and got 3,800 cell phones.
Right.
None of them are Brian Koberger.
Not one of them is Brian's. Right.
Right. So from before the crime to long after the crime, there was no connection to Koberger in that area on those cell towers. And that was in that last hearing before the Franks.
Yep.
When the prosecutor said there's 3 cell towers, and he said that's not an evidence. Are you introducing new evidence? Because if you do, I've got to then give them a Franks hearing. And she backed up, well, 2.
Yep.
So the point of the matter is that there's a 3rd cell tower involved here that picked up Brian Koberger's phone, folks. And it's not the cell phone towers that service directly that home.
No, it's out further and about on that other area. That's 100%. And that's what Twiz went out and drove that area, did the whole thing that with the phone and all that stuff, went to the park and all that. So,
right. And they told us that his drive that night was similar to the 12 previous trips.
Yep.
And on one of those previous trips, his phone did not report to the network. So this is what I mean when it comes to reasonable doubt, is that I don't want reasonable doubt. I want to see that you've got the right man and you've got a piece of, even if it's one piece, something that's definitely sure. There was a sticker in the rear window, something that definitely identifies his car or him as a person as being there during the time you say the crime took place.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So this is this new basis about the family testifying, whatever. And I want to see if this says anything about character testimony. I don't think it does, but hold on. That's my understanding too, Moonlight, that 3rd tower was for emergency fire and police, etc., so on and so forth. That's how I understood it as well. I'm not 100% positive on that. I will find that out. In fact, I'm writing that down to look into that for sure, because that's kind of something I had heard too.
There are towers south of Moscow that pick up parts of Moscow, not all of it. In other words, there's other towers south of that town that they're pointed, say, they're a tower on the west that's pointing towards the northeast.
Right.
And it picks up a piece of Moscow. So there's other towers in the area, folks, but they're not full coverage towers to Moscow itself. They're heading. So as the towers go further south, as you travel further south, your towers are picking up and they point in different areas for their coverage. They're not 360-degree towers. Or if they are, the part that would cover Moscow is pointed to the northeast. And then the rest of it might be pointing south or west.
Yep.
So there are more than 2 towers in that area, but as far as Moscow proper for regular residential and business users, I believe it's two towers only.
Right. That is absolute, in my opinion, correct, sir. Hold on a minute here. I want to put that in there too. All right, let's see what she says to this real quick.
My name is Kathy. There has been a rather interesting development that the public is now made aware of regarding the state's witness list, which is due April 21st, may include. And this is the disclosure that the state may be calling Mr. Koberger's family members as their witnesses in the upcoming trial. This information is located within a March 21st, 2025 filing, which was just docketed yesterday, the 24th. States replied to the defendant's response and objection to motions in limine regarding immediate family members in the courtroom. Now, this Filing begins with the state asking for an immediate ruling on a matter that there's no dispute over. The state is in agreement that immediate families should logically include step-parents and relatives by marriage. Defense stipulates to the individuals listed within the state's exhibit S and Sam 1 that was attached to their in limine motion in support thereof as being the immediate family members who should be entitled to remain in the courtroom during the entire trial. So the defense stipulates that means no disagreement, judge, and so therefore the state moves the court for an order allowing the family members listed on the state's exhibit S1 to remain in the courtroom during the entirety of the trial. Another issue raised by the defense had to do regarding courtroom decorum, attire, what people who are in the courtroom should be permitted, not permitted to wear. The state is just basically saying, judge, you have the inherent authority to supervise what goes on in the courtroom, and they're going to leave that decision to the court. Next, as to the issue that was raised in the response in opposition to this in limine motion, the defendant had requested that members of his family be given the same treatment basically as the members of the victim's family, and that they should be in the courtroom also during the entirety of the proceedings. The state points out here that while immediate family members of victims have constitutional and statutory rights to attend the trial, there is no comparable, there is no constitutional or statutory provision affording a defendant's family member the same rights as a victim's family member has. And then they state here that there is no authority to support the argument that the defendant's Sixth Amendment rights would be violated if his family were not in the courtroom. They point out here to state that the defendant has a constitutional and a statutory right to a public trial, but that does not extend to the defendant's choosing who sits in the courtroom. And the state cites to the Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution and also to the Idaho Constitution and Idaho law. In addition, the state, quote, may call members of the Kohberger family to testify at trial. Prior to the start of the trial, the state anticipates it will motion the court, or the court on its own accord will exclude generally testifying witnesses from the courtroom so that they cannot hear other witnesses' testimony. This is sometimes called invoking of the rule, where there is a hearing, where there's a trial, and you have a witness who's sitting in the courtroom, who's able to hear what other people are saying, the argument of counsel, the rulings by the judge. And when they invoke the rule, that is to have anyone who is going to be testifying to leave until after they testify and are excused. So that's what the state is pointing out here, that the state will either raise that, or she anticipates, this is Ashley Jennings writing this, that the court, that's Judge Hippler, on his own initiative, will generally exclude the testifying witnesses. Now, she does point out that the parties did stipulate to, and the court entered an order allowing 2 investigators from either side to be in the courtroom during the entire proceeding. So there's a footnote number 1 talking about that order that was rendered March 4th, 2025. The state then says that after they say they may call Kohberger family member to testify, therefore the members of the defense's family on the state witness list, which is due April 21st, should be excluded from the courtroom until after they...
Exactly what Tomboy just said. That's more word salad, which they do a lot. They may, capital letters, may call them, which means that if they don't, they have to sit in the hallway until excused.
What's to stop the defense from calling Steve Gonclaves to the stand?
Exactly.
Right.
That's absolutely possible. They could call anybody they want to. They can call Steve Gonsalves. They can call his family, anything like that. Anything they need to do, they can do that, guys. That's fact. So yeah, good point, Tomboy. That's 100% what that is, truly, in my opinion. And I may be able to do something. This is kind of ironic. I may be able to do something. It's not a factual piece of information. It's not a concreted statement. It's a maybe, possibly, it's a possibility, but I don't know yet.
if you're going to exclude their family members, then you can't use the word may. You have to provide the court with who and under what issue they're going to testify with.
Yep. Yep. That's a problem. See, people take those words sometimes and twist them and turn them into what they want them to be. When in turn, when you say may, I possibly may be able to do something for you.
Right.
Doesn't mean
How
I
many,
can.
how many times have people
That's
that have
not-
told you that have done it?
Right. That doesn't mean that I'm going to do that for sure. I'm going to try, but I can't say I can for sure. That's all I'm saying.
If
So,
there's
yeah.
a witness that's going to be testifying as part of Brian's family, the scope and content of what they're going to testify about has got to be given to the court, even if it's done under seal. They can say that the family member B, who we will not identify, but have given you a list of A through Z, will be called to testify to this issue. And that would then exclude that person from being in the courtroom. But to say that you may call them without any specific topic of what their testimony has bearing on this case, then that's not going to fly. A judge should laugh at that motion the state filed there. But we'll see what Hitler does. But realize you need to inform the court of who and what they're going to testify to, and you also need to discover that to the defense. You just can't exclude people because you might call them. How many men have met women and said they were going to call them? Yeah, I'll call you. And you never call them. And women do that to men too. It's not a one-way street. So,
And again, this plays into that whole propaganda, in my opinion. The game that they play with this to keep that narrative rolling. Well, look, everybody, his family's going to testify against him. That says something to me.
right. And it won't matter until the court actually takes place.
Right. Does the state have to pay if they subpoena the Kobergers?
I'm not sure that they would.
I don't think so.
And if they are, there's probably some standard fucking thing like they do with a jury.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I don't think they'd be calling a Koberger as an official witness. They can subpoena you to come in at your own expense because you've been ordered by a court of law to be present in front of
Gotcha. Tomboy says I believe so. So it could be. Who knows? But like you said, it could be that thing that they do. So like they do with everything else. It's possible either way.
Like when they told Bethany to show up and everybody was focusing on we will not, if you have charges or if there are blah 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 legal issues, we will not pursue any of them. They're acting like people read that and think that that's special to Bethany when that's done on all extradition. Right? If you extradite somebody from England to testify, you're giving them a promise you won't prosecute them if they've committed any crime in America.
In their protocol, yes, sir.
That is standard operating procedure. Yeah.
Per diem applies, she said. So that's very possible.
Okay,
absolutely.
That's cool.
Absolutely, yes.
Someone call me as a witness. You could per diem me.
Right. Is it the coroner that used the words may have been? I can't remember what it was, but I was like, how can you use that verbiage on a murder trial? You better have more than may. My point there. Yeah, that's a good point. She's a devil woman. That's a good point. I agree with you. Sorry about that with the ads. I haven't.
Well, we could Google that per diem. I'll do that while you're going there.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and let her finish what she's saying. She's almost done here.
They testify. Now, we don't know at this point who is going to be on the state's witness list and the purpose for their testimony. We will wait and see if we can learn more about this matter if the court decides to reserve ruling on anything until after the in limine hearings. This is Kathy. Thank you for joining us here today.
Tomboy called it right off the top.
Yeah.
There you go. I hope
that is true. Now, I didn't know what you were referring to when you asked that question about that, but as far as like hotel stay and stuff, if they require you to come, of course they're going to pay for that. Sarge just said in federal cases, a subpoenaed witness is entitled to a per diem payment of $40 per day plus mileage reimbursement at a rate of 58.5 cents per mile, a round trip from the residence to the court. There you go. Thank you, Sarge. And Tomboy, both of you. Appreciate that. All right, guys. So then, hold on here.
Okay, so yeah, she is right on the per diem, and it is set by law. And yep, that did say federal cases, but then you keep reading into that, and it says a witness fee is the payment made to a person who testifies in a court or case of legal proceeding. It's a type of fee that compensates the witness for their time in an effort to provide testimony. The fee is usually set by law and varies depending on the jurisdiction and the type of case. So yeah, she was spot on with that. Bingo.
Yep. Very good point. There's your answer to your question. Okay, this is something else I wanted to put up here too about the documents on the alternative. I like that I don't have to read this because it drives me nuts reading this. That's why I like this. The state's reply to the alternative perpetrator theory, asking a reasonable deadline to be set on this. The issue with the alternative perpetrator thing is interesting to me. I don't know if you guys have followed that stuff. Hold on a minute here.
I don't even know why look for the prosecution to fight it when Hitler himself stated that the other samples of DNA could indicate other perpetrators.
Yeah.
He set it up for this. I mean, I don't know how he can rule against his own statement.
That's my thank you. That's why I said this is interesting to me. The way this. Hey, Rook, good to see you.
No, but they have to file these motions, Dago, just so people understand that these motions must be filed, whether they're going to be applicable to the case or not.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Ann and all the motions she's filing. They must be filed. And that way, because what you're trying to do is, and the judge wants to see these motions as well, because he doesn't want an issue to go to appeal. Right?
Yeah.
He wants to have the case tried and solved. And if the guy is found guilty, he doesn't want to have all of these arguments from the defendant. The lawyer didn't file for this, and it becomes a poop show. Look, I didn't even swear, Dago.
You're good, sir. Either way, if you did it, doesn't matter. But yes, you did it. You pulled it off. And Tomboy, yes, I do believe so. All right, hold on here, you guys. Let's see.
Evidence and theory. Welcome back to the Indie Zone podcast. My name is Kathy. It appears that there may be an agreement of sorts regarding one of the issues that have been debated between the parties in the in limine filings, and this has to do with the defendant's alternative perpetrator evidence and theory. Please look at the state's reply to defendant's objections to state's motion in limine regarding alternative perpetrator evidence. This is dated March 21st, 2025. It was just released yesterday, the 24th of March. And basically what the state was seeking in this in limine motion was to, in my opinion, try to keep out junk evidence by not having wild theories or presumptions come into the case without satisfying the rules of evidence. The defense came back and said that it had not just one, but many alternative perpetrators.
That's a big, big statement. We talked about this the other day. Annie pulled this up and showed us it was in the one document we were reading over. Many, Mr. Koberger plans to show, in layman's terms, not theirs, but mine, many other possible perpetrators in this case. That's interesting to me. Okay. And that's not only. Go ahead.
I think there was a reference to perpetrators that have a direct connection to the victims.
Yes.
In their lifestyle, right? So.
Yes, and there's many other people that I mean, guys, this only makes sense to me. Okay, many other people that have surrounded the home, the victims themselves, that very well are possible perpetrators beyond the level that Koberger could be. Okay, whether it be based on DNA, whether it be based on the fact that they just exist. Okay, and they have been around these people. Looking at all of those people as compared to the one person that doesn't even know these people, that has zero connection to the victims, it makes sense. That's all I'm saying, is it just makes sense. And I can't wait to see and hear that. Okay. I want to know why you believe that these people could be. I'll just put it that way. Didn't the footnote on the defense's motion reference the IGG? Absolutely. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. You know, you can talk, Tomboy. You're up here with us. But yes, it did. You're right. Let me see. Hold on here. All right. On we go. Sorry.
And evidence thereof, and that the defense intended to comply with all of the rules of evidence. And so here we see the state coming back. Let's read what they have to say here. Although the defendant purports to, quote, object to the state's motion and ask the court to, quote, deny the same, in truth, the defendant appears to substantially concur with the legal standards articulated by the state in support of the instant motion.
I have to say something because you guys know if I don't, I forget my thought. This statement right here, this is interesting to me in a thought that I just had. One man did not keep these kids from escaping that house. Let me say something real quick here. Okay, let's say that wherever the perpetrator was in the house, whatever set of victims that he was attacking at one time, I want to say that if Dylan heard this and Bethany heard this, that the other set of victims possibly heard this as well. If this was one person, in my opinion, of course, why would the other set of victims, that the opposing set of victims that aren't being attacked at that moment, not leave the house or run out of the home to try to get help in some sense, unless they were being held, which can lead to the belief that there was more than one perpetrator in the house holding the situation together, in my opinion, of course. It's just another thought that I'm thinking that it's very grandly possible that there was more than one person involved to keep the situation at hand under control, per se.
I don't know. That's possible, Dago, but I think Bethany tells us somebody came downstairs, went upstairs, and then downstairs again.
There was somebody, I think it was Dylan, I thought, but okay, either way.
Yeah, I get them confused. It was
okay. I do it too. That I think it was, I believe it was Kaylee ran up and down the stairs a couple times, is what was stated at some point. So yeah. Now, is that provable? I don't know. What does that even mean? But it still tells me something's not right. It doesn't go into what the PCA says.
Right.
From what we're told by the PCA and what we've been told from the beginning, that every one of these victims was sound asleep in that home. We know that's not true. And that the two other roommates didn't hear a thing. We know that's not true. What do you believe anymore, Sarge? Okay.
Well, I've been fair. I said through the whole time that whatever's written is the only fact that we can depend on. And to start to guess what may or may not have happened or what this person saw or didn't see need not be guessed, because there's the data in the PCA, right? Then as they started adding more documents, and then they waited almost 2.5 years to show us a completely different side of what Dylan actually did that night, right?
Yep.
But until they did that, whatever was given to us is the only fact that you can actually use to analyze what you're looking at. And nobody can disagree in saying that it made no sense what they say she did. The frozen shock face, the locking herself in her room, the staying in her room until the next. None of that makes sense. And now we know why it doesn't make sense, because it didn't make sense, right?
Right,
so
right.
Now you have to take the new facts that you're given. And you pointed out earlier that there's a 3-hour skip in what they've released. What are they holding back from us from 4:30 a.m.? 4:37 a.m. is the last phone usage of these two survivors.
Right.
7:30 a.m. when they pick up their phones again. I can't imagine that 3 hours is an empty span of time, and I highly suspect that that's where the exculpatory evidence is going to be found.
I have to agree, because I'm going to tell you they were not sleeping, considering everything that had gone on.
And we don't know that they weren't, but we could. I mean, it's just everything else. They always put things in a way to make their case, the context around their case, to reinforce the context they want you to view it through.
Right.
If we were on a jury, they would throw us off, because we want to see factual pieces of data. They don't want jurors like that.
Of course. Welcome, Joey. I agree. The serial number thing, Steve, I don't know. That would be a good way to differentiate that. I agree with you, but I don't know. Moonlit says exactly. They weren't charging their phones at the same time, in my opinion. I don't believe so either.
The original charging phone anyway.
Right. That's true. The original time of the crime is missing from the texts. That's a good point, Gaia. That's a good point. I think that too. And I still think that there's issues now with the timeline. If we remember in the very beginning, the timeline was between 3 and 4 a.m., not 4 and 4 whatever. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at the text messages and go back to the original timeline, that's interesting.
And let me just say that the timeline that they established is their timeline, not the girls.
Right. That's
Because when
absolutely
they released all of this data, we realized that they're coming to these conclusions based on phone usage. That, you know, they don't know that what they're talking about wasn't still in progress, and it started at 3:30.
right. That's absolutely true. That is absolutely true.
And it seems like it may have started earlier. And some of the, like, they claim Bethany looked out 3 times. Where is that in Bethany's own words? You've seen the interviews from Bethany, right?
Mm-hmm.
And where does she say that she looked out of her room 3 times, that she thought she heard the dog being played with? Where is that
That's
in,
not
in
even
these interviews?
nothing that we've seen. It's only in the PCA. That's the only place that's ever existed. Never in the text messages. Nowhere else that we've seen has that ever been stated again. Where did that even come from?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's mind numbing that the police would make this story out of that. I don't know how they could have came to that story. Now that you see the story based on the facts of the interviews, you further can't make sense of how the PCA made those claims.
Exactly. That's absolutely true, Sarge. I agree with you. Maddie called Bethany at 2:53. Do we know if Bethany answered? No, we don't. That's the thing. We don't know that. We know the call was made. We don't know that there's an answer to it. That's a great statement, Steve. That's a great, actually, and a very interesting thought too. Hold on here. Where did that all just go? Oh, hold on. 4chan said exactly what happened. Even naming names. Not one post talks about this being random. That's very true. Joey says here that the crime happened at 3:33 a.m. I've seen that in more than one place too, Joey. So that's quite interesting to me. Now go back and look at the text messages between the two. Think about it. Okay. That's what, and Tomboy just said too, that she believes that this went down on the original timeline based on the text messages. So why was my biggest question here is, why did they change the timeline? We were told in the PCA that the timeline was based off of Dylan's phone, right or wrong. Well, when we see this, that doesn't relate as far as I'm concerned. That's all I'm saying.
You know, the struggle I think a lot of us have is that it doesn't make sense, and we try to fill it in with what would make sense.
Right.
Instead of paying attention and sticking with what doesn't make sense and accepting that as a fact.
That's it right
It's
there.
hard for people to understand how you need to do that when you're trying to analyze stuff.
100%.
And then later, as time goes on, your fact is that you've been relying on might completely change or be confirmed.
Yep.
But until either of those actions happen, you have to accept the fact.
Right. And Mikey and Gaia both just said, Sarge, and I know that you'll agree with this too, that the timeline change goes backwards or is flipped over so that it fits into to fit the Elantra. To fit that Elantra and to fit BK's driving time per se.
But actually, you know, let's take Dylan's statement about 4 a.m. Well, we know she was awake at 3:51 a.m. adding somebody to her phone.
Mm-hmm.
So the question needs to be, before or after the addition of a new contact, did you start hearing these noises? So that's a question the policeman should have asked her in an interview.
Yeah.
And it doesn't appear as if it were asked. The only interview question that really piqued my interest, and I think that the cop that asked it was questioning her veracity.
Yeah.
My cousin Vinny.
Yeah.
When he asked her about, well, did you see his eyes? No. Did you see his eyebrows? And I think that question was said because he and other officers all knew what pictures were on her wall.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when she said, yeah, he had a bushy eyebrows. I really think he was fishing out of curiosity as to her involvement, her knowledge, or her deceit. That type of a question would be that.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yes.
I found that one of the best questions in the interviews when it came to the description of the perpetrator.
I agree. I do agree. And local last thing is, they have all the facts, and what they are saying does not make sense considering the facts that we know now. That's very true. Also, Rhode Island housewife, welcome, by the way, to all of you that I haven't said hello to, says it was mentioned in a post very early on that the white Elantra was a red herring. And yeah, Sarge has been saying that from long time ago. They changed the timeline because of the Banfield. Now, see, there we go, guys. This is what got me on this. We all remember the Banfield video where they're all standing out there. The other 2 officers stopped the kids, blah, blah, blah. whatever. Okay, that's the timeline. That's the timeline. If you look at the time on those body cams, that's the time.
What time are they? What are the body cams showing?
Jesus, Sarge, I have to pull it up. I can pull it up real quick because it's right. It's available. I have it in my background, but I'm just saying it's right on that time point. So I will pull that up too. Because way back when we looked at this and I went over that video, I don't know how many times. I think we all did, and it fits right into that spot. And there's things that people are pointing out in this video that don't make sense.
Then the kids that they had questioning at the band field couldn't have been involved.
Well, right? That's the point. They're standing there with the police at that time, right? So, hold on. The 911 at 3:01. Remember that they tried to say that was, yes, I remember, local. I do.
Aurora, I wouldn't watch Pavs if you paid me, because I don't think it's up to us. He's had so many people that he's conclusively determined were the perpetrators. That when do people as users realize that this guy is he's just there for the clicks, and that's fine if you're all right with that. But he had 3 people that were in on it, and he's got cops that are in on it. And that's really why I think true crime gets such a bad name, or at least the like that Paramount Pictures is trying to make fun of the people out here, and that you're not going to solve this case on your computer or with a cell phone. So don't even try. Don't ask who did it, because that's not the question in front of us. The question is Brian Koberger the perpetrator of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt? Who did it? We may never know. And in fact, it may in fact be Brian Koberger. We just got to keep looking to see if anything beyond a reasonable doubt presents him as the perpetrator.
Absolutely.
And I've yet to see any discovery that's conclusive. It's all about the context of it.
There hasn't been.
Trying to sell a context.
Yes, sir. There has not been at all. Hold on here a minute. 1 second.
Right. See, that's a good point that She Devil just made. If Bethany's statements and everything else can be found to be just untrustworthy, then based on the fact that it's wholly in part them and their argument about an outside vehicle being involved, and that argument lays flat on the fact that Koberger's car could not have been involved at the time that it was searched. It was conclusively determined not to contain any connection between the victims in his vehicle, in his home, his apartment, his place.
I'll be right back. Keep going. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'll be right back too, Tomboy. It's yours. Well, no, I missed that call. Yeah, I don't know. I think if you look for reasonable doubt and understand that Koberger's under no obligation to show his innocence, that you then have to take the evidence given to them and show, like when I look at the images of the car, the back bumper of the car is shown, no license plate is shown, but there does not show a marker in the white part of the bumper. And a marker light is from 14 forward, I think from 14 to 19. And when you look at the images that they used as the identificating issues or items of the car, nothing gives you the indication that it's a 14 forward. That rear bumper is everything in the identification of that car. Now, I will say that the front shot is indeterminate as to whether it's 11 to 13 or a 14 to 16. That fog light shape is so blurred that you can't determine what it is, but you can almost see it as being a 14 to 16 on the front bumper. And when you have a clearer image of the rear bumper and no marker light, okay, that is very, very, that tells me that they're showing you 2 different cars. I don't know why they couldn't pick a marker light up on that back bumper. That photo is not clear, but it's the clearest photo of all of the ones that they presented to us. And they say it's consistent with suspect vehicle 1. However, lacking that marker light in the white of the bumper by the outside corners, that there is not one there. I suspect that's why the FBI agent originally deduced that to be an 11 to 13. even the pictures they present, you saw, I put that up on screen before.
Yeah. Yeah. It makes sense.
It's just mind numbing that you would expect to see something on an infrared camera. It's going to catch red color, right? Those taillights are shining red. There's no ambiguity to that. The headlights are shining white. So why isn't the rear corner of that bumper indicating marker light?
That's good. That's right. That's a good point. And you showed me that more than once. So yes.
Yeah,
She's the devil woman said, except one has fog lights and the other one doesn't.
No, both vehicles have the cutouts for the fog lights in the front. Both 11 to 13 and 14 to 16. They're different shaped, but they both have it. I do see what could be argued as a marker light on that rear corner, but it must be an artifact because it's at an angle. It's not consistent with the other lines on the vehicle. And when you look at the example vehicle and look at the marker light, they're not angled at all. They're straight across at the corners.
Well, Jeff even said that there was, in the video he did, that there was artifacts on there. So that would make sense. It does.
Yeah, no, and I blow it up. And I really looked hard because these are factual data that's being entered. And when you look even as hard as you cannot find a marker light on that back bumper. And what could be mistaken for a marker light, when you scroll over the page to look at what a 14 has as a marker light, it's not what you're seeing in the image.
Right.
So it's not a marker light. Do you follow me?
Yes, sir.
And so that car, I suspect if the FBI testifies, he's going to say that that's the image where he concluded 11 to 13.
Yeah, that could be. I agree. Housewife exculpatory evidence will be brought to light through the defense's cross-examination of the state's witness. I can agree with that. Oh, okay. Hold on, Tomboy. 1 second. Let me see something here. Hold on, Molly. I got you there. And oh yeah, okay.
So what time is this?
This starts. This is when this. I think this is when this starts, or maybe. Yeah. Hold on. All right, Molly and Tomboy both. Thank you. This is that. If you look at the body cam stamp here, November 13th to 22 at 2:59:29 a.m.
Yeah, okay, so it's 3 a.m. That doesn't exclude these people as potential suspects because it's an hour before the stated crime time.
Yeah. So, and if we go through this, let me speed this up too because I just want to see the time, the timestamp through this whole thing. 1 moment here.
Guys all had to drink tonight? Couple beers. Yeah. Hard liquor or anything? No, in general.
Now, real quick, there's a couple things I'm gonna stop through this real fast. You can clearly, there's a okay. So we have this vehicle here first, okay? This is a Ford, mind you. I believe.
Do we know what year they were using?
Say again.
Do we know what year they were using for a Focus at that point?
I don't know. I don't. But that's a Focus. That's a Ford Focus right there. That vehicle there, and that's not white either. That's silver. Okay. Or gray, whatever the hell, light gray, silver, whatever the hell that is. And there is another vehicle. Hold on. We don't need to hear all this stuff. I'm just going to let it play. If you watch this road, guys, there's cars driving around, okay? There's a truck. There's another car, a couple other cars. All this stuff happening. I can't remember because it's been so long exactly how many vehicles went through this. And this again,
Dan, its marker lights are down below the bumper itself, and they're into the air
yeah, they're down. You talking about the front or the rear?
No, in the back. When you look at the back of a Focus,
yeah,
it might be noticeable in that picture because they're all on the outside corners. And I'm going through many years and different variations of the car, but they're all in. They're mainly down below where the colored bumper is, and they're
down here.
Yeah, they're down low.
Right. That's the car that looks white exactly, Devil Woman. Exactly.
And I'd like to see the front headlight configuration if you could back up to that.
I can try.
And the reason I say that is it disturbs me. I'd love to know what year that car is. What disturbs me is the image that they're showing you in that other document shows a headlight that extends over to the top of the wheel well. It
Mhm.
almost looks like it's got a curve to it, where the Elantra light does not have that curve, folks. So when you
Right.
look, and I got it right here, I couldn't, for whatever reason, I wasn't able to. You can't take pictures off a PDF for some reason. I don't know why.
I don't either.
I'll explain what I mean. When you look at the headlight on the Elantra, and you go to
Mhm.
buy a headlight on Elantra, this one on their images in this file, I'll rotate it and maybe I can present it. If you look at the images in this file, and then you look at the image of the car that's parked out in the street and your video,
Mhm.
the images of these two look reminiscent. They look to be the same.
Yeah.
And Elantra's headlight is, it swoops over to the top of the fender. Right? I need to, if I present this, maybe you'll see. Can I try to present this?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Leslie, I haven't said your name, hon.
All right, share.
Did I say Leslie's name at all? Anybody?
I don't know.
I haven't said Leslie at all, like since way before.
I don't know if it's presenting. That's what irritates me with how this sometimes work. StreamYard.
You want me to throw this up here?
Can you?
Yeah, hold on. Let me pull this one down.
But before you pull it down, look at that headlight and how it's got the bottom of it curves around and goes up and then back. Do you follow me?
This one, the front headlight, yeah.
Yeah,
of
if
course.
you could, is there a way you could blow that video up or get it bigger so we can get a better look at that front fender? Because you have the same shot in the video for the Elantra.
Right.
And
I don't know that I can, Sarge, sadly, because of the way it is.
Okay, if you can't, you can't. But
Maybe. Hold on. Let me see something.
all right, no, go, okay, my picture is there finally. Okay, so look at the front nose of the car. Oh, see if you can blow it up there. But if you look at the front nose, that headlight looks like it goes down lower than the part that carries out the back, that goes back towards the door.
Yeah.
Pull up my image and you'll see what I'm referring to.
Okay, hold on.
Pull that image up and you'll see. You see how the headlight, the top picture, how there's it looks like we'll call it a rectangle with a piece at the top shooting down the fender. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
An Elantra really isn't that way. It's not that the part that goes down the fender is not denoted differently from the main headlight. In other words, if you look at the car next to it that they're giving as an example,
Right.
that headlight is one smooth transition. It's
Yes.
like an oblong, an oval that's extended out to a point. This one is not that way in the white image they're showing. Now, when you look at the police car in that
Right.
video, its
Right.
headlight appears more reminiscent. of the
Agreed.
same,
Agreed.
right? Now, I'm just, it doesn't matter, folks. I'm not saying that was the police car in this image they gave us for make model chart number 3. But you could see even in their image chart that the headlight on the silver car they're showing you and the white car in the image are not matching.
Here, Sarge. Molly did what she does. Here we go.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me show this here real fast.
Sure.
It's kind of blurry, but you can still see the shapes. So
Okay. See if the shape is similar. Yeah, that may be more similar.
that's blown up, way blown up. So it kind of is, in my opinion. I
Yeah.
agree with you.
And the other car is moving, so it would exaggerate it.
Yeah, of course it's gonna pull it.
Right.
Right.
Now look at the rear corner taillight. It comes around the side of the car. What about the image that I gave you? Is there an indication that the taillight, again, we're never going to know. And like everybody keeps saying, and I agree, it is a red herring. There's no indication. At least we can say it's safe to almost say that Kohlberger's car wasn't involved because it's been searched.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah, you see how his taillight, I think that car is more reminiscent in profile than the Elantra. And I wonder what
Hey, 300. And I'm gonna say this too, guys. If these are patrol officers patrolling the campus that night or the areas, driving around looking for, whatever, doing their job, we're gonna see this car driving in circles in different areas and different places, possibly. That right there to me is kind of interesting. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but then the front shot really isn't. It may be. You probably could construe it to be
We
that.
also have this picture too, though, Sarge. that you brought up the other night, actually.
I'm going to take this one down and close it.
Hang on to it because we might be able to pull it back up and use it again. But there's this one now too. Okay, now this bugs me. It's not that easy to see. It's kind of pixelated and blurry.
Looks like there's a sunroof in that car.
It does right here.
Yeah, it does. I'm not denying that.
That's what I see. But
I think they caught multiple vehicles. And then how about the one that they show driving away?
mm-hmm.
That disturbs me immensely, more than any of the other issues. Let's agree that it's an Elantra. I don't have an objection to that. But I'm going to rotate this and I'll represent it. Rotate view clockwise. And I'm going to bring up.
Now this timestamp's 3:56 a.m.
So I'll give you this. I'll present this, see how it works again this time.
Or the timestamp on the car is 2:57. Okay. The other one. Thank you, Tomboy. Is that what you were saying? Yeah.
Why is the image in the second the departing image a black car? I don't know how that can be explained away. The deck is gray, the pumpkins are orange, and they're showing white and gray. Why is the car leaving the scene look black?
Because it's a darker car, in my opinion.
Right. There's no other. I don't know. Can you see it?
If it was a shadow, I would think it would be parts of the car would be darker, but the whole thing looking that way has got to be, in my opinion, a darker car.
Are you able to see the image I gave you? Or...
Yeah, hold on. Let me move this one. Or no, you throw it backstage again, Sarge. Present it again. I'm sorry. Here we go. Okay.
What do you see there?
Point out which one you're pointing at again and make it a little bit.
It says departing. So it's the bottom.
Right here, yeah.
The bottom right image is the car is black.
That
makes no sense, man. The deck is clearly gray. We know that. The pumpkins are orange.
Can you blow this up anymore? Like just make it full screen maybe, or hold on.
I don't know.
All right, there's that. I just did that. Whoops.
Yeah, I got it. For some reason, StreamYard gives me a hard time sharing this stuff.
No, it's okay. You did all right. That was good enough right there. You don't have to do anymore.
Yeah,
you were right.
I just shut it down. But all right, so there's reasonable doubt that their video images are representative of Mr. Kohlberger because it just don't work like that. I don't accept that departing image where they say third brake light. I don't see the third brake light, and it should be clearly red.
Yeah,
and in addition, the car itself is black. So
that's true too.
What's their explanation of that? Maybe there's a reasonable explanation, folks, and I'll accept, a fact-based explanation, but that's just weird, man.
I agree with you. Now, at the same time, what Housewife just said is good too, unless they're not putting them out there, whatever. Why? But where are all the videos for the DoorDash and the private driver? That's a good point. They have video for all this other stuff. Where are those at? I'd like to see them myself.
Not only their videos, but the timestamps of them.
The timestamp. That's why I want to see those videos. I want to see the timestamp on those and show me those cars. That's what I want to see. I want to see Eric Gower dropping these girls off at 1:56 a.m. What he's driving. See that timestamp mainly. And I want to see the DoorDash dropping off the food and the timestamp and what he's driving or she's driving, whatever it is. I want to see that. And I'm going to tell you right now, I still very strongly believe there were two white vehicles per se, maybe two Hyundais too, that are almost identical, or maybe they are the same car driving around the same time of night within this same area. That's something I feel strongly about. And I want to see the other.
Listen, these are the issues the jury are going to have to wrestle with, but the state's going to have to present those images as conclusively belonging to Brian Kohlberger.
Mm-hmm.
That's why these trials by circumstantial evidence are so dangerous. And factually, the biggest danger for the defendant is that too many of us just accept the context under which that you're going to look at a photo that's Brian Kohlberger's car. Now you look at a photo and he drives that kind of car and you accept their context and you don't question it. And that's dangerous.
It is. It is. Look at the silver Elantra near the GM fig lights. Look at the number. Now look at the middle photo. Two completely different cars. I couldn't type. It's okay.
Yeah, we'll see how she plays this in court. But all of that is relevant to the identification. And in the end, when you can get the police to say they're already saying similar, and I don't know. I don't know if I want a doctor similar to the one that's supposed to do the surgery. I like the guy that I hired. You know what I mean?
Amen.
I don't want, right?
Hold on one.
Yeah, it's right. The DoorDash may in fact be a white sedan. Somebody's asking you to check Discord there, Data. Or I mean not Data. Dago.
1 second, sorry.
Sure, I'm in no hurry. Get out of here in a little bit. Scramble me up some eggs or something. I don't know. Oh. I'll be right back myself.
All right, you guys, I'm sorry. That was my wife. So Molly just sent me dropped all three of these photos in here, okay? Hold on a minute here. Something is off here. Let me come back up here to this. 420 and 47. This car is sitting here. Hold on. I don't know. I might be not seeing this right. This is pulled all the way up. Somebody help me here with this and tell me if I'm seeing this right, because my eyes ain't the best. But this car is pulled up right up by the porch to the house next door, right or wrong. Are you guys still here? Maybe, maybe not. Okay. Where's the light coming from behind the car? This is what I was getting ready to ask you guys. That's what I wanted to see. So if this car's pulled up this close to this porch here, right? You see this back here? That to me looks like headlights. Okay. Where are they coming from? Are they coming from this direction?
I'm right here.
Or are they pointing towards the road?
No, you're seeing the rear of a vehicle there, I believe. And the headlights casting forward are what make me come to that idea. There, and they also, the picture says departing, and they point out some third brake light somewhere. I don't know what they're pointing at, but the car is not, it's dark, it's black, it's not in shade. It's
Jeff just said this arrow is pointing at the rear brake light right here.
Where? With your mouse, where?
Right there.
All right.
See that arrow, that red arrow starts coming down?
The only car in the world with a low deck, but the car looks black to me. There's no indication that's a white car. Am I going blind? Does it look white?
I can't even see that.
Now I'm looking at it from a different angle. It might show white, but it looks like a black car to me, and I could be completely wrong.
Here's my problem with this though. Follow my cursor. This is and tell me if I'm wrong. This is the car here, right? This is the rear window on the passenger side. I'm guessing, right? What my cursor is on is the rear window on the passenger side of the car. Is that right or wrong?
The driver's side is facing you. That's the driver's side facing us.
Okay.
That car is stated to be departing, but look, everything looks white except for the vehicles in that. Like there's a white car across the street, way up at the end of the road.
Yeah, right here.
The car departing to me. Maybe it's me. I don't see a white car. I see a black car. That's going to fuck the jury up. What do you think?
I mean, it looks lighter to me, but I guess. Hold on a minute, because
I got a horrible picture. I mean, good God.
It is. I have two more. Something else is bothering me though. This car right here, we're saying is leaving the parking lot, right?
No, leaving the crime. So whatever that means.
Okay. Well, this is the house right next door to the house that this happened in.
Right.
This is the parking area. There should be cars up here to the right, parked up in front of the house. That's my thought. What the hell is this over here that looks like headlights sitting now next to up next to the porch?
Looks like an SUV. But then again, it doesn't look like an SUV. It's a car.
These headlights are on. Do you see this, Sarge?
Yeah.
So there's a car sitting right here pointing at the neighbor's house, right in front of it, next to the porch. There's a car over here leaving.
Right.
At 4:20. There's two vehicles out here. And both of them are on.
How many people in the chat room think you're seeing a black car leaving? Number one. How many of you are, you clearly see a white car? Number two. We know there's two cars, but the one with the red arrow above it, do you guys view that as white or black?
Well, what I'm looking at, Sarge, this looks like windows. That's darker, of course.
Right.
This down here looks to be the car itself. It does look lighter to me. It has a grayer tint. It's got a gray tint to it per se, but it's not. It's not white. I don't think.
No, it doesn't look like a 4-door sedan, nor does it look white.
Now let me pull this other photo that comes up right after this one. Hold on.
Maybe that'll clarify it.
All right, let's start with this one then. Let's go with this one again real quick, and I'm going to go through this.
That's a white car.
That's the white car coming in. That's white. Okay.
That probably is an Elantra. We can accept that, right?
Yeah.
Looks like it might have a sunroof, but we don't know.
Okay, bye.
Huh?
I gotta go.
Oh, well, okay. Sorry. I will see you.
I'll be on my phone, but I'll be back.
Okay. I see you, Kelly. Kelly said it looks black to her too. So, and so does Ro. Okay. And Jeff says, I believe this could be a way to lunch or leaving. Okay, Jeff. Now, hold on. Let me get back to these other pictures and come down from here. This is the first one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hold on.
That's the last one.
All right. So there we have this car right here with the arrow above it is supposedly leaving, headlights pointing forward. I see it. We also have what looks like lights here. I can't tell, but it's weird.
Yeah, there's a light. Two cars are passing one another.
Mm-hmm. That's what it looks like to me, of course. Yeah. Okay. And there's also the little car down here, black one. And
There's a pickup truck right in front of the deck.
here, yeah, okay.
Yep. And at the end of the road, there's a white car parked in a driveway.
And then there's one to the right.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep,
Okay.
there's one there.
All right. Now moving on to the next picture. We also have this next picture. Okay. Now this.
Yeah, look at those rims. They don't look anything like a Hyundai.
Let me shrink this
The
down.
whole
a little.
shape of that car doesn't look consistent with a Hyundai. And
Right.
look at how the wheel looks. I mean, that picture is horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Look at if supermodels got images like that taken from them, everybody would call them ugly.
Right. Right.
I mean, if that's a
So
supermodel, I'm one too.
It's so weird to me the way this looks. Then we have this next picture. All right. And Molly took and drew this out with this pen here. Okay. I don't know exact. Wait, what does it say on it? Hold on. I can't. I know this didn't, but it looked to me like this car was not going the direction they said it was. That's what I thought. But okay. And again,
Looks to me like it's departing. It definitely looks like it's departing. Look at the lights projecting out in front of it, hitting the grass and shooting
all
down
of
the
that
road.
there. It's hitting the car across the street. Yeah.
Yeah, that's leaving. I don't disagree with that. I just think the car looks black to me, especially now with the red outline.
Right.
And
then
the window painting, look at the painting of the windows is consistent with many year make model cars. Now this car looks, it might be white with black windows.
right.
It's a very bad image. It still looks like a black car to me. I'm sorry.
And this one here, if we're to believe this, is going out of the driveway, facing the road, right
It's
here.
backing into the road and pulling away. Look at the way the wheel is canted towards the parking lot. It's almost like it did a U-turn here, or it backed up and the wheel's got to be now turned straight. Look at how that rim is facing the camera.
Mm-hmm.
That rim can only face the camera if the wheel is turned. How could that be a car speeding away running away at high speed at 4:20 in the morning? It's
Right.
caught going from reverse to drive, and now they're gonna have to pull forward.
Right. I still can't get past this down here though, but it looks like headlights to me.
Well, that's because there's little or no traffic in the area at that time of night. Don't worry about that one. That's what the cops keep telling us. Little or no traffic at that time of the morning. Well, there's two cars. What do you mean?
Yeah. Well, this is what Molly's pointing out with these two vehicles right here.
That
car
rim on that black image does not look like an Elantra rim.
I agree with that, but look at these two vehicles that she put side by side.
Right. Yeah, it's possible it was a patrol car. I mean, here's the one thing you could say for sure. Ain't no way you can positively identify that car departing at 4:20 a.m. to be belonging or of any make model of any car in the fucking world.
Nope.
Anybody that thinks you can identify that car is just smoking something.
Right. That's my opinion too. I don't think I can't identify it.
And I don't want to even know what they're smoking because it ain't good for you.
Yeah, I can agree with that one. Okay. So here, this is a little bit clearer here.
Yeah, and that's the one that I look at the wheel though. Try to explain the front wheel looking at you. The front wheel up by the headlights. No, on the second car. That your mouse is just on it. See that rim? It's pointing at the camera. That car backed out of somewhere and is now going to pull away. That car is not driving in a straight line. You would never see that rim that clearly in profile. See how the back rim isn't shown clearly in profile? Because your back wheels can only be straight.
Yeah.
Compare the two rims, the view you got. That car just backed out of somewhere and is pulling away, is my estimation.
That does make sense. It does.
It's the rim that gives it away. You're seeing the whole tire and rim in profile.
Very good point.
I think they did give these images like Molly Drake just said.
Mm-hmm.
No, you see well, I do see do you see the rims, Dago? You see what I'm saying, right?
The one I can see slightly, yeah. It's
I
hard.
can see the back one and the front one.
This is
the
way this looks to me, it looks almost backwards though, Sarge. That's what's weirding me out. But you can see the headlights reflecting off the house across the street, the car across the street, the other car to the right of it, so on and so forth. So it's pointing forward, and they're illuminating the road and everything. So that's obviously headlights. I see.
Yeah, but look at the area the lights are covering, how it spreads out. That
Oh,
car
yeah.
just backed into that position from what I can see. I'll be right back.
Yes, yeah, and it could, absolutely. And again, 420, agreed. Hang on here. At least 2 launchers on Moscow campus. Right, that's my point. Yeah, it's hard to see the rims, guys. The wheels is very hard. I wish I had a newer way to depixelate this, change the color on it, maybe, or something to be able to show these things clearer, like the edging and the shapes of the vehicle. I mean, I'm sure it's possible, but I think that needs to be done on this to be able to see it clearer. These are very depixelated pictures and very blurry.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's why these images can drive a human being insane. And that's why I was so against Linda Lane, in that their relevance is only what people want you to see. The actual fact finding data that you need to identify the cars is not available.
Yeah, I know, Molly. It's okay, hon. And she said that she thinks that they gave pretty shitty screenshots on purpose, and that does make sense. In my opinion, I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with Alicia J. It's
Once we started messing with images, it becomes nothing. Too many things can happen to change. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I agree.
and the jury's going to have a hard time accepting that as the vehicle that departed at 4:20 a.m.
Oh, they're gonna. This is. I don't care what anybody says. You can put this up in any way you want, unless they have a different version of this, which they may. You cannot say that's an Elantra. You can't. That looks like it could be 15 different types of cars to me. Literally. And
and that one, I guarantee some of the jury's going to make the same argument I'm making. It's black, and a careful look at the tires. That rim that's facing us shouldn't be facing us on a car driving straight away from us. It should be turning.
many people could. Yeah, I agree with you. Gray or silver car, possibly. Why don't they show images of the other places the car was seen on camera? That's thank you. That's
How
what.
about where they catch headlights? I mean, how do you identify any vehicle from headlights?
Right. We had markings of this different. Well, we looked at that the other night. 1 second, you guys. Against my wife.
Yeah, I know. Some people are saying it isn't black, but from what I'm viewing here, I see a black sedan there, 12 gauge. When you compare it to all the other images that they put in that document, 12 gauge, that image is not white. All the other ones, there's no argument that it's a white sedan. I won't even argue that it's an Elantra. That one there is that this image here is just too chaotic. No. You need a picture that shows Brian Koberger's car with some unique identifying feature, a dent, a bumper sticker, a university parking lot sticker. It's just not clear. So I don't know what how a jury's going to digest this stuff. Yeah, I mean, Yvonne, that can be true. Nobody can determine what color that car is, but the railing that's gray is white. The pumpkins that are orange are white. The car at the end of the street is clearly white as can be. And the car with the headlight below the deck appears to be white. But the car that they're pointing out, there's no way that can be identified as a white car. I don't care who looks at that image. Right? I mean, folks, look at the headlight that you can see through the deck. The car that headlight's attached to looks white. The deck railing looks white. The headlights on the car departing look white. But the car itself just doesn't look white. Some jurors going to get hung up on that, whether it's because they got bad vision or not. I just don't see anybody accepting that as a white car, man.
Sorry, you guys. Sorry to keep doing this. My wife is stuck in a bit of a predicament I was trying to handle for her.
Some say it's not even a car. No, I believe it's a car, but I'm going to also say this. To me, it's a dark colored two-door sedan. Unless I'm looking at the mirror. Maybe that's what I'm seeing. Now that as I look closer, I'm seeing a mirror. Or something off the back of a car. It's so hard to look how small that is. Look. That's just a crazy image there, Dago. What the hell are we looking at?
I know. That's what I've been struggling with these photos. That's a little too big, I think, but I still don't understand
Now
this.
it looks clearly driving in a straight line. Now that mirror, now that I see there's a mirror, or there's something on the back of the car. So, oh, yeah, it could be the pumpkin that wasn't being, my eyes were allowing it to shift. But I still don't see a white car. So.
Okay, hold on. 12 gauge just said show the other one. Which one, 12 gauge? Welcome, by the way. Entering the neighborhood.
The one you showed before this. Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, that car entering the neighborhood is a white sedan. There's no doubt about it. Could even be a white Elantra or Elantra. I wouldn't.
Hold on, that's a video. Videos. Oh, Molly's saying that this looks to her like it could be the same vehicle that we saw in the Linda Lane dumpster video. And honest to God, I can't say she's not right. And I'll go back to that one, but let me get back to this one first. Which one do we have?
Well, the car right in front of the deck is white. The one with the headlight.
You talking about this one, 12 gauge?
No, there is no shot of a license plate that we're aware of.
Yes. Okay. All right. There's that one. I'm going to show something else here in a minute. A video Molly put together. And I want you guys your true opinion on this too, because I just saw this video and I went, wait a minute, hold on. But give me a minute. Give me 1 minute. Hey, Mark and Betty, welcome. Cheers. Good to have you.
I don't know about process of elimination. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you identify that to any person in the continental United States. No, they caught other cars coming from that area, 12 gauge. They've shown them on these images. There's another car in these images heading the opposite way to the car departing. Yeah. Yeah, the image that was just on the screen showed a vehicle that was driving towards the deck. And then it showed what I keep saying looks black to me. It showed that car driving away.
Okay, this is bugging the hell out of me. I have to show you
these
this.
cars passing each other. What time is this? 3:56. They're not the same timestamp, so they can't.
This is the video she made or put together, but this bugs the hell out of me, you guys. Now that I'm seeing this, hold on, and I just want your honest opinions. If I'm crazy, I'm crazy. I'm okay with that.
I hate getting
I know it's okay. It doesn't matter what it's
from.
It shows something that I just wasn't even thinking about before now. Again, this is what video Molly put together. Probably way back when we were covering all this Linda Lane stuff. Okay. Do you see the windows, Sarge?
Yep.
We can't really see the clear vehicle side of this, but
the third brake light at the window,
the vehicle in the driveway per se. But look at this one.
All right. Yeah.
Is there audio in this moment? Yeah. Okay. We don't really need the audio, but
yeah, and you could see that car has a sunroof.
Mm-hmm.
And it appears to have Oh, that's a sign. All right, so where's this going? Let it roll. Where does it take us?
Well, this is the car that comes down around Linda Lane, hits down by the dumpster, and then off it goes.
Okay.
I mean, this right here is what bothers me. Okay, and even the headlight, and per se the tail light.
Yeah.
It just has a very close resemblance, in my opinion, to what we could be seeing in that driveway.
Did that crazy get a clue or anybody like him identify the make model of that vehicle?
We did this a long time ago, and I matched it up. I overlaid this with many cars 2 years ago. And the closest thing I could find to this, if I'm wrong, correct me, somebody that was around for this. Bingo. BMW. That's exactly what I found that to be.
Mm-hmm. Go back to the other image she just shared. Let's see how the headlight looks in profile.
Okay, hold on.
Because that's one unique feature that you can see on the pictures that they gave us.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I think this is an exercise in futility. If you're going to show me that car belongs to Brian Kohlberger, those images don't do it. They show what could be a Hyundai Elantra, and I give credit to the identity of that vehicle. They narrowed it down to that. That's fair.
Sure. Now, this one here, or the one where it's pulling in the driveway?
No, the other one where it's coming, and you see it in side view where you can see the side of the headlight and the side of the car.
Hold on. Do you mean the beginning of it? Okay. One minute. Sorry, I got too many tabs up. Give me a quick second, guys. Bear with me. I'm sorry. Let me get rid of some of these tabs first, so I can pull them all back up.
Well, 12 gauge we do, but that was before we knew there were 7 other DNA samples that were untested for identity. And that was before we knew there was a pair of gloves with blood on it. And if you're going to use transfer DNA on a button snap, and you didn't swab the living shit out of the inside of those gloves for transfer DNA, then I don't even think you're qualified to be a policeman for the people that did this job. That means there's 8 samples that have been unaccounted as far as identity. And we know that Kohlberger's been excluded from the fingernail. He's been excluded from the blood on the sheath. And any of the other blood samples don't, as far as we know, even the police give us that information. So there's the 2 questions. Who are these other people? And why didn't they really run those gloves through a series of tests that would be meaningful? Nobody could argue with transfer DNA found inside of a glove with blood on it outside the sliding door. Kohlberger couldn't argue his way out of that rabbit.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, I couldn't defend myself against that.
Agreed.
And so this is what I mean, 12 gauge. That's the problem for reasonable doubt. They do. The reasonable doubt against Mr. Kohlberger is very high because there isn't a single solitary piece of confirmative that evidence says this is Brian. And it disturbs me in a way that's personal that those gloves were treated the way they were. It's just offensive to me that of all places to collect transfer DNA, you're saying he had a skin cell and a button snap that's most likely made of brass and not even possible to recover versus a pair of gloves with blood on it out by a sliding glass door, and you didn't cut them gloves open. You imagine the amount of transfer DNA in a pair of gloves, Diego, and sweat and everything else that's in there. So
I agree with you. I do agree with you.
Convince me because you don't have all this other evidence that's exculpatory or evidence that can't be questioned. And I'll be happy to go. I like to see the right person convicted, basically.
Mm-hmm. And yes, this is the BMW, Yvonne.
That is. What were you going to show on this? The headlight on the side.
Yep.
Yeah, you really can't see it, but it almost looks like a teardrop, right? On the side, going down the fender. So it bulges in the front and it narrows out down the fender, where an Elantra is a clean, elongated, like a triangle, elongation of a triangle, not even a triangle, right? But yeah, that does have, and my quick view, and this is why these images fuck. That's why I left for Linda Lane.
I know.
The whole case, and none of the images that were released to us are part of the case. That's epic, right?
Yep. Oh, wait, but they were found outside. How do they entail any relation to the? Well, they're at the same house, 12 gauge.
Because he exited out the sliding glass door, 12 gauge.
Somebody
does the
could have.
footprint. Wait. He showed a footprint, a work boot footprint that they put identification cards next to. How does that connect to the crime? Well, it's that word they call. It's not even a hard word. It's called investigate. Okay. But the bottom line is you find gloves with blood on them outside of the sliding glass door, and then the boot print that you were so observant to find. You need to run those leads to ground. You need to exclude those gloves, not just say, how do you know they're connected to the crime? You can't ask people questions like that 12 gauge. It's not a fair question. Because
I
the
gotta
police
agree.
didn't do their job. We all should know that those gloves are not part of the crime through investigative deduction. Not that's a very bad question you asked. It's just an unqualifying question that's asked that shouldn't be asked by anybody.
Well, I mean, that's just like asking if you were to find a knife laying on the ground in a parking lot outside the house, what that has to do with the crime. I mean,
Right. What if they found a butcher knife out in the yard? Well, that's got nothing to do with it. Just ignore it and not test it. Why? Because you saw a sheath and your sheath blinded you to the idea that could have been a different knife? Come on.
right.
Blood on a handrail going from the first floor to the second floor. Footprint outside Dylan's door. Those two seem relevant after you now found out the girl was drunk and bedazzled. Right? Run that blood stain to its end. Identify the person. And if it costs $35,000 for each time you do an IgG, if I was the parent, I would have paid for that. The cops just needed to ask.
Not if the butcher knife wasn't on the person pretty cut and 12 gauge. That makes no sense.
No.
Okay, hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Now that if somebody went into a house, what I know this is kind of a little off, but if somebody goes into a house and kills 4 people, runs out of the house to get away from the crime scene, and maybe drops the knife, falls out of their pocket or something like that.
He's just doing it to be a smartass.
I mean, I hope. Okay, now you're laughing. I got you. Okay. I was gonna say, I know you know more than that, dude. Come on, we've talked. You know more than that. Anyway.
Well, if a selfie is proof of guilt, what are all the things that these girls were doing on the internet? Why aren't those considered guilt?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Instagram
right.
and the other places that they went to, we don't know that they didn't put images of themselves out there that morning. So if a simple picture of a guy that has motor function issues, right, stands in front of a mirror, somebody made the astute observation that may have been sent to his friend or to his parents to show, look, I got the top button all by myself. Because that's part of the narrative most guilters want to ignore. We now know that Brian Koberger had muscular issues. Dexterity and strength are an issue for Mr. Koberger, and they always have been. That needs to be part of the narrative. The filing that Ann made wasn't to argue he's autistic, and that's why you shouldn't kill him. She went on further to disclose his medical issues. And they were physical issues.
Diagnosed as a young child, mind you. Okay.
Right. Fine motor function, strength are issues he suffers from. And yet he accomplished this crime in 11 minutes or less. I don't know. There just isn't anything convincing.
I just don't believe it. I don't. And again, how do you ignore blood on a handrail at a bloody crime scene? You don't.
You don't ignore blood on the knife sheet. You didn't run that to ground?
Say that again?
The blood on the knife sheet. You didn't identify that blood?
Right. Thank you.
The blood on the glove. You didn't do an IgG on that?
Mm-hmm.
But you could do it off a microscopic skin cell. But a sample of blood that you could see with the human eye must not be enough DNA to test.
Yep.
But something you couldn't see without an electron microscope. That's the key.
Right. Why isn't ESG demanding the other DNA be tested? Why? Well, because they have their guy.
No. Well, yeah.
According to him and them, I mean, that's what they've been told. They have their guy. You don't need to look anywhere else. Sorry. You should want the full truth and nothing but the truth.
Right. And I don't give a shit if he's guilty or innocent. The evidence isn't stacking up to show Koberger's presence. The warrant for arrest, if people forget, did not include DNA. The warrant for arrest included this happy horse shit. You got some drunk, out of her mind woman that don't know what happened, that thinks she was dreaming. That's your witness.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got blurry images that in no way, shape, or form can identify any citizen in the continental United States. That's their proof to get a warrant to arrest a guy without any use of DNA. Let's remember this, folks. The PCA, there was no DNA introduced to identify anybody. That came after.
Right. Exactly, SRB. And if he is proven innocent, the sun will still set or rise.
Right.
And in real life, that happens on YouTube. You have people stuck in place. Amen. That's fact. The problem is, if he is found innocent, who did it? Okay. Now, anyway, back to this car.
Well, no, it's not even a matter of being innocent or being stuck in place. It's a matter of looking at things and seeing what they're telling you. They're not seeing them through what they tell you they say, but looking to see if they say anything at all. And at this point,
Well, the problem is the case is built off of lies. Okay. That's the biggest problem. This is built around a car and one person and lies. That's a problem.
look at somebody said Koberger and Kopacka equals cleanup crew. You know, don't anybody find it suspicious that Kopacka was basically swatted,
Mm-hmm.
and then Brian's arrest was almost a mirror image of what they did to Kopacka, but Brian didn't get killed? Is that a coincidence that they insisted on SWAT teams to be around this guy's house? Here's a guy. I don't even know, man. It's
Why did
just-
they have to use a SWAT team to arrest Koberger?
They placed a camera in his yard on Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, whether he's innocent or guilty, his life is destroyed, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
100%.
that's the sad thing here.
They could have arrested Brian when he was in, excuse me, in Idaho before he went home. They didn't have to do any of what they did. They didn't have to kick the windows and doors in. That
They
was
could have
all.
arrested him on the 2 traffic stops in Indiana.
Yep, because that is now known to be that it was absolutely connected.
Well,
There
whether it
was-
was connected or not, they could have put a bolo out. They didn't even need to be connected.
Well, true, but they
Right,
didn't need
I
to
mean-
do that. They did that to build the propaganda, to drive the narrative. That's exactly why that happened. To make
They
this man,
wanted the drama of him, but
Yep.
I don't know. They see
Same
the
way
guy's
they trans-
father showed up. He's with his father. It's like, yeah, this guy is and that picture too of the pasty white dude with a small thumb.
Mhm.
I was scared when that selfie appeared online. I ran and hid under the bed.
Yep. It's all.
Look, they might have the guy that actually did that, but they're still really weak on getting over reasonable doubt. And
Yeah,
they did
so
it
yeah.
for themselves.
Yeah, critical. Many of people, myself, have looked into FOIAing Kopacka's case, and you can't get into it. It's considered, if it's a closed case, okay, why can't you FOIA it? Why is it still sealed? Explain that.
I'm going to say this. I don't think Brian Koberger is being framed here, folks. I don't buy that at all. Look at all of the people that are convinced he did it. They're
Mhm.
seeing things through the eyes of a narrative that they accept and believe. And so police get that tunnel vision. And so, are they covering up, or there's some big conspiracy about saving the college? Or I don't think that's got anything to do with anything here. I think what you're seeing is how a lot of our police departments operate around the country. This particular state already has a recent case from 2022 or 2020 where they framed a doctor for being the killer of another doctor. They literally framed the guy, and they ignored alternative evidence that would have pointed to the wife. And here you have the exact same circumstances in Brian Koberger's case. That's why we do need to start looking at evidence for what the evidence value says all by itself, outside of anybody else's opinion.
Right.
And ask yourself that question. Does this show that Brian Koberger was involved in the crime?
Right. And listen, I know we're not talking about this right now, but I can't get past this car. Okay. And I watched video of this car coming up and down.
I can't either. I agree. That car may be a relevant vehicle that was traveling that night, but
It was. And you can hear. Here's the thing, and I know you hate Linda Lane, Sarge. I know I do too. But
man,
listen,
I hate them images.
I know. I know it. I know it. I do too. 3 days I spent, and I was so I hate it.
People have spent years on those images and they're nowhere being presented in evidence. How do those
Exactly.
people feel?
Yes, exactly. Welcome, Snooper. Here's my problem, though. We heard this car on that video. Okay. You hear the grumble. This has like a turbo sounding motor to it. It's a soup can.
Right.
The Elantra does not sound that way. When you're
No.
watching the Linda Lane footage, you hear this car in the background somewhere. Okay. And you hear that backing down as it's the gears are backing off, all that kind of shit. Multiple times throughout all of those Linda Lane footages, the videos. You hear this car. That's what this car would sound like. And somebody that buys this car is going to soup it up and make it have even more of a little bit of all that turbo shit and everything. So anyway, an Elantra does not sound this way. You can maybe get it there, but Brian Koberger sure as hell didn't do that to his car. I don't know that anybody else did, but it's not going to have the turbo in it that this car has. This is the car that people are hearing in that video. This is the car that I think is being seen possibly in some senses too. I'm just saying, it's a BMW.
Well, when they say they see headlights, which is consistent with the route of travel, they could be their own police car.
100%.
I mean, it's just, that's what I mean. Look, I don't say Brian Koberger is innocent. All I say is your evidence is only valuable if I accept your explanation. But that is not what a court of law is to determine. Whether the cop's theory is fair and honest and right. It can't be based on a theory. It's got to be based on hard evidence. And, the idea the kid bought a knife, that's not hard evidence of anything.
Jeff, hold on, Sarge. Jeff, my cousin owns an Elantra. It's a 20.
You could change the mufflers on those cars like any
You can put them on there, but they don't come from the factory with that throaty, grumbly sound at all. These cars do. Okay, they're made. It's a turbo. It's a race car. Let me just put it that way. In a lack of better terms, it's a car made for speed. My cousin has an Elantra. Unless you change out the muffler, put on a glass pack or some weird shit like that, so on and so forth, it doesn't sound that way. It just doesn't. It's a luxury vehicle, not luxury, but it's a sedan. Okay, a family vehicle, a 4-door, especially. They don't have that. They don't make that noise. Sorry for all that weird noise, but that right there, that makes that sound. And you hear this in the Linda Lane footage, Jeff. I know you heard it because we've listened to it together. So on and so forth. That car is white. That car has.
Well, the car's a red herring anyway. I mean,
agreed, but still,
they've already cleared the car. The police did their massive bomb behind. They probably stripped naked when they searched this car.
They went through it with everything you can go through. There's nothing in it, and I don't care. Everybody keeps saying, well, he had time to clean it. Bullshit. And miss me with it. There's no way in hell that man got every possible piece of evidence out of that car by cleaning it. I don't believe it. You're not going to make me believe it. Nobody's that good. Nobody, especially after 4 people, you didn't leave a drop of anything, a hair, a piece of skin, something. Bullshit. Because
But there were present at the crime scene samples of DNA that have been ignored.
That is very
and not only were they ignored, but the manner in which they ignore them is an attempt to implicate Brian's connection to them. It does not exclude the defendant. No. That's like saying it could be or it might be, it might not be. That's no way to be fair and honest in a prosecution. If the DNA that you tested doesn't match Brian Koberger, please say so. And if that means spending $35,000 per sample, call me. I'll pay for it if I have to.
Jeff, show me where that light bulb cam confirms an Elantra.
It could be an Elantra. Listen, don't deny that it's an Elantra. That still doesn't say it's Brian Koberger's Elantra.
Well, I'm just saying it can confirm a vehicle that looks like one. I can agree, but yeah, it could be it could be an Elantra, but I don't think it is. I just don't think it is.
That's an image where you could say it might be, it might not be. But where's the other solid evidence placing them in the car or placing them in the home? You've got no image of somebody exiting that vehicle that they say parked and drove away at 4:20 a.m. You don't know if they were getting a blowjob from a prostitute in that back parking lot.
That's possible. Right? Hold on.
Let me address too, because it lasted 17 minutes.
Let me address this real quick. Let me address this because this is absolute idiocracy. Okay. Kate says, DT said Brian had blood in his hair in that selfie. Are you fucking kidding me? Now, this is the stuff that pisses me off.
Wow.
Okay. And this is from a supposed accredited channel. If he really said that, shame on him. That fucking picture, this one, okay, because of the lighting in there, you're going to say he had blood in his hair. Grow the fuck up.
No, she's saying Drunk Turkey said that.
I know.
Oh, yeah,
That's
he's a
bullshit.
twit. Man. He's a twit.
That wasn't at you, Kate. That wasn't
He's
at you
trying
at
to
all.
he's trying to make himself part of the mainstream media. If anybody knows Daniel from Drunk Turkey, if you don't know what he's trying to do with his stream, then you haven't watched him. And I've only known the guy through this case, and he was completely humiliated by the mainstream media. And then later, other streamers got involved with Paramount Pictures to again show how lunatic the people are out here on the YouTube because they want to discredit. Anytime somebody asks a fair question, what piece of evidence exists that places Brian Koberger in that car? And there is none.
There is none. None. That's the problem. That's what.
And I look at if they had a hair follicle from the dog, from a visiting cat that was regularly known to be at the house, right?
Yes.
A hair follicle from a roommate that don't live there but was there the night before.
Yep.
Something in his car.
There has to be anything
that would connect them to the crime scene. All we got is what they claim to have is transfer DNA, microscopic samples of skin cells that they developed. And if it is his DNA, I'm not even going to argue with that. It's still circumstantial. That's why so many images, and that's why you're seeing the police do what they're doing. They understand that my presence of my firearm at a crime scene is not enough to arrest me on murder. It's circumstantial. You now need to show that I was there with that gun and pulled that trigger. That's called the court of law, folks.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not up to me to prove to you I wasn't there. The state and the government must prove my presence and that gun in my hand at that time pulling the trigger. And yet so many people on YouTube don't want to look at that like that's too hard for them to understand or something. I don't get it. My fingerprints at a crime scene and the crime scene where I committed the crime were not enough to indict me. That's how the system's supposed to work, folks.
Amen.
And I don't know, Dago. I would like to see, like, yeah, here's the killer. There's blood in his hair.
You show me where
There's
the
a shower curtain behind him for any of the goofballs that said he wrapped himself in his shower curtain to protect his
it's
car.
right there. But this is
his shower curtain.
And I apologize for my language. This makes me so mad when I do that. Where you show me where the hell there is any kind of blood on this man's hair.
Can I just say? Let me just give you a warning here. User warning. Buyer beware. Propagandists can only exist when we entertain their chaos. And that's why I avoided the Linda Lane. I hope people realize I was pretty right about that, wasn't I?
Oh, yeah, I know why. We talked about it.
And when I'm asking simple questions on evidence for everybody that we're all looking at, this image is indicative of nothing. He looks like a malnourished man that has health issues, which is exactly what we find out is true. He has health issues that connect to his motor skills and his stamina. Nobody knew that for 2.5 years. Look at his hair. Does he got devil horns growing out of the back of his hair? Look at that. He's the devil.
And anybody that has any knowledge of photography, videography, anything like that is going to tell you that this is lighting, pixelization, any of that. This is a shitty photo. Okay, period.
He's got blood in his hair. Daniel's got blood on his brain.
This man's body. Okay, none.
Listen, I concede the DNA belongs to Brian Koberger on that button snap. Let's concede that. Now show me direct evidence to place him there during that time of the crime. That's the job of the prosecution. I don't want evidence that your story, because of that transfer DNA, your story makes sense. I mean, I can make many stories that make sense on how that got there.
Mm-hmm.
And how it doesn't show Brian there. And you'll see when the court hearing comes out, folks. If this judge, I think, is trying to rule as close to the law as possible. And I suspect when the hearings, when the trial starts, a lot of the things you're hearing me question or point out are going to take place in court. There's just no way around it. You have to show Koberger involved in that crime with more than just a DNA sample of transfer DNA. And if that weren't true, folks, then every single sample in that house, you'd have a prison full of people from all them DNA samples. Fair enough?
Yes, I can agree with you on that
If
too.
all it took was your DNA to be present at that scene, they would have ran all them DNAs to the nth degree and got identities and placed all of them people in jail, and they would have called this a crime of a massacre based on 7 different people.
Mm-hmm.
And for people to think he's guilty, to not let these other items that have been found containing blood not matter, you're a propagandist, and you need to just take your head and stick it in the sand. That was nice, Dago. Look at that. I could have said somewhere else.
You could have. Yes, you're very mellow today. I'll give you that much. I give you that much. That why?
Yeah,
Is that?
I don't want to entertain any. I'm going to jump down. I can't even be in the panel with that goofball. I wouldn't talk to him
Oh
if he
my
paid.
gosh, Sargy.
I
I
understand,
had
Sarge.
my
I
I had my
understand.
headphones in the wrong position.
Anyway, I'll talk with you again, Dago. I'll be on tonight. Stop over.
Okay. Yeah, we'll jump
If
over there.
someone wants to post a link to my stream, I'd appreciate it. And
Yeah,
I'm going to
I'll get it in.
scrambled eggs.
We will definitely put the link in. Thank you, Sarge, for your input today. As always, I appreciate you.
I won't be
Thank you
long.
very
I got to
much.
go get my son from work, so you can come back, Sarge, when you're scary Jeff isn't here.
What's up, Jeff? What
Um,
can I do for you, sir?
Hey, do you know a guy named Mark B that's on YouTube? I know other channels have mentioned him. I think I've heard of him, and I've been corresponding with him about the newest Elantra photos.
You need to go to the kitchen. Hold on, Jeff. 1 second.
Sure. Take your time. Take your time.
Sorry, my son was talking to me. Anyway,
No
Mark
worries.
B.
No worries.
I don't recognize it. Sorry.
Like MARCB. He there was another creator that brought up a video that he did about the newest Elantra images.
Oh
I
wait,
don't know if you.
no, I have heard of that. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. I've never watched it or like talked to him or done anything, but I've heard about this guy doing certain videos and stuff. So go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. We've been emailing back and forth talking about this, and I guess his theory was, which makes sense. The if you have the document there that has the newest photos,
Mm-hmm.
the color photo that is just above the black and white photos might be to the left. It's a pretty good photo of the car.
Do you remember which one it was so I can pull it straight up?
Um,
Let me ask you a question, Jeff, since you're on
Yeah.
one side of this real quick and just be real. Don't
I
okay.
always am. Sure.
Looking at this photograph, do you see blood in this man's hair in your opinion?
I was commenting in there. I never heard Daniel say anything like that. I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't jump too far unless you've got a quote that somebody's sharing or the audio of that.
Of course.
I mean, in this case, with people far on this side and far on that side, I mean, I have been thrown under the bus all the way back to T-Rev days because of something he heard somebody say, or somebody said, that Jeff H said something, and then it was like totally wrong, and it was.
Well,
I just hate to see you get pulled into like you're gonna react to something.
Well,
that's hearsay,
understand. Right, and I agree with you. Understand something. That wasn't directed at him or anybody in general. That's directed at anybody, in my opinion, that believes that this man has blood in his hair. That's what I was saying. I wasn't saying that directly to him by any means.
Sure,
so don't
sure.
misunderstand.
Even if you were to say something like blood in the hair, there's a way to even say it where like, I'm just spitball, I'm speculating. Does
Sure.
anybody else see a redness?
I just don't. And you're a photographer. You're a videographer.
I was going to say, could be the color temperature of the light in the room.
Exactly.
I would even say that his paleness could be a result of the light fixtures in the room if they're fluorescent.
Yeah, because he doesn't look that white in court. That's the thing.
Right.
Okay?
I've got a guy that I do work for, and he now shoots a lot of his video that he sends me on an iPhone.
Right.
He'll be shooting in the same location, and something will change, and the iPhone gets the color temperature or the white balance off.
Mhm.
And then he's like sending it, and I've got to use these same shots in the same commercial. And then I've got to go and correct the one where the iPhone got it off. I've got to match it.
Yeah.
It's like he didn't do anything. He just was shooting. So that could be this, but
Yeah, and that's what I think this is it's the lighting, just like Sky Game just said. This we look at this man when he comes into court, okay? And I have photos of him in court, okay? And that's the whole thing. In fact, Molly, throw me. I see where people are looking at this, but it's not blood. Molly, give me a picture of him in court real quick, just so I can throw this up here, okay? I want to show something real quick. I know this is ridiculous, but it drives me insane how far certain people will reach to try to make a point of something that doesn't exist. This is absolutely, in my opinion.
I mean, it's the
think
only
about the
reason
kind
it's
of
in a
light-
court doc. It's in a court document for the intent to show the closest time to the crime in the state of his eyebrows, right? That's the whole point of this picture being in the document. So it's not. It doesn't say anything in there that, I mean,
It's the
I've
eyebrow.
said, you know, could it be speculating? Could it be a mission accomplished photo? We don't know, but is there any implication that this is after showering, after doing something? It is interesting to me that clearly to me is a shower curtain there in that shower. It's not a straight line like a wall. It's really rough. It's got
a shower
wrinkles.
curtain.
If you look right across from like about its chin level, there's wrinkles in it like a shower curtain. So
Right there.
which is interesting that there's no shower curtain there when they search his apartment, and is interesting that his defense team would say, well, he has a habit of driving around alone at night, and he also just happens to have habit of changing shower curtains a lot. So is that a response to what is evidence
Well,
in truth, or is it more than that?
Can I make a statement about shower curtains? Because I know he's got the same one. We have two on my shower. We have that one right there, the same exact clear one that it's not really clear. It's kind of opaque, but anyway, we have that one that you buy for $1.99 at the dollar store. Do you want to know how often I change that shower curtain, Jeff? Because water calcifies on the shower curtain as you use it. It gets crusty, gross, and nasty.
Sure.
I'm obsessive compulsive, just like Brian Koberger is. Okay, I change my shower curtain once a month. That shower curtain we change once a month. That's no lie. Maybe every couple months at the very most. And my wife can come and testify to that. Okay, so he's leaving for a period of time to go home to his family. Maybe takes it down. It's gross. Throws it out. He's going to get a new one when he comes back. He left things there. He was coming back, in his opinion, or in my opinion, to
Sure.
go back to his life there. So
Possible.
I can't believe that other story about that, because I can't imagine a shower curtain, because these are cheap, mind you, too. They're not very strongly made, being a tool in a murder. This specifically, this type. In the lighting, let me go back to the lighting real quick. If I'm right on this, the way I see the light reflecting on the rod up here, okay, this is the bathroom mirror with the light over top of it. That is, what did you try? What the hell is that called again, Jeff? You said it earlier.
What's that? What the
not
color
LED,
temperature,
but
or
the other type of lighting.
Fluorescent.
Here we go.
Fluorescent light.
Fluorescent lighting, which screws up a lot of photographs that I've seen. Okay, in many ways. So the man's hair color is brown. He's got kinky hair. Yes, he probably just showered. There's no blood, folks. I'm sorry. I can see where people are looking at this, but it's discoloration because of the photograph. It's not blood. Dried blood is not going to show up that way anyway. Okay, I'm going to tell you. Why is there none here or here or here or here or anywhere else on him, mind you? There's no markings on him, no scratches, no nothing. He goes to a doctor's appointment. There's nothing there. He goes to to get his hair cut. Did they find blood in his hair when they cut it? That's never been taught. I'm sure that the police have talked to both the doctor and the barber. He does all these things that somebody that committed a homicide, in my opinion, would not do. They'd be in hiding, per se, so that the public doesn't see them. These are my opinions, by the way.
Right. Yeah, and this is a very low quality photo. Surely
yes.
The iPhone photo itself, assuming it's an iPhone, is a higher quality than this picture. I mean, this is.
I just think
I took it out of. I tried in every way I know how to take it from the. What is it? It's a PDF, right? That's how you download it from the Idaho court document. I mean, I tried to take it into Photoshop and I zoomed way in, and it's just. Garbage in, garbage out. You get crap quality to start with. You can't really improve upon it.
Agreed.
And and the things that do end up going with low quality photos are like the blending of colors, and so. Yeah,
colors are so different in different pictures in my phone. I have an Android, okay, and it's crappy. It's crappy, but I still get photographs.
But it'd be interesting to know if there's any way of knowing details. Like, did he have a shower curtain liner and as well as a shower curtain? Because there, I can understand you throw away the liners and then replace the liners because they're in direct, more in direct. At least mine. That's the way mine. My shower stays out. My shower curtain stays outside of the tub. The liner, of course, is inside the tub,
He's
And
a
then
single.
the
He's a
curtain.
single guy. I can't imagine him having like the decorative, like I do. Like Cassie just said, we take down ours and wash it in a wash. It's a cloth, okay, and it's got like some. I think it's got like a boat or a beach pattern or something on there, and you can pull it back, and then you have the inside clear curtain. That's all I had when I was by myself, single. Is that one curtain? I didn't care. I wasn't decorating. I wasn't trying to impress anybody. It was so I could take a shower and not get water everywhere. And I changed it out then a lot too, and it stays tucked inside the tub so that the water doesn't come out. The other one is for decoration, to make it look nice, to go with whatever your bathroom's decorated in, whatever you want to call it. But just like Cassie said, once a month, we change that shower curtain, throw it in the garbage. We wash the other set that goes up over top, the outside of it. We have two rods or actually, no, we used to have two rods. We have one rod and we have all these multiple rings that link up on that one rod now. And that's that. So it's not so hard to think that the man took his curtain down to get a new one. When he comes back, he's going to get a fresh curtain to start with. Who knows how often he did this? You know what I'm saying?
And it's not the most important detail in the whole case
not.
anyway.
It's
It's like, I mean, early on when we were all trying to figure out what's going on, and when we heard there was no shower curtain, you know, I still get like a lot of grief over my theory that, you know, you could place a shower curtain at the back of your car, at the trunk, and then after doing something like this, stand on that, strip down, bundle it up like a satchel, and then tie it up and put it in a plastic bin in the trunk. And when you get in the car, maybe you got a little something on your face, but that's about it. And maybe this idea comes to me because I once got the opportunity to film, shoot video, not film, but video a surgeon in an operating room working on a guy's carotid artery that had gotten too much fat on it. So he's basically slicing up, scraping off the fat and all. And then I couldn't, you know, and I shot shots of him afterwards. He's cleaning up. I got shots of his tennis shoes. I thought it was kind of wild. He's wearing tennis shoes, listening to like Led Zeppelin in the operating room during the surgery.
A lot of them do that, yeah.
And then just following him, and then I guess he went down to the cafeteria. And so that's why the thought came to me. It's like, it's possible to go and do, you know, a bloody thing. Now, it's not exactly the same, but the idea is the same. He's not going to be wanting to take blood with him from the surgery down to the cafeteria at all. So it's possible to do it in such a way where you don't get very much in the car. Or if it's in the car, I think it's in a plastic bin in the trunk. And I think he gets into the into the driver's seat, doesn't have much on him, and could very well be what some witness would consider naked if they saw a naked man. So that kind of ties into it too.
I've always had the same theory with the shower curtain thing that 12A just threw up here that says if he did that, I believe the shower curtain was so thin that everything would have fallen through. First off, the shower curtains aren't very big. I mean, it's big enough, but it's not that big. Okay. He has one from what I can see there. That's just one sheet. Okay. They're very cheap. If this is what it looks like to me, is the same ones we get from Dollar General or Dollar Tree, even that cost $1 or $1.50 or whatever the hell it is. They're very thin.
False
They're not
advertising,
very,
right?
not very pliable. Yeah, I know. They changed it here, but I think it's $1.25 now. But anyway, I can't imagine that it would be a strong enough tool to use to cover all that. Now let me, and not that, just that. Something you said brought something to my attention. My stepfather, my biological father died when I was 9. My stepfather raised me. He's my father as far as all accountants, so that's what I call him. Okay. He retired from him and my mother. That's how they met. Both. She's a nurse. He was a surgery technician that worked at the hospital in the operating room for years, 23 years to be honest, in my opinion. Retired from that and moved on to something else. I can't count how many times. And now, if you guys know anything about surgeons, surgery techs, any of those people, a surgical nurse, any of that scrub into an operating room. As they go in, you have to be very sterile and clean. But and as you come out, you have things on you. I can't tell you, and I'll bring my mother in here, who comes in here all the time. She can attest to this. How many times I was sitting at the dinner table, I look up and notice that there's blood either in the corner of my father's beard, the back of his ear. Up here, I've seen it on the top of his ear, and up here possibly that he missed.
Places where you might scratch yourself or like.
Well, no, these are
touch yourself or
from surgery.
splatter.
Yeah, okay, splatter, whatever it was. Many a times as growing up, I've seen it on him. Okay, So again, bringing up the surgery thing and all that just brought me back to that, guys. I can't imagine getting every piece, every bit of DNA, any fluids, bloods, completely out of a vehicle, let alone your body. If you're in the middle of a quadruple situation, it kind of bugs me. So, is that you?
This is I found that picture that I forgot that I was messing around with it in Photoshop to try and overlay a 2015 Elantra that of other photos, but it's one of those things, unless you have the camera angle exactly right, the camera height exactly right, any overlay, it just seems like a waste of time because everybody, I know if I put it out, everybody say, well, that car's shorter than this car. It's like, well, yeah, because the angle's different. And I thought, okay, I just kind of gave up on it. But here's the point that I think Mark B, if I understood what he was saying in his video, that I found interesting. He was speculating that maybe did law enforcement look at this particular photo, and because you see my pointer, right? Yeah, because they didn't see a reflector out towards the outer edge of the bumper like you'd see on 14 to 16 models, that maybe they assumed that the reflector was in further, so the reflectors are basically closer together in the bumper. Maybe saw this photo and thought, well, since I don't see a reflector out on the outer edge, maybe this is 11 to 13. And maybe that was the determination. Let's go with that. It's hot off the press. We got to get it going. We got to get the longer we take to figure this out and put out this information, the more time that the killer has to possibly flee, right? So the time is of the essence. They're working quickly. This isn't something they do all the time. They don't have murders all the time of quadruple, But here's what I think Mark B was pointing out, which I didn't really notice at first. But do you see that little dark area that's a line right there? You see that? You see it, right? 12 gauge, you know what I'm talking about when I joke with that. You see that, Dago? I think you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can't see my pointer, but it's down directly below the headlight towards the bottom of the bumper.
So I can zoom in a little further. So it's, this area here.
Yes, I
basically
see
like
it.
a horizontal. Yeah,
Mhm.
so I think if I understood him right, and maybe he'll email me later if he hears this, but if I'm wrong, but that maybe the theory was that, they didn't really notice that or perceive that as a reflector, and thought it was just, indentation in the bumper. So they assumed the reflector is further in towards the bumper, and then they called this a 11 to 13 photo. Here's the thing that I've noticed, and I don't know if anybody else is like this, but ever since this crime and ever since this arrest, I look at Elantras all day long. I photograph them. I make videos of them. My wife goes like, will you just leave the Elantras alone? But some things I've done too is when I'm going down the highway and there's an Elantra in front of me. One phenomenon I noticed when there weren't many cars on the road, I'm just behind an Elantra. When I was in the lane next to the Elantra, behind it, I couldn't really see the reflectors on the bumper that well. And then I pulled into the same lane directly behind it, and they lit up. Why? Because they're reflectors and they reflect. So light has to hit a reflector to reflect back. A kid on a bicycle coming across, the street in front of you. Maybe you don't see him while he's on the sidewalk, but once he's in the road and your headlights hit his wheels and he's got the reflectors on the wheels spinning, boom, you see them. Same with joggers, So
Of course.
my theory is that the reason that you don't see this lit up, and of course it's not going to light up like the taillights because it's not a light, it's a reflector. There's no bulb in a reflector. There's no, I'm assuming, no light directly hitting that reflector at the angle where it would show up any more than it is right there. That's the result. That's all you get is just that little, little bit of right there.
Well, let me do something, Jeff.
Did you ever figure out? Oh, they only cropped this picture. You and Sarge were talking about the lights at the bottom right of this photo.
Mhm.
Did you figure out what that was? Because to me, it just looks like it's the tail lights of the Elantra, but they're reflected in the front hood
Mm-hmm.
or the top hood or the roof of a car that's parked right there on the street. Because this photo confused the heck out of me when I first saw it. I was like, "Well,
Well,
is this like
it looks very
Cyclops eye?"
defined. Yeah, it looks very defined though. That's what I struggled with that.
But here's
As
the
compared to a
thing.
reflector.
Look at this curve right here. This is what I'm noticing all day long when I'm driving down the road and seeing Elantras. This smooth upward curve to a point.
Mm-hmm.
This smooth upward curve to a point. It's not, you either got smooth curve on as far as I can tell, Elantras and Teslas. Everything else seems to have a sharp angled, cut right at the back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who determined this. Look, it's still here too. It's just a smooth line coming up to the back. And then I think you were the one who told me like it's side molding, right? That's the correct word for the area of the car that's bulging outward, kind of
Yeah, a little bit.
artistically
Well, there's a
along the
body
side.
line. There's the body
Where
line.
is it? Where's this? Didn't they give us a side? Yeah, this line, this very distinct line that goes along the side and to the back. I really think that's what we're seeing here. I think we're also seeing maybe a little bit of an artifact. See this?
Yeah,
See
we
this
talked
black
about that.
line, and then there's another one here, and there's another one here. I think it's just. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it is. I mean, you got to keep in mind this camera moments before this was giving you an image of a street with no car, and then there's a new car. Now it's got to make new pixels to show you the presence of this new car, and it's moving fast, so it's, so it's not perfect.
Okay, Leslie. Thank you. Well,
Yeah. The
being
other
that
thing
you,
that I consider too, when you're next time you're looking at this picture, I don't have a copy of the full picture.
yeah,
But the light bulb camera, I look at it and tell me if it doesn't look a little bit like, especially if you look at the cars in the background, they look kind of squashed, like somebody took the picture and squashed it top to bottom. I had
compressed
done
it.
a little bit of testing to see if the shape of those pumpkins, aspect ratio wise, matched the photo
Yeah,
of
you said
the
that the
girl
other
that
day
looked
when you
freaked
were up
out.
here. Right, yeah.
Yeah. So I wonder if part of the problem with like this car, people say, "Oh, it looks like a Charger." Well, yeah, you take an Elantra and you squish it from the top to the bottom, it might look a little bit like a Charger. But the three things I see are the shark fin. Thank you, Twizzle, for pointing that out. He'll hate that he helped me no more than I helped with my camera that showed a green notebook will appear white on the Linda Lane camera. Shark fin antenna right there. The smooth curve upward to a point on the back window, and then the side molding along the side. And we've said for so long, it's like, well, why did the FBI vehicle specialists have such a hard time? Because the only two ways to really tell an Elantra at night are the fog light area, the shape of this, that looks like a boomerang on the 2015, or the these little reflectors that are way off to the side on a 2014 to 16, but on a earlier model, they're going to be like, oh, come on, give me my brush. Like in this area, actually they're down here. But that's the way you tell. If I'm driving my wife crazy. I see the position of those two reflectors, and I say, 11 to 13, 14 to 16, 11 to 13. Drive my daughter crazy too. She goes nuts with that. Oh, still there, Daco? Hey, Tomboy.
Hey, go back to that. I think it's that bottom picture.
Yeah.
Nope, up right next to the one that says exhibit.
Oh, okay, this one here.
That is the rear of the car.
Yeah. Exactly. That's the rear of the car.
How come you got everybody saying that's the front? I don't see lights. That
Were they talking about this one down here? Or equally confusing is this one here, because this is where the red circle is. That's the back of the car. That's the little brake light. The That's what they call it. That's the official term. It's a third brake light. These are the headlights cast out in front, and you can see that you've clearly got you've got motion blur, and you've also got slow shutter speed on this camera, because the headlights are actually obviously not up at right at the windshield. So it's like a timed exposed shot. It snaps the shot, and you get it's in motion. So that's why it's bringing the light looks like it's right there with the
There's a
front
shutter
windshield.
delay on these outdoor cameras like this as they take per moment. I don't know how many it is, but
I mean, you can see
I've heard
the blurring of the headlights here on this one as well, and blurring of the tail lights. Things especially here. See the
there's no
light
mistaking to
blur.
me that that's an Elantra. Okay, I'll give that's an Elantra there, but the cars in the driveway is what I struggle with. Okay, that there I can say that's an Elantra. I'm okay with that.
Cars in the
Same with
driveway. What do you mean?
the 3 or 4 Jesus. Hold on. The pictures I just threw up here that Molly had sent me earlier when Sarge was up here that we were looking at with that chicken wire stuff in the front porch, the pumpkins, all that stuff. A couple of those cars, I had to go, wait a minute, like this could be something else. This looks like this could be another vehicle. This here, yeah,
Well,
that
that's
looks
these.
like an
That's these
Elantra.
two. That's right. This is the chicken wire shot. The chicken wire just cropped off at the bottom right.
There's a couple of them that are a lot clearer than that, but yeah, I agree with you.
But
That's a really bad photo.
these are the two from those. I think there's only two. If there's not, let me know, because I'd love to see more. Because I mean, Steve G does mention on this camera seeing it take the corner, which tells me there's more than just these two still frames that I think are.
There's a bunch more
Unfortunately,
photos,
crap.
in my opinion,
Yeah.
that they're not showing because this is what they need to show. So I agree with that.
Yeah, I think they're just showing these because you get, when you give too much, then it's too much to talk about, and it just to keep the conversation focused. I think they try and just give us the minimum here. There's a car. Here's a picture. Best picture we feel car coming in. Best picture car coming out, with revealing things like I said, like the curved underside of this side window up to the point at the back. Can't really tell too much from that, other than, well, the fact that it does have the, where is the third light? Is it low? Is that? I can't really tell from this photo. You probably could easily
It's
tell
right
from
up
that.
there below the antenna, Jeff. See up top there?
Oh, it's up top. Okay.
It's
Okay.
right there behind that. Wait, blow that back up for a minute, if you don't mind.
I mean, that's an easy one to tell from the Indiana traffic stops when he puts his brakes on and pulls over the side of the road. I just don't.
I believe
remember.
that's. In fact, you're right. Let me pull that up real fast here. Hold on. One moment. I'm sorry, you guys.
But doesn't this show you that? I mean, so early on we were so many arguments about, well, this is all they have. This is all the images they have. This isn't it. Of course they got more images. We knew they should have known they had more images. Even as we sit here right now, we shouldn't argue to the point of where you can't even be on panel with somebody, Sarge, without having just a conversation about this. Because even as we sit here right now, we know there's more. There was, what was it? 2 weeks ago, we didn't know all this stuff that we know now. Remember before we knew where Kaylee's final resting position was? We didn't know that. So there's much that we're learning. Thing that compels me is, how much does Ann know, and how much does she actually believe that she's got an awful job to do, and that she's got to defend somebody that there's a good chance he's the one. But that's just my personal opinion. I don't know how you do that.
Let me ask a question then, real quick. Where did this third brake light come into play at?
Where did it come into play?
Yeah.
I mean, just in that photo. I mean, I think they're
Okay.
just trying to show. They're just trying to show. I mean, the little details that you can pull from these images.
Where
I
on this
think
picture do you see one?
Well, do you have the video? Can you play
Yeah,
it when he's being pulled over?
Yeah, this is one of the videos. Hold on.
Yeah, because he's probably got it in park and isn't got his foot on the brake at that point, so it wouldn't light up the center light.
No, I was just saying like the indentation for it. Yeah, I know what you're saying about it. In park, there's no lights on, so on and so forth. I get that, but hold on. Let's see. Oh no, this might be cut after he pulls him over. So hold on. I'll get the real video. I hate TikTok stuff anyway. So hold on.
Yeah, there is that one video that's got.
I have one. I have the
Yeah.
full. I have both. Uh, yeah. 1 second here, you guys. Hold on. Is this it?
And Dago, I appreciate you having me up on here. I just looked at the time. I'm supposed to be picking up my son 2 minutes ago from work, so
Okay.
I'm gonna have to jump down. I'll keep listening to you guys in the car.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right.
Go
Thanks
ahead.
for having me, Sarge. Be on panel with me. You don't have anything to fear.
I don't think it's that.
He might even convince me of something. Who knows? But
I think he's afraid of how he'll react. Is what he's worried about.
Okay.
And
Well,
he's trying to be respectful.
I got a good guy that does anger management classes. So here.
I don't know that would work, but hold on. All right,
All right.
thanks, Jeff.
I'll see you guys.
Yep. Okay. All right, so here's this. I don't see a third brake light here. Now, in a lot of vehicles, this is me, and I'm probably wrong, and that's okay. They're here or here. He's got the antenna back here. That's fact, but I don't. Do you see? Tomboy's gone too. Okay. I don't see one, you guys. Yeah, the panel's still open, Donnie. You can come up here. It's pinned in the top of the chat. Anybody else is welcome as well. That's what I'm looking for, Gordon. I'm trying to find. I have like 4 versions of this, so hold on here, guys, because I really want to see that now. 1 second. I wonder if it's in this one. Bear with me, guys. One minute. I'm trying to get the exact right video for this. Just give me a second. I think I got Okay, this says full video, so hopefully this starts as the officer's pulling up behind. Yep, it is. Perfect. Okay, here we go. Sorry, you guys. I had to go through like 8 different videos and scan it to see if it's right. Hold on. All right. Here we go. I still don't see this third brake light. Is it there at the top of the windshield? I don't see it. Well, hello, Miss Annie. Miss Potts, member for 5 months. Happy day anniversary. Well, wonderful to have you here, dear. Thank you for joining us. It's just above the trunk. Hold on. Right here. I still don't see it, but okay. I guess. I know I've seen them on a lot of different vehicles. On the trunk, right here, up here. I still don't see it on this vehicle though. I don't know. Okay. A darkened spot on the rear window. I know what it is, but I don't see it. You know what I'm saying? Is it right there? Right here? I don't see it. Because I know it's not going to be here because this is where the antenna wiring goes right here for this. So it's got to be there. And I don't see the shape of it. That's my only problem. Sorry. August traffic stop. Hold on. Molly probably found it. Just a minute. I was looking for the October one too. Does it show it in there, Molly? Do you guys see it? Hold on. Yeah, see, this is my problem, you guys. Let me show this video now, or this picture now. It's kind of hard still, but I still don't. Oh, wait a minute. Is this it? Maybe. You know what? That might be it right there. Okay. Hang on. Let me show you what I'm looking at now. That might actually be it. Okay. It's just hard to see because of the right here. I think that might be it right there. I just didn't think it would be right below that because of the wiring for the antenna, but so be it. Okay. By the way, the link is pinned in the top of the chat, Annie. If you want to join us up here, you're more than welcome. I always love hearing from you. Yeah, I wish we could see the August traffic stop. I'd love to see that one, but it's sealed for God knows what reason. Nobody thinks that's strange. Am I the only one? Because I sure as hell think it's strange, but okay. Yeah, I think that's the brake light right there. Now that I see this, it's a good photo, Molly. I was expecting to see it here, typically back here, but I guess they didn't do it on the launchers. But right there, I think it is. What's the matter, Donald? Did you click the link in the chat, bud? We were just talking about a conglomeration of different things, Annie. I was looking at documents earlier, talking about some of that stuff. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the newer stuff that was put out. We were talking about this stupid picture again and how people think that there's blood in his hair, which blows my mind. Hold on. That's pretty much it. But whatever we can talk about, I would love to hear your take on the new documents today, yesterday, whatever. It says he says it's telling him he's blocked. What? That makes no sense. Why would he be blocked? I've never had anybody say that before. I pulled that up too, Jeff. It doesn't show it very clearly. Hold on here. Now on the back of, we have a picture of another launcher that it shows it, but it doesn't even show it on this is the October stop with the female police officer. Okay. You don't see it. Just say it. You don't see it. Look, there's nothing there or there that you can see clearly. That's definitely his car. There's the PA license plate, but I don't see it. You'd think it would show up a little bit clearer, but I guess not. There's Miss Annie. Welcome, dear. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
How are you?
Can you hear me okay?
I can. Definitely
Okay.
can.
Well,
There's the other.
that's a bonus.
Yeah, you've sounded great since you've been here the last few times. So, okay, so this is another one. That's still the October stop. I still don't see this damn brake light, but okay. Here or there is one of the two places it would be, and I don't see it. I don't see the indentation, the wraparound there for it, the block for it. None of it. I don't see it, but it's obviously in there somewhere. Okay. Either way. Every shot we have is the car's already in park, in my opinion. Anyway, so brake light is inside of rear center of window on lower portion of window. Right there. It should be is what you're saying. I just don't see the block with the setting that it sits in. But that's me. Yeah, I know he's in park. You won't see it light up. I would still think you should still see the outline of it there. I just don't. Maybe it's because it's got a dark window. I don't know. The WSU stop at the end. You can see the back of the car window. Okay.
What's the point of the back of the car window? I'm confused.
There was a conversation piece earlier about the third brake light, trying to prove the vehicle because of the third brake light, the vehicle in the driveway at some point, so on and so. Just a bunch of stuff that was being talked about. That's all. No worries, guys. But anyway, back to what, like I said, what do you think about the newer documents and stuff like that? What are your thoughts, if any?
Well, I have a lot of thoughts. Most recently, I was, I made a community post about it today. Because I really can't go live. I can't be in front of a screen for too long and stuff. My doctor was nice enough on my follow-up yesterday to give me these amazing numbing patches for my ribs so that I can actually move around and stuff.
Yeah.
But I have this huge fucking goose egg on my head, and like the brain fog is real, man.
I bet.
But I made a community post about it today because I was reading through the original. So you know how they've attached the affidavit in some of these filings, and it's the original affidavit unredacted.
Oh, okay.
There's a portion of it there where they're claiming that he went back the next morning. So in that portion of it, the way it's written is that he leaves Pullman at 9. He's already at the King Road residence by 12 a.m. He stays for 9 minutes, and then he makes it back to Pullman in 11 minutes. So I went and looked up on Google Maps, and the shortest route that I could find is going to be 19 minutes. Every other route from King Road to his apartment is either 21 minutes, 24 minutes. So I'm not exactly sure how they're claiming he made it to King Road in 12 minutes and then made it back to Pullman in 11.
Right. That doesn't make any sense. None.
Well, I even looked it up just on Google Maps, just so that Google itself could give me routes with times. And I took a screenshot of it and posted it because I think it's really interesting that they're claiming he made it from Pullman to King Road the next morning in like literally 12 minutes. I'm like, is he fucking teleporting?
Right.
Is he going 80 miles an hour? Like, because it doesn't make sense. And then he made it back in 11 minutes.
Which makes no sense either way, because I would imagine if he did this, you're not going to want to draw any attention to yourself and get yourself pulled over for speeding either. So,
and I assumed he wouldn't take the main route, the 19-minute route, because that's the main route with all the cameras. So I'm like, all right. And then the route that Payne has for him, you know, the one that goes all the way around the back and brings him up to like Lewiston Clarkston. They got him doing this, you know, loop-de-loop and shit. Sitting there going, that's like over an hour. Know what I mean?
That's very strange. I agree with you.
So it was just one of those things I was looking at today. I'm saying, okay, well, this doesn't make sense. I don't know how he made it from Pullman to Moscow in 12 minutes and then made it back from Moscow to Pullman in 11. When the shortest route I could find was 19.
That makes perfect sense. And it's very strange that it doesn't make perfect sense, if you know what I'm saying when I say that. What makes perfect sense is how weird it is, and the fact that it doesn't make any sense at all what they're saying is what I'm trying to say. So he went to the ATM.
Well, even some of their little routes and stuff that they have with the their little vehicle identification, right? Make and model of suspect vehicle, that document there. You know, they got one of their little diagrams. It's got this car just basically appearing at 1125 Ridge, and it takes it 1 minute, I think, 2 minutes to get from Ridge to King Road. I think they're saying he did it in like 2 minutes or something. I'm not looking at the document, but
so
it's weird because, well, when you go look at the unclassified FBI report, the FBI is saying that they have 3 different Indian Hills, right?
Yep.
When you go look at the beginning of the report, it tells you that in the 700 block, they have 3 different videos, I think it is for the Indian Hills, but none of those are included on their diagrams to show his route in. The diagram makes it look like this vehicle just appears. First, it's spotted on South Main Street, and then from South Main Street, boom, it just like appears at 1125 Ridge.
Interesting.
It's very strange when they have these videos allegedly from Indian Hills that should show his route in. What I'm getting at here is that they're not showing his route in or his route out, but they have the cameras that should show it, is the point I'm getting at.
They're basically just, well, to me, that sounds like that it was cut and clipped and added per se. Not saying that's what happened. That's what it sounds like, okay? Like they just added the photo and cut from the, you know what I'm saying? That's what that sounds like to me.
I think it's interesting that Imel, you know, your special agent Imel, the vehicle identification guy, and Jacobson from the FBI, these 2 are the ones relying on this stuff. They're saying that it's what they're relying on. And in their unclassified report, the first on the list is Indian Hills. But Indian Hills is not in the diagrams which is strange to me because I don't understand why you're not showing his route in and his route out. You should be able to do that pretty easily considering you have all of this other video footage. It's this very limited, like 13-minute window of time that they're claiming this crime was done.
Yes.
They have no footage, and they have no footage of him exiting out of the neighborhood or out of Moscow. That there's no way.
I have to agree. So based on this diagram, whatever the hell this is here, okay, going back to what you were just saying, we were talking about this the other night.
That's the one I was looking at last night.
What's that?
That's the one I was looking at last night.
Okay, so we talked about this the other night on thank you, SRB, on Sarge's panel. Okay, Annie, I'm glad you brought this up because this was a real big piece of contention between a lot of people. Now, understand something. This was my biggest one right here. We see that there were, I believe it was headlights spotted at 3:35 a.m. over at Paradise Drive. But we have over here at 3:33 a.m. That's what, 2 minutes max? And I had somebody go and look at the distance between the two. And I think it's what, 1.5 miles, maybe? Mile and a 3/4, maybe? Okay, Jeff, thank you. That's a real, like that's pretty quick to get from there to here. If that's him, that's headlights. That's
I think too on that. that same diagram there, it's not like blown up on my screen, but I think the orange block and the green block, if I remember correctly, both are stating that at 3:29 a.m., both of these locations are picking up video of the car.
That's what.
And
yes, thank you. That was my next
right.
statement.
And I'm like,
So,
well, how is 1330 Linda Lane and 1125 seeing the same cars? I don't, I thought maybe I was just reading it wrong or something.
Bingo.
But,
thank you. Bingo. This is where it came from, folks. The other day when I said, I'm telling you, there were 2 of these vehicles driving around this area that same night, same time. I don't care what they say. I'm going to call them liars. There were 2 almost identical vehicles driving around that night, in my opinion. There's proof, in my opinion, right there. 3:29.
Well, I think
go ahead.
Even with their own timestamps of when they're seeing these vehicles up on Walenta and stuff, I did it last night.
Yep.
I did a live yesterday afternoon and kind of went through it, and Twiz was on with me and we were kind of looking at it together. And it's very interesting when you look at the timestamps of the vehicle finally pulling its way around. It's starting to come. They're seeing it like back on Walenta. I think I want to say it starts at like 3:33 a.m. when they're starting to get right. When you look at the time, it's very interesting in conjunction with the text messages.
Right. Oh, yeah.
So in my opinion, it looks like what they're seeing is the vehicles coming up on Walenta, right? It almost, in my opinion, the way they're describing how the movements of the vehicles and the headlights, not only is it 2 vehicles, but in my opinion, it's almost like someone's getting dropped off and then someone's making loops waiting for this person so they can pick them back up.
Okay. Thank you.
That's just my opinion.
That's a really
based on what I'm looking at.
Yep.
It'll be different if we actually get to see the videos.
Yes.
Right.
Agreed.
If we had the videos to go on, that would be one thing. But based on what they're describing in their document, it's like there's 2 vehicles erratically driving all around this neighborhood after someone's been dropped off. And now they're waiting for this person to come out, or person. I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah. But it's interesting that it's all occurring at the same time that Dylan and Bethany are allegedly asleep, but they're not asleep. Maddie's wide awake calling Bethany, and you have Dylan entering a new contact in her phone.
Yep.
Know what I'm saying? And
yes,
13 minutes, but after she enters a new contact in her phone is when the suspect vehicle allegedly pulls into where the crime scene is.
Yes. Yep. Those are the things. That's the exact same things I've been looking at. Yes, ma'am. And questioning to high extent on those big questions for those things because they don't make any sense.
I mean, now that we know no one was asleep, right? I'm not even going to play with the whole bullshit of like, she was awoken. She wasn't awoken. She was already awake, and she's entering a new contact in her phone at 3:51 in the morning. She's awake.
Yep. And if you go look, I'm gonna say this too, since we have the screen pulled up. 3:51. She's on her phone, entering a new contact into her phone, like you just said. So we have 3:40 to 3:56 a.m. right here. This is 1112 King that this car is seen over here, supposedly. And she's in her phone, wide awake, this and that, doing all of these things together is what I'm talking about. Taking them all and adding them together in a big bowl of shit, because that's what it is.
It's just that, I don't know shit, and I say this all the time, even on my own lives. I'm nobody. I don't know shit. I'm not law enforcement, and I'm not a lawyer. Read the documents yourself, come to your own conclusions. But in my opinion, based on what I'm looking at, what I'm reading, and the way that they're describing it, it sounds pretty clear to me. They were looking at 2 vehicles in their own document for WSU.
Yes,
the WSU records that were dropped are for a 2011 to 2013 Elantra and a 2019 to 2022 Sonata. They have in their own documents, they were looking for a 2011 to a 2013 Elantra and a 2019 to a 2022 Sonata. They were looking for 2 vehicles.
Right. So why'd they drop the Sonata?
I don't know,
That's interesting to me. Thank you.
but it's in there.
That's there it is, folks, in black and white. Like I said, you can't disagree with these documents.
Well, which is it, Jeff? Which is it? I mean, Jeff is saying it sounds like she was awoken and knows it was around 4 because she was doing something on her phone at 3:50. Well, then that's a problem, Jeff, because repeatedly Dylan told investigators she was asleep and she woke up at 4. You can't be asleep and entering a new contact in your phone at the same time.
This is true. Very, very true. In fact, let me show you something, guys.
Oh, sorry. Does it say Sentra, Mish Girl? I thought it said Sonata.
Oh, so, okay, still 2 different cars. There's still 2 different cars.
They were looking for 2 cars. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Girl. But absolutely 2 different cars. Hold on a minute. I forgot that they recategorized.
You're going to find that in the self-authentication of records is where you're going to find that information regarding the WSU videos and or a file. There's a file that's turned over from WSU and it references 2 vehicles. And it states in there, one of the vehicles is a 2011 to a 2013 Elantra. I thought it said the other one was a Sonata. It could be a Sentra. Thought it said Sonata.
Okay. Either way, it's still 2 different cars. So yeah. Hold on a minute. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Well, let me pull something up here. I just want to clarify something again.
She could have been sleeping for 8 minutes.
All right. Let's see here. Let me come down here. There was no sleeping that night at all, in my opinion. I'm sorry.
They slept for 8 minutes. Sure, that's it. They were asleep for 8 minutes and then woke up and stayed up the rest of the night. Makes perfect sense.
She added the new contact while sleeping too. There's that one I've heard too already.
Don't believe your lying eyes, Dago. That's what they're trying to tell you is don't believe your lying fucking eyes. Doesn't matter what the docs say. The docs are lying. Don't believe your lying eyes.
Yeah. Okay. Right here.
The only docs that are correct are the ones from the state. Anything the defense says is just a mischaracterization. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know. I've heard that many a times at this point now, and it's ridiculous. So right here, clearly, in their document that's supposed to tell us everything that has turned out to become a lot of lies. Dylan stated that she was awoken at approximately, and I don't care, approximately could be 3:59, 3:51, 4:02, 4:05, but it's still, those times do not work. Okay, none of them. 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Kaylee playing with her dog.
4:05. Did you just say 4:05?
Mm-hmm. Could be any of those, but approximately is added to that. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry, I thought you were reading it. I'm like, wait, that shit says 4:05 because the car was pulling in at 4:04.
But it doesn't say that at all. It says 4 a.m. So if you go backward, if we look at these text messages again, black and white, they're there. 3:51. You did not sleep for 8 minutes. I'm sorry, but you didn't. Okay. Period. This is ridiculous. Then we come down to this. Carnodal, as her cellular phone indicated, was likely using an awake and using the TikTok at 4:12. Go back to the text messages between the girls and look at what those say.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Everybody's saying they were asleep. They were asleep. If you go back and look at the text messages at 2:10, right? She's texting Grower.
Yep.
He's answering her back. There's other activity. And then at 3:51, she's entering a contact. So, I mean, okay, fine. Sure. She fell asleep for 8 minutes. Fine. Okay. Well, I mean, if they need that win, give them that win. She slept for 8 minutes. Give them that win. She fell asleep for 8 minutes and then was awoken at 4 a.m. Perfect. They got that win. She slept for 8 minutes. And that doesn't explain the rest of the behavior. It doesn't explain the rest of the text messages. It doesn't explain the leaving your room, going downstairs. You know something has happened. You're aware something has happened. You and Bethany are communicating that something has happened. You're both afraid.
Mm-hmm.
And you leave your room and you go downstairs. And then you both just stay up, texting, Snapchatting, Instagramming, Indeeding, taking photos. So everybody's saying that it's suspicious. Brian took a photo. Look at him. He's giving the fucking thumbs up. Look at him, the little fucking creep. He's giving the thumbs up. Well, do we get to say the same thing about all of Bethany's fucking photos that she took from 8:41 to 8:42 when those come out? Do we get to say what a creep? Do we get to say what a creepy fucking bitch taking all of these photos of herself while her friends are dead upstairs and they've been dead for hours? The smell in the fucking house you can't ignore.
No, because then you're victim shaming, which is bullshit to me. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying that I'm sorry. You two adult women, they are not children. They are not kids. They're adults. They can buy a fucking handgun. They can vote. They can enlist in the military. They're adults. I don't care what anybody says. I'm done with the tippy-toeing around, okay? These adult women, there is no way that they could have ignored Dago. You did this for a living, for a large chunk of your life.
I know.
Okay?
I know.
You know better than I do what that fucking house smelled like after 8, 9, 10 hours.
Yes, ma'am. I absolutely do. I know what
and
it would
they're
smell like after
downstairs
an hour.
taking fucking pictures.
I don't understand that. I do not, and I don't want to hear. Even if it was them taking pictures of themselves, are you serious? I thought you were terrified. How are you? What are you
if they're taking pictures of themselves, then great. That's amazing, because just like Koberger taking a picture of himself and it being used as some kind of a fucking negative, we could do the same for them. But that's the problem. You're not allowed to, allegedly, right?
No.
How dare you? How dare you
Exactly.
question these girls?
Exactly. And let me hold on, Annie. Jeff, no, I can't go with the prank theory. I'm sorry. That's ridiculous to me. Not hearing Bethany's voice on the phone when she calls 911, not seeing what the text message
Jeff only started talking about a prank because
of Steve. I know that. And I said, when Steve, guys, for those of you that were here with me when we watched Steve in that interview say that, I don't mean this with any disrespect whatsoever, but I said, as soon as he said that there are a certain handful of people that are going to run with that till the very end, until they hit the finish line. And that's what's happening.
Yeah, because now they got to, now they have to make excuses for the behavior, because they have bootlicked for these two girls for so long and made so many excuses and tried to say, no, don't, you can't, these girls, they're just girls, Annie. They're just girls. Yeah, who were wide awake, knew what happened, heard the commotion, absolutely knew what was going on. They were both afraid, and then they just went downstairs and stayed downstairs. And there's no way they couldn't smell what was going on. And I'm sorry, Dago, you and I both know.
I do know. Listen, not even 8 hours, Annie. An hour, 2 hours.
And I know, well, see, I know that you're not like me. I'm very blunt and I'm very matter of fact, and you are very sensitive to other people's feelings, and I'm not. And I know that you are going to tiptoe around how bad the smell would have been.
No. Not at this point. Not at this point. You're right. I may have before, but at this point, it's horrific, you guys. Okay. This was 8 hours.
Tell them how bad. Tell them how bad it actually would be.
Oh, hold on 1 second. My wife's asking me a question. 1 sec.
I'll let Dago tell you guys. Know what I mean? Definitely nobody's business what I do or what I have done or any of the work that I've done. Dago knows. And he will tell you. I know he's very doesn't like to, you know, I'm the opposite. So what I can tell you is that crime scene.
Let me read some things. Okay. Give me a quick second here. This goes along with this. Okay. Now I'm gonna give you there's variations of this. That's what my wife was just doing.
Yeah.
Based on what we both know. She works in the medical field as well. Okay. Now,
Okay, perfect.
under normal circumstances, okay, normal. Say if it was outside, okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's called autolysis, okay. Gases and discoloration begin, leading to the characteristic odor. Now, an explanation and details, okay. Internal organs begin to decompose, bloating, and I hate to say this about, and this is very respectfully victims being talked about, okay. Body starts to bloat, blood containing foam may leak from the mouth and nose, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Putrefaction, full putrefaction will take full effect within 4 to 10 days. Okay, that's after the fact. Later stages, bodies will change color, so on and so forth. And a lot of these situations are based on bodies being found outdoors, so on and so forth. But I'm telling you right now, when a body expires, okay, they relieve themselves. There's 4 of them, which you will have other body fluids, including urine, as well as fecal matter, will completely relieve. Okay. The smells that come from that are horrific. Not to mention the smell that blood leaves, which is a copper. It's got a copper. It's hard to explain, like a sour copper smell to it. After it starts to completely decompose, there's a bit of a sweet smell that comes to it at some point. There's that. Now, also with the bodies themselves, a lot of people know what it's slipping my mind here. When the body starts to stiffen up, hold on.
Rigor mortis.
Okay, so the body will go into rigor mortis and come right back out of it, and then the body will start to pose, as it's stated. Okay, and all of that stuff will take place within an 8-hour period of time. So at that point, okay, the bodies have been through and out of rigor mortis. They're posing at this point now, so on and so forth. There's complete and total body leakage, the fluids that have leaked out, the blood in the house, so on and so forth, within the different rooms per se. As to mention, like I said, the expelling of the body fluid, so on and so forth. There's that as well. There's going to be a horrible smell in the house, yes. Or both.
Well, the whole point of me even asking you to explain to people kind of how bad it would have been in there is because
it's horrible.
After the 8 hours, it just goes to, okay, so starting at 8:41 in the morning, one of these people is taking photos inside of this house, downstairs. These 2 girls are downstairs. It's been approximately 4 hours now that Dylan has gone downstairs with Bethany.
Mm-hmm.
We're hitting the 5-hour mark where she's taking photos. So the point of me even bringing that up is because once you hit the 5, 6, 7-hour mark, you're not missing the smell.
No.
Period.
No, not by any means whatsoever. No.
So
that is
the whole
absolutely
reason
true.
I was making that point is because at 8:41 to 8:42, when they're both awake, one is on Instagram, one is taking photos, there's texting, Snapchatting, messaging, whatever's happening, it's happening. They're both wide awake is the point that I'm getting at.
Yes, ma'am.
And we saw that house. It was like literally a house of cards. You could push it over. You could just push it over and it fell.
Yes, it was stated in more than one document that the house was very I can't remember the exact word, but scantily built.
Very flimsy. Yeah, it was very flimsy. And it is what it is.
All that. Yes.
The whole point of me bringing it up was not to try to be gross or talk about gross things pertaining to the victims. It was to make the point that these 2 girls who are downstairs, one who has left her room, we were told, I distinctly remember original reports from the coroner and police and media. And Steve, there was a battle that took place. There was blood all over the floors and the walls. So how did she leave her room and not see anything? My guess is she did see something. My guess is, this is just my opinion, there's cleanup. And I don't care what anybody says. That's my opinion, and I have that opinion for a really good reason. They come directly from the documents. My opinion comes from two things. One, now that we have the unredacted portion of the PCA again, talking about this latent shoe print, the latent shoe print was tested, presumptive positive for blood, which is why they use the Amido black. Okay? So,
and just so everybody knows, the latent shoe print was found on the threshold of Dylan's door. And I'm going to tell you right now, in my opinion, it wasn't facing the opposite direction. I'm just going to say that. Welcome, Eddie, by the way. I didn't say that, buddy. Sorry for that.
Surprise, everybody. Hi, Miss Potts. Good to see you.
And let me read this real quick.
I'm looking at chat, so I can't see who's on panel.
Real quick, let me end what I was saying about that decomp thing real quick, guys. The initial stages of decomposition, including the onset of the death smell, okay, are absolutely influenced by several factors, including temperature, humidity, and presence of bacteria. The time frame based on that, okay, and this is all based on factual information that I read, went through, learned all this, okay. Let's see, where did it go here? Becomes noticeable, very noticeable within a few hours, 2 to 3 hours. After death, with the intensity increasing as time passes, hour by hour by hour by hour by hour. Not to mention
getting worse and worse.
Yes, but not to mention the expulsion, where it says that the fluids compound, fecal matter, urine, and blood. They compound together and make a very nasty mixture, and it gets stronger as we go. So you know as well as I do, if you add one chemical to another, the smell changes and gets worse and worse and worse. Boom. That's all I'm saying about that. I'm done with it. Go ahead. Just wanted to make sure you're not going to miss that. And two young girls that are.
That's the only reason I brought it up, was to make the point relevant that there are two people literally right downstairs, wide awake, taking photos, when just 4 hours earlier, they were both fucking terrified that something was happening in their house.
And there's no way they didn't smell it. I'm sorry. And that could have been, in my opinion, I still feel like there's a very good possibility, Annie, that they left that house. That could be why they left the house, because they couldn't stand the smell. That's my opinion. According
to Ann Taylor, the filings from the defense, these two girls, after Dylan left her room, she went downstairs with Bethany, and that is where they stayed for the rest of the morning, and neither one of them left that house.
Well, then there it is. Just saying. That was just my opinion.
That's the defense. That's the defense saying that. Whether or not that may come out different later, I don't know. But there's two reasons why I think Dylan did see. Not only did she see what happened, she stepped in blood. And this is why I think there's cleanup. I think the reason that footprint is at the threshold of her door.
That's a great point.
Okay.
Yep.
Is she went back into her room for stuff to go downstairs with Bethany. Remember, she's saying my phone's going to die. I'm of the opinion she went back in her room to get like her charger, her shit, a hoodie, a blanket. I don't know. Know what I mean? And then when the cleanup happens, whoever did the cleanup, there was cleanup. There's three reasons why I think that. The latent shoe print tested presumptive positive for blood and was recovered in the second sweep with the Amido black. That's number one. Number two, the shoe print, okay? It was alleged to be in the hallway, going in the direction of the slider. We find out it's literally at the threshold of her door, not going in the direction of the slider.
Nope, going back into her bedroom.
Right. Number three, the defense brings on Barbara Wolf. This was a declaration, a disclosure. Her CV was attached months back. Barbara Wolf is the chief medical examiner out of Florida District 5 with a background and specialty in none other than recognizing staged crime scenes.
Why would they bring somebody like that in, I wonder?
The defense hired her.
Right. Again, why would you bring somebody like that in, you guys? That's interesting.
I mean, I don't know if she's being brought in specifically for that. I do know she is the chief medical examiner for Florida District 5, and she has taught and wrote books. So she teaches lawyers and police officers and detectives, as well as, she writes books about it, how to recognize a staged crime scene. Like, what are your red flags?
Right. Let me say something real quick, Annie, real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Harlot, saying that was probably an EMT or LE footprint, I have to disagree with you, because an EMT, we're trained as well as law enforcement to not step in blood because it's a crime scene. Why would they be walking into Dylan's room, stepping in blood and carrying that with them, and then it gets cleaned up? When?
And who cleaned it up then? If the cop left his own bloody shoe print on her door, did the cop clean it up?
That makes no sense, Harlot. I'm no disrespect intended, but no, I can't go with that. I'm sorry. Anyway, go ahead, Annie. I'm sorry.
No, shut me up. Go, Eddie.
Yes, go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure we're done with this line of discussion, but a couple thoughts on where you guys were talking.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Andy, for saying it. It needed to be said. What the state is doing is asking us to believe the absurd.
Amen.
They're coming out with this selfie photograph and presenting it as, a trophy is beyond reasonable. That's
even more, Eddie. They expect us to believe the absurd. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's crossing a line. That's not a sincere way to bring a case.
No.
And it looks like the photograph has been manipulated with. I can't believe his eyebrows are authentically like that. I haven't seen them like that in any other.
No other photographs they look that way. No.
That's right. And it's a poor quality picture. I mean, everybody's phone takes a better quality than that. If you took a picture like that and you looked at it, you'd do a retake.
Yep.
And improve it.
Yep.
On the spot. So it's been manipulated with, my opinion.
Yep. Thank you, Carrie, for the 5 memberships gifted. I appreciate that. So very generous. I can't see who got them. Welcome to the sauce, all you new meatballs. We appreciate you. And Carrie, God bless. Thank you again. Sorry, Eddie. Go ahead, bud.
It is interesting that Ms. Potts points out that in the document, Ms. Taylor is agreeing to the fact that they were both downstairs in their bedroom. Whether or not Ms. Taylor believes that is a question that I have. Maybe it's just the way that she's going to have to roll with this thing. If you follow what I'm saying, I mean, if that's what the state is going with, even though it's not true, then she's ready to go at it that way too. It feels like they weren't there, but she would have to have the ability to prove that. So if she cannot prove it, if they've denied her any video cameras of them being out and about elsewhere, then it is what it is. She's got to roll with it that they were both, play along like they were both downstairs.
Yeah.
What I kind of popped up on the panel to ask is I noticed that since this selfie photograph and these new documents, am I getting feedback? Did I hear something? Or is that my stuff?
Hold on. Go ahead now. I think it was coming from Annie. It's okay.
Okay. I noticed a couple things. Because of that selfie photograph, people have been stating it as a matter of fact that when law enforcement went into his apartment, he did not have a shower curtain after the arrest. Where is that? I don't have that.
I've never seen it. Never seen it, Eddie. Never seen it.
Yeah, I've never seen that anywhere. That's interesting to me. They don't have it listed as part of the items discovered.
They don't.
In that search warrant.
Nope.
By the way, that document is no longer up. I had to go and review someone else's live that covered it item by item to see the search warrant apartment items that they took into custody, because that's a January 17th document and it's no longer up, and I wasn't able to find it in the court record. So, okay, I wanted to bring that point up, and then also Harlot Oscara mentioned just moments ago that in the document, which is dated March 21st, 2025, state's reply to the defendant's objection to state's motion in limine regarding alibi, that it states that his phone was turned off. That's a first for me, because in the probable cause affidavit, it always said that his phone was not reporting to
to the network. What date was that again, Eddie?
It's a 3/21/25.
State's reply to defendant's response.
Alibi. Yeah. State's reply to defendant's objection to state's motion in limine regarding alibi.
Okay, I'm looking. Here we go.
And Harlot Oscara is right
about
it being turned off. They're in the record. The state is stating that.
Okay, here we go. Down here. Hold on. Sorry. Oh, right here. Yeah. The defendant was at the time of the alleged offense as required by the applicable statute and court rule because the defendant's cell phone was turned off at the time. There it is.
And my question is has that been a point of discussion? Like, have you covered that? Have we had discussions about that?
I think we talked a little bit about the phone itself being turned off or going dead or whatever, like way back when that first came out. Yeah, slightly, but we never got like in depth into it. So
that's interesting.
What are your thoughts on that per se?
I think they would have known that by the time they did the probable cause affidavit.
I would have imagined. Yes, sir. I have to agree with you.
So it's interesting now that they're very specific about that and stating it as a fact. I don't know if we along the way have got any record from the defense talking about it and
I've not seen that.
Speaking about the explanation of it being off the network, specifically in regards to, was it turned off or was it on and lost a connection? Or
I don't believe I've seen anything like that.
I don't think so either.
I don't know. Annie, have you? Oh, she muted herself. Have you? If you can hear me, Annie, have you seen that anywhere at all within the documents?
Seen what?
About the cell phone being turned off.
Jennings said it. I know Jennings said it in court that it was switched off.
Okay, and it's in this document here, but have they ever gone any further with any of that, stating about it being disconnected from the network, turned off, gone dead, anything else that you've seen or heard?
I mean, other than, no. You mean from the defense or who? What do you mean?
Is that what you're asking, Eddie?
Defense, yeah. Do we have, other than the probable cause affidavit and this new document here, do we know any, are those the only 2 points that we can reference to discussing the condition of the phone?
Those are the only ones that I've seen, Eddie.
As far as I know, Jennings even said it in court at one of the hearings that we know it was switched off.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
There
you go, bud.
Hey, I'm not, I bring it up because if it's a fact, then we got to deal with it and roll forward.
Agree.
What's the point of trying to sweep it under the rug? If it is, it is.
Yes, sir.
We deal with it.
Amen. Now, that's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
But even if he switched his phone off, it's not incriminating.
No.
The fact of the fact of the matter is that the defense has already disclosed via their experts who have the full data for Brian's phone, all the call detail records, the timing advance report, the original. They don't, even though the state didn't give it to them, just because the state didn't give it to them in the discovery doesn't mean they don't have a way to get it.
Right. Right. And here,
so
and
they did everything. They did all of this with the timing advance reports to get it on record for the court that even though the state disclosed the timing advance reports for 2 victims, a different suspect, and 3,800 other people on the tower, the only one they were withholding was Brian's.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason that they did that is, well, because according to their experts, all of that data, his timing advance report data is exculpatory to him.
Yes.
Payne's map says that the suspect vehicle was traveling on Moscow Highway 95, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, according to the experts here that are looking at his phone data, they have it wrong. And whatever vehicle they're identifying on that Moscow-Pullman highway is not Brian's because his phone never traveled along the Moscow-Pullman highway that morning.
That's right. That's right. And just to end this here thing, I got a question. I don't know 100%. Somebody can correct me. If they're stating that the phone was turned off, switched off, whatever you want to call it, what if the phone died? Does it or does it not look to be the same thing as turning it off because it turns off when it goes dead? That's all I'm saying as far as that's concerned, because I've always wondered, did it die? It's possible. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. I just know that the experts, so when you look at the experts disclosed by the state,
mm-hmm.
and then you look at the experts disclosed by the defense,
mm-hmm.
It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why the state is under the impression that Nick Balance is going to somehow present better information than Cy Ray and Tom Slavinsky, considering Special Agent Nick Balance hasn't even disclosed an analysis of his work. And what was disclosed was 2 castings, one's a draft, and there's no final analysis or report on any of it.
That's true. Nothing final on it. That's fact.
So I don't know how you're going to, right? Like you're going to have Cy Ray here coming with this PowerPoint presentation. He's going to show you literally phones traveling together.
Mm-hmm.
He can show you phones literally moving together when they separate, how long they were separated for, when they come back together. You understand?
Yes, ma'am. I do. Absolutely.
And all of Brian's data shows that he did not even go into Idaho.
Right. That's the big thing right there. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Twiz told me that a long time ago. Explained all that long time ago. I want to know why and how they're going to prove different than that. Show me how you're going to prove different than that. I don't think you can.
They can't. Balance is not going to have anything that refutes Cy Ray and Tom Slavinsky's work.
Exactly. So where are we going to go at that
point? Special Agent Balance had to be trained by people who Cy Ray trained.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Know what I mean? Like Cy Ray has trained over 40,000 agents and officers in his software that he created, that he designed, that the government purchased from him and uses.
Mm-hmm. So if he wasn't there, how did he commit the crime? Prove that to me.
Well, that's what I mean. And the state can't change their story now. They can't try and say, oh, well, actually, oops, we got this part wrong. He left his phone in his vehicle and he got a ride. Nope. They can't even change anything right? So even if at some point in this case they realized, oh shit, fucked up. There's more than one perpetrator. There's more than one vehicle. And you can't change that now. You can't change that. They've already put it on record that it's just this guy with one car, one knife, and it happened this way.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Jeff, I don't have any reason to block you, dude. It's just you have opinions, other people have other opinions, but blocking you is not going to answer that. You have the right to feel how you do, just as much as the rest of everybody else does. So I'm not blocking you. I don't block people unless somebody's being nasty.
Like
to somebody.
I just feel like, there's when it comes down to, at this point, it doesn't matter what anybody else think happens in the house, right? It doesn't really matter what we think.
No.
What matters is that what they're going to be able to show, what's going to be presented in front of a jury. And
Yes,
if we
ma'am.
find out, if like, think about it, right? We have the defense here claiming many alternate suspects can
Yes.
be connected to the crime.
Yep.
They have alternate suspect DNA,
Mhm.
and it came from the state's own lab reports.
That's true.
There is DNA of alternate suspects that came from the ISP lab themselves. This didn't come from the defense.
Right.
So I don't know how people ignore that. I don't know how people ignore the fact that within the discovery.
That's because they don't want to admit to it, Annie. That's the only thing that looks to me. They can't let go of the fact that this is the only one that did it, the only one that could have done it. He's the only one, period. That's the sad part of this, because there's proof that there's other suspects, possibly. Yeah. There's other people. The defense is bringing that. There's other DNA. All the things you just said. Why is that not acceptable? But him being the only one that did it is.
Right. I mean, you have Hitler even stating to Anne. Hitler is telling Anne, right? What did he tell her? Well, just because other people's DNA was there doesn't mean it excludes him.
Yeah.
Just means maybe there's other people they should have been looking at.
Yep.
Even Hitler.
Yep.
Even Hitler has accepted, okay, fuck, you guys. There was alternate perpetrator evidence here, huh? Really? Other men's blood that you didn't run through CODIS?
Yep.
Mind you, they knew about this blood. The lab was aware of the male blood B and male blood D by December 17th. They didn't get the trash from Daddy fucking Koberger until December 27th.
Right.
So for 10 days, they sat on 2 other men's blood and did nothing with it because they were waiting to go get their trash.
Yes, ma'am.
They were waiting to track him across the country to steal the trash.
Which is ridiculous to me. 100%. Ignoring all other options except for that one. It blows my mind.
Think about that.
It's
They
crazy.
sat on male blood B and male blood D, the lab. ISP made law enforcement aware of 2 other men's blood at this crime scene. They never did anything with it and just left it and waited another 10 days to track him across the country. Trash.
And in your opinion, both of you, and Annie and Eddie, what are your opinions as to why they did it that way? What
The only thing that could explain why the investigators would refuse to look into those 2 or 3 other male DNAs is because they already had the crime solved.
In the way they wanted to, in my opinion. Yes.
Yes, they knew the identity.
I'm of the
those.
opinion the state is the one who directed the lab to ignore those, because the only people making those calls is going to be the state prosecutor's office. Payne is not going to be allowed to just dictate what DNA is relevant and what DNA isn't. That was definitely a prosecutor call, in my opinion.
See, the problem with having multiple perpetrators is that now you have a conspiracy and a motive.
And we also have to accept the fact that they fucked up somewhere, excuse my language, but they did. They made mistakes. You have the wrong person in custody, so on and so forth. And they don't want anybody to have to see that. Period.
Look, here's how I look at it.
You can't admit to that.
I know that I've told you many times, right? I am of the opinion currently that whatever they did, they fucked up and they have the wrong person. However,
yes,
I've always said, just like Cy Ray, I reserve the right to change my mind, number one, based on the evidence, based on what they actually drop in these documents as evidence. it's going to be very interesting to me to see who the defense names as the alternate suspect.
Oh my God, yes.
Right?
Yeah. Yes.
And what evidence they believe they have to back. Now, if the defense comes out with male blood B and male blood D, they were able to identify it. Just because the state never did anything with it. You understand? I think there's a lot of people that are under the impression that the only thing the defense can get is whatever the state gives them. And that's simply not true.
Right.
The defense is obligated under the Constitution to conduct a full criminal investigation into the case.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So any stone that was left unturned by law enforcement, the defense is allowed to turn it.
Yep. That's what they do. That's exactly what they do. Hold on real quick. Let me read this. How much time, money, and consequence for the state would this cost if BK was found innocent? They have to go all in or they will be fired and owe BK millions of dollars in lawsuits. With a $10 super chat. Thank you, Motoman MX. I appreciate that very much. But yes, I agree with you, Annie. Wholeheartedly, I agree with you. And I don't understand why nobody will see this. This is what is beyond frustrating to me. As the people out there that see him as being guilty don't want to listen to, see, hear, or even look at anything else that could be any different than that. Why?
I don't know if he's innocent or guilty.
Right. Well, that's the thing.
I have no idea. That's the thing, right? None of us actually know. So I never understood the whole he's 100% innocent or he's 100% guilty because nobody actually knows.
We don't.
So I tend to try to not go in that realm. I'm of the opinion right now that he appears to be entirely uninvolved, and the only reason that he was even looked at or whatever is because he's the guy who didn't show up on the tower dump.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's what it looks like. Looks like he's the one person that they dumped that they said, well, wait a minute, he's not reporting or whatever. I don't know why they looked at him. Okay. What I do know is that based on the evidence that's been disclosed so far that we've been able to read in these documents is that the state themselves pointed the defense to specific evidence in the discovery that relates to alternate suspects and perpetrators.
Yep. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
okay?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So my question is, when was the last time anybody can recall a case where your discovery is such a shit show and the two sides are going at it back and forth about this discovery being a fucking dumpster fire, right? And the two sides are arguing, and you have the prosecution every single time they come back and direct the defense to go look at something, it leads them to the evidence of an alternate suspect and or alternate perpetrators. And then you want to get pissy and say, no, don't allow this alternative perpetrator evidence in to the court. Motherfuckers, excuse my language. It's in your discovery. The evidence that you turned over in your discovery points to alternate perpetrators and you want it kept out.
Yep. And it reminds me clearly of Delphi. I can't tell you how much this reminds me of Delphi, but moving on from there. That's all I'm going to say.
It's just really interesting. It's an interesting observation that I have, I think it's very interesting that at every turn where the defense has requested something in discovery, the state comes back and, well, oopsie poopsie, wouldn't you know? The thing they're being directed to just happens to be evidence that points to an alternate suspect or perpetrator.
And like somebody said here just a few minutes ago, I lost the comment here. I get what you're saying as well, Beckles. I agree with you. That's what gets me frustrated too. Let me back up to that comment here. It said, where did it go? Sorry, guys. There's a lot of you guys in here. I'm trying to find, where did it go? Sorry, everybody. Bear with me here. I'll find it. I wish I could remember what it said, but it caught my attention in a big way.
Like, let's think about this logically, right? The people who think he is guilty, they, when presented with, well, okay, so what about the swabs on the back of the sheet that tested presumptively positive for blood and were DNA tested, and Koberger was excluded?
True.
Fingernail clippings DNA. He is the least likely to be a contributor.
Yep.
The hairs do not match him. Male blood B doesn't match him. Male blood D doesn't match him.
Nothing matches him. There's absolutely zero connection. Period.
So I guess my question to the people who think he's guilty, even if you think he's guilty, great. Do you think that he, brought other men's blood to the scene? He brought other men's hair?
Yeah. That's what it sounds like they're trying to say, which makes
he
zero
brought
sense.
Other men's DNA and put it under the fingernails?
No, we know that doesn't happen, you guys. So, but there's the car, Annie, and there's the sheath, Annie, and that's all there is. That's all there is to say.
I agree. Listen, I agree, though. The sheath is going to be a problem. The fact his phone is off for 2 hours is going to be a problem.
Yes.
It's not too much of a problem. It would have been a problem if the state tried to change their fucking theory of the case. Say 2 years ago, the state came out and said, we found evidence that actually there was other people involved. We believe he left his vehicle at the park with the phone in the vehicle off. We can't determine his whereabouts for this 2.5 hour time span. That would be one thing, but that's not what they're saying.
No, and let me take that too and go back to one thing that was said by law enforcement. I think it was the very first or second press conference that was had. And it was either Chief Fry or whatever that captain guy's name was that retired. I can never remember his name. But they very, very clearly stated, you take it how you want. I took it one way. There were other people in that house that night, is what they stated.
Yeah.
That's never been changed. It's never been retracted, redacted, nothing. There were other people in that house that night that came out of his mouth. Who? Where are they? Why aren't they in jail?
Yeah, he did say there were other people in the home. Yep.
Yeah. Sadly, it's not a sworn statement, and they're allowed to lie.
Yeah, they're allowed to lie.
Lanier. Thank you, Rowena. That's his name. Captain Lanier. Whatever. They can lie.
Yeah, but Eddie's right, though. A press conference or them giving a statement to the media, like, they're allowed to lie. They don't even have, they can tell nothing but bald-faced lies, and it's okay.
I know, but I'm going to take it for what it is, and I believe there were. So that's my opinion on that. I'll just say that.
I guess the way I look at it, right, is whether this is where I was going with it. My question to people is, if you think he's guilty, great. But how can you ignore the fact that if he is guilty, he wasn't alone? And the evidence is there that he wasn't alone.
Bingo. Yep. Let's say he did do it. Let's see that that's his DNA on the sheet. That's fine. That's granted. I get what she's saying right there. Okay. The other DNAs exist too. Who do they belong to? Why is it?
I look at it from a law enforcement perspective. Yes, a law enforcement perspective. You knew you had all of this other relevant DNA in your crime scene not belonging to the sheet profile. You did nothing with it. It makes me wonder why you wouldn't pursue accomplices. That's how I look at it. I'm looking at it as, you have all of this. Clearly, you have more than one perp. Even if you think he's your main perp, why aren't you looking for his accomplices?
That's what it was. Thank you. That reminded me of the comment in here. When we were talking about that stuff just a little bit ago, somebody in here said, or when I said that they don't want to put this out, or they don't want anybody else to believe this, or other people won't believe this, because it said, I still can't find it in here, but it said either that or that led them to somebody that they do not want to put out there. Rather than framing him or anything else, the other DNA led to somebody they do not want to implicate. And I am
No, it
sorry.
didn't, because they never did anything with it. They never even put it into CODIS or ran it through IGG. They
Well,
did nothing with it, is the
Well, then
point.
that doesn't match then. That doesn't match then. Then they couldn't have done that. So yeah, okay then. Thank you.
You get what I'm saying, though? So
Yeah,
you're
no,
the
I
cop.
do get.
You put the
Absolutely.
lab. You're Detective Payne. We'll just play role playing here. You're Detective Payne. I'm Riley Nolan at the lab. Ring, ring.
Hello.
Detective. Hello, Detective Payne.
Yes.
Yes, this is Riley Nolan with the Idaho State Police DNA
Yes.
lab.
Yes. What can I do for you?
We're calling to let you know that the lab has been made aware that we have a couple of other unknown male bloods here from your crime scene. We have an unknown male blood B and an unknown male blood D.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I don't know what to do with that, Annie, honestly. What
I'm just
what
saying, so if you're law enforcement, where do you go from there? You're Detective Payne, you're whoever.
And I feel like
right?
that's exactly what just happened. Like, okay. What did he do at that point then?
So you get that information.
Mm-hmm.
Under normal circumstance, the team, your law enforcement team, your collaborative team here, your living document team is going to logically say, oh, well, fuck, we've got some accomplices. I mean, that's just logic, basic logic, right?
Of course, yeah.
And for some reason, even though they're all aware, they've all been made aware by December 17th, law enforcement and the lab are aware of these other men's blood. They are never, ever put into CODIS or subjected to IGG. And there is no explanation from the state as to why those two were never pursued, other than because we already had Brian Koberger's name.
And that's what I'm going to say. In any other case, if that call would have came through, oh, we have accomplices, they would automatically go investigate those other people, bring them into the circle.
Right, but here's the rub, Dago. Here's the rub. If ISP Lab has made law enforcement aware by December 17th, they have other men's blood, and Payne is saying, well, the reason we didn't pursue those bloods is because we already had Brian Koberger's name. Well, that's a problem, because Payne later testified he didn't have Koberger's name until December 19th, which would be 2 days later.
Right. So that's what the mystery. This is where the crime is. Why did they not investigate other possibilities?
Why are you not looking for the accomplices? Even if you think he's your guy, you know by December 17th, there is other men's blood, hair, and God knows what else you recovered from this crime scene. All we know about is blood and hair so far, right? So by December 17th, you're aware. And for whatever reason, you say, we already had Koberger's name. That's why we didn't pursue it. Well, that's a problem, because you also said you didn't get Koberger's name until the 19th. And then, furthermore, you didn't go get the trash until the 27th. So another 10 days passes where you know about this DNA, this other DNA, and you're just ignoring it for over a week and a half until you follow him across the country to get the trash. My point is that December 17th, they become aware of this other men's blood, and Payne is claiming, well, yeah, we already had Koberger's name. That's why we didn't pursue it.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Agreed. Yes, ma'am. And that's what I'm saying. That's what nothing makes any sense. Every other case we've looked, well, minus one that we've looked at, that we've seen that has these types of things go on in them, they automatically will go and they will investigate the accomplices. They will look into them if there are any. They do that. Why not in this case? What possibility could there be that they would not look into that? investigate
It's
that.
it's literally never made any logical sense to me that they knew.
It
I
doesn't.
can't, like I don't understand. You knew from December 17th, 2022, so about a month after the crime. The lab has made you aware
Yep.
of all of this other DNA that is relevant, and that the lab is letting you know you need to be looking, right? I mean, the lab is telling you that this DNA is pertinent to your crime and your victims.
Agreed. What did I do, Alberic? Well, you fired me. I'm sorry. Well, here's my other thing, and I hate conspiracy theories, but I'm telling you right now, the only other thing I can see is because they know and they don't want to put that out there. I hate going that way, guys, but they're not giving us a choice. Okay. What other explanation would there be to do everything that Annie just described? Other than they already know and they do not want to put it out there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been getting at for a while, and people think I'm crazy.
No, it's not, because that's what it looks like, Annie. That doesn't make nothing else makes any other sense.
No, I'm of the opinion they knew Kohberger's. Listen, it is my very strong opinion, just an opinion, that they had Kohberger's name. I'll say within 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say the FBI. Let me put it that way. Not they as a collaborative law enforcement effort. What I mean is the FBI. The FBI, whatever, they had his name very, very quickly. And a lot of the work, okay, and we know that from these grand jury subpoenas, these federal grand jury subpoenas that were accidentally, inadvertently turned over to the defense in discovery.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The defense is talking about how they were accidentally, inadvertently given these grand jury subpoenas. So they can see that the feds were issuing federal. We're talking federal. This is not the state stuff. These are different. These are federal grand jury subpoenas that came from the feds very, very early on, which is why Massive and Ann have been hammering it for 2 years now.
Right.
How did you get to him?
Mm-hmm.
And the closest they can get is December 19th when they got the IGG tip. But now they don't want to use that. They just want to use a generic tip.
Mm-hmm.
And it's my opinion, the reason they don't want to use the IGG tip is because Bicca Barlow is going to eat their ass up about the building of the tree.
Yes.
And how they added the wrong branch.
Yes.
So that's why they want to let that IGG go. The state's just fine letting it go because they know that Bicca Barlow is going to eat their ass up.
Yes.
When it comes to the building of the tree.
Absolutely agree with that one. And yes, Kate says to Jeff, you can put more than one profile into CODIS at a time. But yet, Officer Payne lied about that. That's fact. Jeff, explain that one.
Well, I don't want to say he lied. And I don't like to stick up.
Well, he didn't tell the truth about it. I'll just put it that way. Go ahead.
No, he, in his words, is that it was his understanding, meaning I was just relying on everybody else smarter than me to direct my investigation. I was taking their advice, and they told me I could only put one profile into CODIS at a time. And if we put another one in, it would kick out the first.
Mm-hmm.
So he put it in this way that, like, I don't know. That's just wasn't me. That's just what I was under the impression of based on what everybody else told me. And the fact of the matter is, a real investigator would have just done a basic Google search and saw that whoever informed him of that was misleading him.
Yes.
And, I'm of the opinion, I don't think at all ever did anyone from the FBI or ISP tell him he could do that. That is how it goes. I'm under the impression that if anybody misinformed him about the CODIS database, it's fucking Bill Thompson. And that's just my opinion.
No,
it's the prosecutor's office.
Yep. I can agree. Yes, ma'am.
Right. I actually called my state forensic lab and got a girl on the phone who deals specifically with CODIS. This is all she does every day, is DNA from a crime scene. I did not tell her I was calling her about this case. I told a white lie, and I told her that I was writing a paper for class, and there was hot debate about whether or not one profile could be uploaded to CODIS at a time from a crime scene.
I can't
read. She broke it down. Yeah, she broke it down for me as to it has to meet their certain standards for it to be entered into the CODIS database. Number one, any profile from a crime scene, but she cleared it up real quick that CODIS was specifically designed to take multiple profiles from a scene, from a victim, because you could have multiple perpetrators, multiple attackers. It's the purpose of the system. It's not only just a database for criminals, but it was specifically designed to put in more than one profile at a time. And she verified for me that uploading another profile from the crime scene later, say you find it, your lab becomes aware of another profile 2 weeks later from evidence. Okay.
Annie, hold on 1 second. I don't mean to interrupt you guys. If you're having issues in the chat, do me a favor. This has happened in the past. Go out of the chat and come back in and like refresh yourself. That should clear that up. If there's anybody having issues, I'm sorry that you guys are. It happens sometimes. YouTube gets old. Sometimes if you're in a certain place for a period of time, that's all you got to do. So go ahead and try that and see if that helps you out. Go ahead, Annie. I'm sorry to interrupt, dear.
Oh, no, it's okay. I was just going off on a tangent as usual.
No, you're good. You're good. And I put Annie's link in the chat on the screen to go check out the stuff she's put on her page on her channel.
That's what it was. The second profile. So she cleared it up for me that should your lab person say find another person's DNA on a piece of evidence from the crime scene, like 2 weeks later it's recovered, right? They're doing more work on more evidence or whatever, and they find another, profile, a speck of blood or semen or spit or whatever, right? Putting that second profile into the database from the crime scene is not going to kick out the first, ever, under any circumstance, for any reason. So absolutely. I don't know why he was under that impression or who told him that, but it's wrong. And when you look at the fact that December 17th, they knew of this other DNA, they ignored it. They allegedly get their tip on December 19th for IgG for Brian.
Yep.
And then they go across the country to get the trash on the 27th. And they never, ever, 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 even after recovering the trash, do anything with male blood B or male blood D.
Nope. And wasn't there an excuse made by Thompson when this was brought up in front of John Judge that, Your Honor, you can't do anything with what you don't have? Was that his answer to that question when that was brought up? Explain that one.
Like, to the extent that we don't have it, it doesn't exist, or something like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
What do you think, Eddie? What do you think, Eddie? What would be the reason that law enforcement would be aware? They would be made aware of possible other perpetrators' DNA from evidence, and they do nothing with it ever.
Like Dago said, they know that if that information gets out, then it's going to lead to a bunch of questions in that direction that they don't want to ask. It's also going to prove that Brian is innocent, number two. Anybody that thinks that there's multiple perpetrators here has to understand that that would automatically mean that he is not among them. He cannot be one of a number of perpetrators, because that is not how they have developed their work product in this case. They wouldn't have the discovery to show that. I hope that makes sense.
It does. I'm stepping away to grab my coffee, YouTube. Please keep going. And it does make perfect sense, Eddie.
They know who those two people are. And if we were to learn, or if society was to learn who those 2 or 3 people are, then that would lead to the real whatever happened that night. Yeah, you know, I don't want to beat a dead horse with the selfie that Brian took, but it's interesting to me that since that selfie, people have been saying for a fact that law enforcement did not find in his apartment, when they went and searched it, a shower curtain. And I'm wondering if that is a result of the list of items in the search warrant, because it does not list a shower curtain in that apartment search warrant. So what I'm getting at is, if that is the reason why people think that, and then they're associating this selfie photograph that shows a shower curtain and the fact that they supposedly, which is just a rumor, did not find a shower curtain when they searched his apartment, does that bring us to the question then, if that is what people are assuming, then how did it come to be that people are talking about a shower curtain? Because Jeff, I know you're in here. I believe it was you that began the shower curtain talk. Am I correct with that?
Mm-hmm. If I remember right, yeah.
So right now, if it is not in any of this new discovery, that it is in fact in the case file that no shower curtain was found in his apartment, and it has just been a rumor since Jeff began it way back in the day, that means that every morning since this selfie photo has been released, somewhere around some water cooler, people in these agencies are having a good laugh at the power of suggestion, because we are running around here talking about a shower curtain because of some ridiculous rumor.
That's a fact.
And Jeff, you can pat yourself on the back, but it has become this ridiculous. The amount of times that something can be repeated over and over and it becomes a truth.
How many people do you think are standing out there in law enforcement watching this going, watch this, guys? I'm going to throw a rumor on the internet and see how far it goes. How many times do you think that's been done in this case?
I heard, yeah, I first heard it a couple nights ago on a live at around 7 p.m. And I was absolutely in the chat derailed because I didn't know the mindset of the person who was talking about it. And I thought they were talking about their mindset was that there was no shower curtain in the photograph. And of course, there absolutely is. So I was absolutely stunned and lost, but then I keep hearing it over and over since that live where people are talking about it as a fact that there was no shower curtain found by the investigators when they searched his apartment at WSU.
Right.
And I'm like, where are they getting this? And I have to track this down until I get it. And I finally just put it together today. And I'm like, this is because of everybody somehow believes it in their mind that it's a truth due to Jeff's silly shower curtain business.
It's happened in more times than you can probably even put together, Eddie. Many times it's happened. Okay, let's go, for instance, real quick. The newest one, and I told you guys, it's going to be carried all the way to the finish line now because Steve Gonsalves made one comment about the prank theory. Now you watch. I could put money bets on this that it's going to run all the way to the end until the trial starts. That's going to be the running theory now on the Gilter side of this. Period. Okay. Now I'm not saying it's not true, but look how fast that happened, how fast that grew, how fast that went into play like that. That's all it takes. One time on both sides. Okay, that's true. But
so if anybody comes across others in chat or on
Walt,
panels and someone says that there was no shower curtain in his apartment, just, tactfully ask them, let's pause here and can you bring a receipt on that? I would like to see where that is coming from.
say that one more time, bud. Welcome.
So
Walt.
if anyone like in chat, because once we leave here today, everyone's going to split in 10 directions and it's like a rumor yard, that we live in. It's that's how things get out of control. They're going to take whatever they hear and they're going to say it somewhere else. And then by the time they get back to one of your shows, it's going to grow and become a truth. So what I'm saying is in chat, if anyone comes across, when we leave here today or you're discussing it elsewhere and someone says that there was no shower curtain in his WSU apartment, just tactfully just pause, or whoever's on panel that you're discussing it with or in chat, say, where is, explain where you're getting that information from. Just bring the receipt on that because I'd like to understand what we're talking about.
Absolutely. There you go, guys.
It's also curious to know why this warrant for the returns is down. And again, the date of that was originally 17th of January, 23.
Yeah, that's my other question too, to both of you and anybody. From my understanding, Hitler has been unsealing everything, wants to unseal, doesn't want the secrecy. We've heard him say it out of his own mouth. Why are we even motioning or even receiving motions to reseal anything, reseal or seal anything new? That's my question as far as that goes as well. Also, I have a poll up, guys. I'm just curious. I want to see how many people in here believe that there was more than one perpetrator in this case. Is there? I put it up as: are there more than one perpetrators in this case? Yes or no? Just out of curiosity, I want to see who believes and who doesn't. So yeah, I noticed that. And I might be wrong. If I'm wrong, please correct me, Annie or Eddie or anybody. But from the documents that I saw, it looks like there's new motions or newer motions to reseal certain things or to seal other stuff. Am I wrong in understanding that like that was supposed to be done, or am I wrong? I don't remember. Maybe.
What do you mean? I think what they've agreed to keep sealed are things that were already previously ordered sealed under Judge.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. That's what I was wondering.
I could be wrong. I'm not sure what new documents you're talking about.
I saw something in the newer documents that were dropped over the past week, I think, from the 21st on. I think that it looked like there was something in it, maybe a motion to seal or something. I could have just read it wrong. I'm sorry.
Okay. It may be the things that both sides have stipulated, agreed to keep sealed, because these are things that were already previously sealed under Judge. I could be wrong, but I think that was like the agreement from both sides a few months back.
Gotcha. Thank you. That was my own little personal thing. I was wondering as I was looking at the docs this morning. Rose says they sealed the text in the 911. So that's been sealed after it was released? Are you serious? Wait.
They sealed it?
Are you sure, Ro? I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but that wouldn't make sense because that's everywhere now.
Right.
Well, I know it was redacted, so it may show up as like, sealed or redacted, but it's a redacted version of the Oh, do you mean the transcript of the 911 call and the text messages?
I think the transcript was sealed. That I do believe, yeah. I think, because I can't find that now. Cassie said yes, they took it down. Shit. Okay.
Oh, see,
That's
good
quite
thing good thing I save all of them, man.
That's bullshit. Well, whatever. Everybody's got shit screenshotted anyway, so it is what it is.
Are you sure?
Where's that at, Cass? Did you find? Because that's. Hold on. Let me pull this back up here real quick. Up, move that. Where's me link? Where's me link? There it is. Was it a motion or did they actually seal it? Okay, hold on here. Let me check this real quick, you guys. Okay, and boom. Okay, so we got order sealing exhibit states 1 to state's response to defendant 7th. Order granting state leave to exceed. No. Order sealing defendant's exhibit to objection to states. Okay, objection to states. No. Objection with permission. State's reply to defendant's objection. State's reply. So, well, she's saying they took it down. Did they take it down or did they seal it? Or did they do both? Motion to seal S1 to respond to defendant's 7th motion.
Yeah, they're going to seal exhibits. They already, both sides agreed to that. They're going to seal exhibits. Yep.
Order
The
sealing.
motion may be unsealed, but the exhibit that goes with it will be sealed when it's filed. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely. Order sealing exhibits. Yeah, that makes sense. But order sealing defendant's objection. Order sealing exhibit B to defendant's 2nd supplement. Order sealing exhibit states amended. Okay. No. I get it. Well, that one I don't quite understand. State's amended supplemental response to the request for discovery. The expert's testimony, but okay. Maybe, I guess. Order sealing state's unredacted responses to defendant's motion in limine 5. Motion to seal unredacted response to defendant's motion in 5. Okay. I don't know. I'm a little confused, but okay. Thank you, Mama Bear.
So a thought just came over me. Can I switch subjects?
You can do whatever you want, buddy.
Okay.
The floor is yours. The floor is yours. That's why you're here.
Well, the gears in my head are just spinning, and
I agree.
I'm getting back to that shower curtain for a minute, and I have to say this. So here we go out into the weeds here, but
we've been there for a while, Eddie. It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
So here it comes out just recently, the selfie of him in the bathroom with a shower curtain. And it just so happens that Jeff has been putting it out there since way back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
What a coincidence. And then also recently, we've learned that Ethan's best friend had something to do with a 911 call. And we learned that way back on February 5th, 2023 through
Drunk Turkey, right?
That's right.
Yes, sir.
I'm just saying it.
Yes,
I'm not
sir.
saying it, but I'm saying it. I mean, and it's a complicated thought. So, like, that's a coincidence.
Agreed.
It's interesting.
It's very interesting. Thank you.
I think you get it.
No, I absolutely do. I do. I understand. It's quite interesting. That's very true. And that's I think that's been noticed for a while, Eddie, by many of people. Some others don't, but I get it. I do. Oh, Jeff, it's okay. There's more than one of you in here that feels that way. Nobody's attacking you personally, and you have the right to your feelings, as do everybody else. There just seems to be more people in here that agree upon the opposite side of what you think, bud. That's all there is to it. So, That's all I'm saying. Yvonne just asked a question. So you saying that Drunk Turkey had some info back then? Well, yeah. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
he did.
He did.
He put it out to the whole world. So yes, that's factual information, and it
Yeah,
came
he put it
from-
out there as an inside source close to the case.
Yep, that he did.
Now Jeff did it differently. He just used it as his own thought.
Right. Yeah.
But isn't it interesting that now it's become a thing? And before I hopped up on panel and tried to like put out the fire, so to speak, about it, it was ablaze.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Fully involved. It doesn't take long. It doesn't at all.
Well, this whole case has been about misinformation and disinformation and propaganda.
And the thing is, this is one thing I do have to make a statement on, you guys. I've seen misinformation and disinformation and propaganda come from both sides of the so-called fence that some of us are sitting right on the middle of. The thing that bothers me is that if anybody that is sitting on, well, there's three sides to this, in my opinion. Let me put this out. There's the absolutely Brian is nothing but innocent side. There's the absolutely nothing but Brian is guilty side. And then there's the side that quite a few of us are sitting right in the middle of, looking at both sides of this saying, show me, please show me so I can understand. And that's where we've been. If you put something out from the, I'll say the right side, which would be the fully innocent, you are completely and totally throttled and attacked and destroyed by the other side. If you put something out from the other side of the fence that Brian's absolutely innocent or guilty, vice versa, it comes from the other side. The thing I don't understand is the people that want to see all of this, that they want to see like real justice and truth and want to see it all, that are in the middle, still get attacked and throttled and stepped down upon by the people that are on the guilty side of it. I don't understand this. Why is it not okay to want to see all of it, to want to see the truth? Why is that not okay? That's what I'm struggling in the most part to understand. I've seen disinformation and misinformation put out by guilters. I've seen disinformation and misinformation put out by pro burgers for I hate that word, but what you want to call them. Okay. I've seen it come from both sides. So what the hell is the difference? Who puts it out? It's still wrong. And that's what we've all tried to prevent by doing these things and clarifying what's right and what's wrong. That's what I don't understand about this whole thing. It makes no sense. The defense and the state side, we'll go that way then, Leslie. That sounds a good way to put it. They both put out wrong information. It happens legally. The attorneys do it. Okay? The families have done it. Again, no disrespect intended, by no means whatsoever, no shaming of them, but they have done it. Whether it's mistakenly or not, it's happened. It happens throughout this whole thing. Completely. So as we
Well, it even gets
go ahead.
It even gets into like you're making a good point with the misinformation, right? From both sides. Like,
yes.
They've gone on the media to say that, I mean, they've had psychiatrists who've gone up to give interviews. These people have never met him, never diagnosed him, never spoken to him, talking about he could be a cannibal, things like that, right?
So ridiculous.
That he was separating his trash. Right? Those are the claims that when SWAT kicked in the door, this weirdo was in the middle of the night separating trash with gloves, trying to conceal his DNA. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, we find out they haven't turned over any body cam whatsoever.
None.
To show that actually occurred.
That's right. And I've been begging to see that kind of stuff since that happened.
Did you know that Ann Taylor set the judge straight in one of these most recent documents? She corrected it. She corrected the record and said that he was in his bathroom cleaning the bathroom.
Yes, I do remember. I know that. Thank you. Keep going. I like that. I like that you're talking about that. Go ahead.
That is obvious pushback.
Mm-hmm.
Responding to what the judge said.
Yep. Yep. What? There you go, right there. There's a perfect. Thank you, Eddie. That's a perfect example. What were we told when we were told this story, you guys? What was? And this came out through media as well. Okay, mainstream media, that he was standing in his kitchen, from my understanding, and if I'm wrong, fix me. Sorting his garbage, wearing dish gloves or something, dishwashing gloves, I believe it was called. Anyway, separating his trash, trying to hide his DNA to put it in the neighbor's garbage can. That's what we were told. Am I right or am I wrong? Now,
You're right.
Ann comes out like what Eddie's just did. Explain again, Eddie, what Ann said, please, and thank you.
So I'm looking for the document, but regardless of the specifics, she, in one of these recent documents, has straightened out and corrected the record, because the judge, in his ruling, said that Brian Kohlberger, I believe, was in the garage, hiding. And I'm paraphrasing. I wish I could get to my notes
No,
as
it's okay.
quick as I need to, but she straightened him out, and she's saying that he was actually in the kitchen, the bathroom.
The bathroom. And that came out of whose mouth that started that? That was the judge, right, Eddie?
Yes, he wrote it in his ruling, in his order.
That's the judge. That's a problem for me, you guys. That tells you how strong and how what's the word I'm trying to find here? How misdirecting that this disinformation can be when the judge is writing this in documents himself. That's a problem, you guys. That's a big problem, especially in a case like this, okay? That is huge to me. Thank you for bringing that up. I really appreciate you bringing that up, because I forgot about knowing that.
Yeah, that can't be allowed.
No. This is the man that is overseeing this entire thing. Okay? And for him to make that mistake is a huge problem to me. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you for putting that out there. That has happened, folks. It's a fact. So,
well, didn't Hitler also say in one of his rulings as well that he saw no evidence that the state or law enforcement relied on 1125 Ridge Road?
Oh,
and then the state, in their vehicle, identification documents, make and model of suspect vehicle, they're making it very clear that's what they heavily relied on, because it was the footage that provided the clearest shot of the vehicle.
Yep. The exact opposite of what the judge himself just stated. Yes, ma'am.
It's very interesting, though. I thought it was really interesting that was in one of his things, that he said. There was another thing he said too, in one of his decisions, talking about something about what he heard. He thought the judge thinks he can hear a struggle occurring.
Yep.
Right. And then you have the defense coming back, hitting the record, saying there in bold letters, there is no audio.
Yep.
Or video of the crime.
How did you get that then? How did he come to that place to make that statement? That's a big problem.
That's what I think.
Thank you.
I was like, what is he listening to that he thinks he's hearing a struggle, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the defense is coming back saying there's no audio or video of this crime.
That's insane. And to me, that's a problem, okay? That's a huge problem, because first off, how did that happen? Like she just said. Second off, people are human. To err is human. We know that. People make mistakes. You can't make a mistake in a case like this. This is somebody's life on the line. It's a death penalty case. Also, we have 4 people who lost their lives that there needs to be true justice brought to. You can't make those mistakes in a case like this. I'm sorry, but you can't. So, big problems. Big problems. This is insane.
I just thought it was interesting, It was just one of those little intricacies in the language that I, pick up on. And I'm like, well, that's interesting. So he's claiming whatever he listened to, he could hear a struggle.
Well, I'd like
They're saying well, like Jeff is saying here, the light bulb camera picked up the voices with the whimpering and a loud thud, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay. And the judge is saying he thinks he hears a struggle. That's in one of his decisions. Okay. That's the language he uses. So whatever it is he's listening to, I don't know what it is. I have no clue what they're talking about. But it's interesting that one side is saying, basically, we don't know what the fuck you heard or where you heard it from because there's no audio.
Yep. And
so, it actually, that hurt. It's kind of funny to me. I'm sorry, but like for me, it's comical because I read it and I'm like, okay, so wait a minute.
You're right. It is absolutely comical, but at the same time, Annie, that's scary because what the hell are you listening to, Judge? And if we don't know what you're listening to, do you know what you're listening to? Because that don't make no sense. What's up, Willie? The link is pinned at the top.
What's up, Willie?
If you want to jump up, buddy, it's up there. The link's pinned at the top of the chat, Will. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if we don't know what you're listening to, if the defense don't know what you're listening to, what the hell are you listening to? Explain it, sir, please and thank you.
That's what I mean. I don't know. I just picked up on like a couple of little things that caught my attention.
They're important though, Annie. Those are big. They're little, but they're big deals. You know what I'm saying? Especially when
I'm just looking at it like I don't understand what's happening here. How can three, right? I guess you know how they say there's like three sides to the truth, right? I mean, it's like the perfect example of it because the judge thinks he's hearing one thing, the state's claiming they're hearing one thing, and Anne's saying, there's not even any audio. What are you talking about?
What the hell are you talking about? Thank you.
It's weird.
It's crazy weird. Yes. I still would like to have that explained now that you brought that up. Really would like to have that explained. It's not going to happen, but I would like to know.
I don't know. I think she's going to explain it. I think we're going to get a lot of explanation very soon.
Yeah, there's new stuff every week. There's going to be other stuff that comes.
Well, we got the motions in limine hearing soon, and it looks like they've booked out for 2 days for that one. There's a chance here we may go into 3. But it looks like so far the 9th and the 10th.
Is it 9th, 10th, or 8th, 9th, and 10th?
I think it's going to be 9th. So far it's 9th and 10th.
Okay. All right. I need to write that down. What's up, Willard?
Hey, guys.
How you doing, brother?
Good. How are you guys?
Hey, Willie.
What up?
Long time no talk.
Where you been, bro?
Who, me?
Yeah, I did one of these the other day, and I thought it was 8 hours, too. I really thought you'd have been here.
But I was a little tired.
It's all good. Good to have you here.
It's a little tired. No, seriously, though, sometimes I have like real life shit going on. I'm like, how is everybody be able to be there all the time? You know, because like
I get it. I do.
You know, I would have loved to be there though. I saw it was a pretty good conversation. I watched it back.
Oh yeah, it was a good one. It was always.
Annie, I just sent you a message. Do you guys know? I mean, TMZ just reported on it like 25 minutes ago. Do you guys know that like 23andMe or something sold their company?
What?
And now there's like a whole thing about like all of our data. That let's see. Let me read this article. I sent it to
everybody. You can get your
I sent it to you, Annie. But yeah.
Oh shit! 23andMe goes bankrupt. Steps you can.
Oh, sorry, bankrupt.
Yeah.
I know some of a story. I never know the actual story. I just know some of a story, so it's my fault.
That's a little unnerving.
Yeah, right.
Knowing that could be floating around into somebody else's hands.
Yeah, and it said something like we should be like removing. Hold on, let me read this. I sent it to you.
An article right here, or a news broadcast on it that says
anyone who shared their DNA with 23andMe needs to delete their data from the Genetic Information Service before the company is sold to the highest bidder. What the hell?
That's insane. Yeah, here, watch this real quick.
I'm going to put it on my bingo card. The highest bidder is going to be likely the United States government.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say like the University of Idaho.
You don't think they have that already, Annie? Honestly.
Oh, they got all their shit.
No, they want the no. You're not. They want the database.
Oh yeah. Got you. Okay. Or Elon. Elon might get it. Elon will get it. Yeah. Here, this is what it says to do.
I just
what
thought that
could
was pretty interesting.
It says what could happen to users' genetic data. So here's this real quick. First off, real quick before we hear this, how does a company like this go bankrupt? I just hold on to that thought for a minute.
True. Class action settlement. See, yep.
Researchers are also bound by security and privacy agreements to keep information confidential and secure.
Same way they got Brian's DNA like they did is probably the same reason they're going bankrupt.
What would stop somebody from this company, since they're going bankrupt, they're probably going to lose their job or whatever, from taking a whole bunch of data from this place and going and selling?
Not even this. Well, not even that. Going up to people and trying to buy data before it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Hey, Sleuthy, good to see you.
That's worth a lot of money.
100%, dude. 100%. I agree.
I didn't want to change the topic or nothing. I just wanted to. This kind of plays in with like the DNA and stuff. So that's why I figured it was
kind of important, Willie. It's kind of, especially anybody that goes and deals with this company. I mean, it's good to know. It's almost done. Hold.
Tonka.
Damn it, I'm trying to catch that clip right there that said, it says, in the event of bankruptcy sale, a user's 23andMe data can go to a new company or be sold in bankruptcy, experts say. That's scary as shit.
Hell yeah.
That's scary as shit. They definitely have someone pissed off who sells people's private info and stuff like this. Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Thank you, Sleuthy.
But what's crazy is me and you have no say in it. Like, are we supposed to call all of our family and say, yo, don't take any genetic genealogy test because, like how
right.
So we can't even avoid being in systems, to be honest with you.
No, agreed. 80% of 23andMe users have selected the additional opt-in for their data to be used for medical research. You know what that means?
80%.
That's a lot, bro. That's a lot.
Just think of how many people have looked into their ancestry, dude.
Yep.
80%.
Most everybody does it because they want to know.
Exactly.
That's why I won't do it.
I think my family knows the Greeks. I'm hoping nobody did it, man. That's crazy, though, right, man?
80% of millions. That's huge, Sleuthy.
80%.
Huge. There's a link pinned at the top of the chat.
There has to be, say, tens of millions, right? So say it's 10 million on a low end. That's 8 million people that opted in. Damn, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's a monstrous number.
3% of the population. I don't know where we're at now, but we're somewhere.
Monstrous number. She said, yes, Willie.
Yes.
I don't know if you heard me, Sleuthy. There's a link pinned at the top of the chat if you were interested in joining us. You're welcome to. Before we shut everything down today.
Have you been live long?
Not too long. 5.5, 6 hours going on.
Holy hell.
It's okay.
I've been here about an hour.
Yeah, Eddie's been here most of the time. Annie's only been here for an hour. But
Dude, why didn't YouTube notify me when you? I gotta figure this out. Something's wrong with my YouTube, man.
Oh, I know. You're not subscribed to me. I got you, bro.
Oh shit!
I'm just kidding with you. I'm kidding. YouTube screwed up, dude. You know how it works.
Now I'm going back and looking because now you got me worried.
Well, then again, there was that whole thing where people were being unsubscribed by YouTube.
Well, maybe if I unsubscribe and then subscribe again, maybe then.
You can try that. That actually does work. Some people were telling me it does work, so try that. And then let me know next time I go live if you get a notification.
Yeah, there we go.
It should be forced to show what research. Yes, ma'am. Amen. That should be documented, and you should be able to show everybody and anybody that needs this. Well, no, not everybody and anybody.
So I have something I need to discuss with all you guys since you're here, right? And like I told you guys before, I can care less if Brian did this or not. Is Brian's family? Are they saying that Brian's family is going to testify against him?
That's the rumor.
It may happen.
Yeah, but I've seen paperwork.
Oh yeah. That's what the paperwork says, that it's a possibility.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Deb. Well, please, if you would, resubscribe. I appreciate you. Oh, there's Twiz. Twiz said no. Big, bold letters. It's pinned at the top of the chat, Sleuth. It should be, or it was. Is it not there anymore? Hold on. Yeah, it's pinned at the top, highlighted in yellow. It should be the link to get up here. And you're welcome to join too, Twizzle.
Dear God, I love her. Please let her come up.
Sleuthy. I love hearing.
Oh, I know. Sleuthy is awesome.
Yeah, she is. Absolutely.
Give me some goose.
Goose is loose.
I want some goose.
Excuse me. But yeah, so I'm looking into that a little further because remember conversation I had with Rich Pasqua. He's really good friends with Brian's sisters, and he's pissed off about this whole thing. So I was like, dude, I asked him yesterday. I'm like, you want to help me? I'm like, do you honestly want to help me? I was like, we got to figure this out about, if his sisters turned him in or nothing like that. So I kind of got him on a goose chase to figure out, what's going on in that aspect. And I want to see if they reply to him and what happens, because I ain't buying it.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. I mean, who knows?
When was the last time you talked to Rich?
Yes, actually this morning.
Oh, okay. And he said, say that again, Willie?
Well, no, I reached out to him because because we've been like back and forth about the case, everything. Every time something comes out, he'll write to me, be like, "Yo, this is fucked up," and then we kind of go back and forth. But then when I saw this whole thing about like his sister turned him in and this, that, and the third, I reached out to him and I'm like, dude, do you really want to do you give a shit that Brian's in there and is possibly innocent? He's like, hell yeah. I'm like, all right, then if you want to help me, maybe you can try to talk to his sisters and figure out. Did one of them actually turn him in? Or are they backing him 100%?
See, I've heard it both directions now. I've heard that, where the hell did I see it at? That his family is supporting him and they believe he's innocent 100%.
But that just might be his mom and dad. I don't know about his sisters. You know what I mean?
Well, but there's that rumor floating right now. I'm going to call it a rumor because I don't have any proof yet, that one of the sisters could be testifying because they have a family Amazon account that he bought the knife, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Who knows? I've never seen anywhere in any documents, even though somebody did claim that early on in the chat, that they're going to testify against him to his character. I don't believe that. I've not seen that. And until you show me that, I won't believe that. So
that's a little wild, bro. Because if I'm found not guilty and you fucking testified against me, we're going to have problems in the household.
Right. Lucy just said there was only one sister not included.
There was only one sister not included.
Hey, hold on a minute. It's in pieces. Let me back up to find the other part of it.
What that means.
Willie, I have a quick question for you.
What's up, brother?
How long have you been lurking today? It's not a trick question. I'm just curious have you heard?
That's fine. You mean like on the whole YouTube streets or just here?
Oh, just here. When I was talking about something.
I got in like a couple seconds after I said hello.
Oh, okay. So
all right, this is the whole thing. Sorry, hold on. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say what she said is, please remember that they put way more people on witness lists so that they can call them if they want to. It doesn't mean that they will. And that's what we read on that document. Sorry, go ahead, Eddie. I did not mean to interrupt you, bud.
Okay. No, I just have one quick question for Willie. What is your thoughts on this? Did law enforcement find or not find a shower curtain in Brian Kohlberger's WSU apartment? Have you heard anything about? Were they
when they went over?
Yeah. after his arrest.
After his arrest. So you're saying like when he was in Pennsylvania and they hit his apartment?
Yes.
I thought there was no shower curtain because he took it down because of mold purposes. I mean, since he went to PA for a while.
Okay, so you have become infected with the rumors.
It's not rumors. It's just, I mean, I don't see.
Oh no,
I
I
haven't seen a piece of paper that said that they found this, and this.
He's being sarcastic, Willie, to explain
Yeah.
a point. Just take it lightly. It's not.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to figure out where. Okay.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
So what has happened is because of that warrant return, there was no shower curtain listed.
Mhm.
People are confusing this selfie photo. There's a shower curtain in the photo. And because of these rumors started by Jeff from way long ago about a shower curtain, now people have made a connection of two things that aren't connected at all.
Mm-hmm.
And it has become almost like in this gossip yard that we're all in, that it is a fact of the case that there was no shower curtain in his apartment at WSU.
Mm-hmm.
That is the power of the spreading of lies and repeating it over and over. And and I guess in a way it's, shout out and kudos to Jeff for starting this, but it shows the power of what can happen when a rumor is spread.
But I think Jeff got that from somewhere else because he was using the fact of him not having a shower curtain as far as like using that to line his car and stuff like that. So Jeff had to get that from somewhere. That didn't originate in his mind. He's not that he's not that good. So he had to hear that from somebody first to put it into context. So, okay, so Brian all of a sudden doesn't have a shower curtain because it just doesn't come to somebody's mind.
Well, we even heard
I agree.
from Stephen Solves. Is that part of the whole kill kit theory? You guys remember that? The whole kill kit where
and then the bucket theory, and then Jeff's bucket theory had a fucking bucket with him and all this shit, and then that went away, and then this comes back, that goes away. So yeah.
Mojo says Daniel on Drunk Turkey. Did it come from him? I don't remember. It's been so damn long, but it could have.
Yeah, it probably did.
Yeah, probably did.
Or Nancy Grace, because she hates.
Or
Brian
Steve,
too.
or Steve. Like
it could have been.
People wonder where all these channels get all their information from before everybody else. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
But then when the picture came out, I couldn't understand why all the guilters were like, "Oh my god!" and they were freaking out over the picture. When that picture shows the complete opposite of what, if I'm a guilter, I wanted to, because it shows he has a shower curtain. And he looks like, he looks tired, but doesn't look like he just went through a battle.
What document shows the shower curtain?
Interesting that the court docs make mention of the show.
That has to do with, let's see, which document is that?
Was that the one that came out of Washington when they went into his apartment? Is that the document you're talking about? The warrants for Pullman.
Let me think.
Or did he grab a shower curtain?
I can't remember that warrant. What was on it? I'm sorry, you guys.
Yeah, or maybe he grabbed the shower curtain on the way home from doing the murders. That's what happened. Okay, that's it.
Twiz said, "Look at the Latah pick versus the Ada pick. Lighting works wonders." Are you talking about that picture, Twiz? Yeah, that's a joke if that's the case, because it's lighting. The same person that said that there was blood in his hair. I'm sorry, I'm not okay with that.
Okay. It's the bushy eyebrows one. I got it pulled up here. So it was posted, the date it was posted is March 17th, and it's titled State's Response to Defendant's Motion in Limine Number 7 regarding witness identification by bushy eyebrows.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. See, a lot of this stuff, we just saw proof of how it happens. Like I said, as soon as Steve came out and said that it was a prank, the whole world's going to say this is a prank, an 8-hour prank, you guys, that went on for 8 hours. Yeah. That way, and being such a prank, one of the people in the home gets on the phone crying and states, "There's something going on in my house. There was something going on in my house, and we don't know what it is."
I mean, man, and as a parent, I don't give a shit about these kids. These are my child's roommates, college roommates. I don't give two shits about them. It's not like she grew up with them, yada yada yada. So if I hear that two of them could have saved my child's life, could have done this, and I hear you're scrolling on Instagram for 2 hours, you're looking for jobs, you're taking all this stuff, I got a big problem, man.
And you know
now, if Steve wants to come out and justify it, that's completely fine. That's up to him. But I'm saying, me as a parent, if I lost my child, I got problems with that.
Well, Steve said something that I'm kind of uncomfortable with. And again, I don't mean it in any disrespect towards him whatsoever, but he made a statement that really kind of threw me off, and it made me a little bit upset. I'll be honest. He made a statement and said that no matter what would have happened, no matter if somebody would have called 911, there was no way of saving the victims.
Who the hell is he to make that call?
That's what I'm okay. Thank you. That's wrong.
It's not my fucking. You're not my child's father. How do you know what my child went through? Where are you getting your information?
You shouldn't make comments like that.
Because I would have called him after that shit, man. This ain't no game.
That's just not right, in my opinion, to say something. And again, I'm not being disrespectful to him. I'm just saying you should not say things like that, especially in a situation like this. And it really threw me off. Like, wow, that's pretty crazy, man. Shouldn't say that kind of stuff. So I get he's been through some shit and he's probably frustrated about things. I know he was upset because they released the 911 call, this and that, everything else, but don't say stuff like that. That's way wrong. I'm sorry, in my opinion.
I agree.
Let me see. Didn't the document describe BK as one that changes? Yes. As most other people did defending that. But as soon as that statement come out about the damn shower curtain, that was the answer. It was over. He used it in the commission of the crime.
Yep, that's how good he is. He used a shower curtain that would basically the blood would run off of. How absorbent.
First off, if it's a dollar store shower curtain, you're going to tell me that
that's what I mean, dude. Like
all that together, get out of here with that. I'm sorry. So dumb.
Even Dexter would use a shower curtain. Like that's a terrible.
No, at least he used the good plastic. Yes, I agree. The selfie was sent to Brian in November 24th, 2024 after 3 a.m. What are we talking about? Walking in.
Annie, you alive?
Say again.
It says Annie alive? Where you at?
She's here somewhere.
Yeah, I'm right here. What's up?
You just
you haven't said nothing.
Oh, she's been saying
stuff. I was just letting y'all chit chat.
Well, but your 2 cents.
Somebody in the chat earlier told me I talk too much.
Well, so fuck them.
I just stay quiet.
Yeah, whoever said that, don't say things like that to people here. If you'd like to talk that way, walk somewhere else. You don't belong here.
Somebody commented early and they're like, "Oh, why are you letting Eddie talk now? You haven't taken a breath for 30 minutes." I was like, "Oh, all right. Well, then fuck you too." So I muted.
All these same people would come on here and not know what to say. They get up here
the person that said that, why don't you come up here and say something?
That's what I'm saying. If you guys, think you can make conversation so much better, get up here.
I don't like rude people. I'm sorry, but we're not going to do that in here. You do not.
Yeah, me neither.
Here or my moderators with disrespect.
Especially when it affects, especially when they don't feel comfortable talking. Then screw you guys.
Thank you.
I like when Annie talks.
Agreed. I've learned a lot from Annie, over a long period of time, and I'm very grateful for her. So I want to hear her talk as much as I want to hear her talk. Anybody else? Pissed off? Sorry.
But this is how we learn shit, like bouncing stuff. Again, if this all made sense to all of us, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be talking about this case. We'd be talking about something else.
Thank you.
So even the people that think they believe he's guilty still go to all these channels and, in my opinion, because, dude, if I 100% believe somebody does a crime, right, I stop looking into that crime. I'm like, okay, he did it, whatever. I move on. I look into other shit. So I just can't understand if there's this many people that think he did it, why they keep coming around to every single goddamn show anybody has and want to give their 2 cents. If you truly think he did it, then sit back and shut up.
Yep, come on up, Twiz. You don't have to ask, or there are links pinned up there, dude. I told you when you first came in. Come up here. Unless you need a different link. You want
By the way, I saw you called me, Twiz. I was sleeping.
You want me to leave you a special link, Twiz? Just a Twiz link?
I texted Twiz like 7:30 this morning, thinking he would text me back, and I'm like, wait, it's 4:30. Where he's.
I always screw up the time thing. Always.
Me too.
Did you say Twiz called you?
Yeah, Twiz called me.
All right, let's end the poll. Sorry.
Why is that a problem?
All right, so
Yeah.
is there more than one perpetrator in the Idaho 4 case? 83% said yes, and 16 said no. Kind of my thoughts too. Polls down. So anybody wants to hit that link if you want to jump, come on.
Said he can't. Well, Twiz said he can't come up at the moment.
Oh, well, Leslie said he wanted to. What the hell are you talking about? I'm lost. Whatever.
I forget what I was trying to send Twiz. Oh yeah, I was trying to send him a thing about the whole whatever Grubhub, DoorDash, whatever. That it seems now people are saying in this like huge Brian Koberger group I'm in on, or Idaho 4 group I'm in on Facebook, that Zana didn't order the Grubhub. It came from possibly Ethan's account. So if Ethan ordered it, which is a possibility, that means Ethan's awake.
It just says that the
Zana ordered it
DoorDash
off his
warrant.
phone.
Yeah,
Say
the
it again?
DoorDash warrant went back to 2019.
Yeah.
There's photographs and messages between the person ordering the DoorDash and the DoorDasher.
Yeah.
And even though the warrant was for all deliveries to 1122 King, the only ones that were turned over were for Ethan.
Okay. So why only for Ethan though? If everybody was
I don't know, but it did specifically state that even though there was a DoorDash warrant for Ethan and Xana, it was only Ethan's records not turned over. I mean, it was only Ethan's records turned over, not Xana's.
Yeah, because he probably got the relevant information that they need. So again, if you tell me it was ordered from Ethan's account, I just have to believe Ethan's awake. I mean, everybody else is awake. I don't know. And you told me Xana ate what 2-3 hours prior. She had a big ass meal, so it makes sense that maybe Ethan's hungry now. I mean, I don't know why everybody wants to claim Ethan's sleeping because he was so drunk. Everybody was so drunk. I mean, and he's.
I know her dad is the one. All I know is her dad is the one who said that when he spoke to her, they were at home.
Yeah.
Eating a pizza, but what, midnight, 12:30, I think it was that
12:30.
time frame that he said he spoke to them.
Yeah,
yes, ma'am. Twas 12:30. That's exactly, Jeff said that.
But then remember, people were saying what time that place closes at, which means that order would have had to be put in at like 3 something. So from 12 something to 3, you're hungrier. I mean, I don't know.
Well, it was also brought to my attention that there's other ones that are in different areas that they could have went to that may have been open longer, but I can't see any proof on that, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm. And the respectful thing to do usually when you order DoorDash or something, especially when everybody else is awake, is ask if anybody else needs something. Right? So I'm curious what was on that order, because I think that matters as well. Like say there's 5 meals, 6 meals in that order. That Bethany and Dylan ordered something. Well, obviously they definitely were never sleeping. So, all those little tedious things paint the picture.
Right. Wait a minute. Harlot says if the killer ordered the DoorDash, they could have gotten the data from Xana and Ethan's DoorDash accounts to show that neither one of them ordered it.
How are you getting into their phones?
You think? I mean, after the fact, but there couldn't have been any time, in my opinion.
No, Brian has no time.
No way. No, that just doesn't make. Did you go up to him and say, "Hey, can I do something with your phone?" And then that's when you attacked him? I mean, that doesn't make sense. But still,
yeah,
they would.
I don't know how it's the killer ordering. I don't know how it's the killer ordering the DoorDash.
It makes no sense.
If it's the killer ordering the DoorDash, I don't know how that's going to work out. If
it's okay.
How does Brian connect to Ethan and Xana? How would
know?
Brian know to send a DoorDash to Ethan or Xana at that house?
Right. And Twitch said they would still know who ordered it anyway, which I believe.
Which brings me to my next question, because I heard you talking about, I think you talking about, Eddie, that the cops are saying that they could have done this crime in the 13 minutes. And I'm just trying to figure out where everybody's getting 13 minutes from, and 2, did they just have mannequins laying in the bed that they just went room to room and went poop, 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 and just, stab each one a couple times, and we're like, all right, time.
Nobody moved. Nobody fought back. Nobody defended themselves.
Yeah, well, at least we know now for a fact. I can't say Ethan yet, but at least we know for a fact now that 3 out of 4 of the victims were awake. We can agree on that, right?
Yep.
So that's 3 people you have to fight.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's back up, Willie, because if we go back through those messages,
yeah,
at some point, at least for a minute or early on in those messages, Maddie was awake.
That's what I mean. Yeah, Maddie Bogan called, so that would be 3 plus.
She's the only one I thought was sleeping through this whole thing. So at some point, she was still awake for a minute, I would say, at least. That, hold on a minute. I just had that. Well, somewhat of that. Where'd it go? Molly sent it to me. I think. Wait, here it is. I think it was 2. Where's it at, Molly? I had it somewhere. Where the hell did it go? Shit.
But yes, I'm just trying to figure out where anybody's getting 13 minutes.
Well, how many times has this changed, Willie?
Well, no. I mean, just sticking with the time. I mean, just sticking with the timeline that the prosecution is going to present. If I just want to know that if people are saying that and believing that Xana is on her phone and there's stuff going on in the house that she's not hearing, and she's just posting at 4:12, 4:13, whatever it is, on her TikTok. So is she then laying in? But then she's also eating. Like what's going on in there where she's not going to be aware of somebody sneaking in the kitchen area where all the plates and shit are? She's probably getting for her DoorDash she just got, and she's not going to notice somebody creep past her and go up the steps. I can't understand that part where we get the 13 minutes.
Right. I don't either. I don't know. That's not the right one. Hey, Tandy. Anyway,
somebody has to know, because that's what's going on. Because 13 minutes is what law enforcement is saying. Law enforcement is saying he had to do this.
Where'd they come up with that number? Right. Oh, wait a minute. Did you fall out, Annie? Yeah. Okay. There we go. I got it now. Yvonne said her phone open to TikTok is not proof. No, I don't think it is either.
It's not proof what? She commented.
It's not proof. I don't know what the rest of it says. Her phone being open to TikTok is not proof. If Lumafi, I don't know exactly what that means.
And she commented Queen on somebody's proof of life. But well, when you make a comment, it is. Not if it was just open. Okay, I get it was just open, but when you're making a comment, that takes come on.
Yeah, no, I agree. Tippy said, welcome, by the way. 13 minutes was the original time that law enforcement via PCA stated that the car entered the area and then left the area.
Okay, so that's even with including driving her. Okay, I get it now.
Thank you, Tippy. I appreciate it. And again, welcome, Peaky. Good.
Because I'm even given the benefit of the doubt that like she comments this and then something happens and she immediately drops her phone. Like I'll even give that the benefit of the doubt, but that still puts you at 8 minutes. And then I give him a minute to get into the house without any hesitation, I guess, and then a minute to get to his car and up the road to Walenta, and that gives 6 minutes to do the crime. So
By the way,
2 times that.
The document that this can be referenced that you're discussing right now, Willie, about the state disclosing that they plan to provide evidence that law enforcement is going to testify that they did test runs at the King Road house to prove that it's possible to commit forced homicides, yada, yada, yada. That document, the date, if we're interested, is March 17th, and it's titled Defendant's Response to State's Motion in Limine Regarding Neuropsychological and Psychiatric Evidence. Page
wait,
7.
wait, sorry, Eddie, I didn't hear you because I was pulling something up. Say the document again. The date,
Okay,
sorry.
March 17th.
Of this year? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's called what one more time? I'm sorry,
It's
bud.
called the Defendant's Response to State's Motion in Limine Regarding Neuropsychological and Psychiatric Evidence.
Oh my God, hold on. Okay. What's the last word on the title?
Well, it has to do with his neuropsychological and psychiatric.
So it says defendant's response to state's motion in limine re the neuropsychological and psychiatric, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
sorry,
so.
But I'm sorry. I didn't hear everything you were saying because I'm not good at multitasking. There we go. There's the document right there, I do believe.
So scroll to page 7, the bottom of.
Developmental coordination disorder. Mr. Koberger suffers from deficits in fine motor dexterity and visual motor function. This is another big important thing in my opinion. Motor function, clearly these are physical issues. He has experienced these physical impairments all of his life. The state has disclosed evidence that law enforcement will testify that they did test runs at 1122 King Road and that it is possible to commit 4 homicides in a time frame of only minutes, including walking to and from a car, removing clothing that would be covered in blood. And additionally, the state has disclosed a forensic pathologist who will testify regarding manner of death, injuries, and specific wounds on the deceased. Mr. Koberger has disclosed a forensic pathologist who has some differing opinions, including injury and specific wounds on the deceased. You know what, Ed, Willie, this brings me to something. So going back to, we've talked a little bit about some of the people that that he knows. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is a big deal to me. This whole
shit! I forgot to reach out to Casey. My bad. I'll do that tonight.
Good God, you just scared me. That's fine, dude. It's no worries. But that would be perfect. I would love to talk to her about.
Am I loud? I gotta turn myself
down. No. You just jump scared me because the way you said it.
It just hit me that because when you said that, I was like, shit.
Oh no, it's good. It's good because actually, yeah, I would like to talk to her about what Brian was diagnosed with as a child and how she remembers his motor skills and his
but she would know that too because we were all like all the way from like Polk Elementary School, which was like kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade. I know those two were definitely like up in that area around that time. So she would definitely know him from like very, very small all the way on if they were that close.
Yeah. So you would know as a friend that how he reacted and moved around and how quick his reflexes were and things like that. Then it could change. Yes, it could change. But the man was diagnosed with something he's had his whole life that would affect his agility, his motor, his sharp motor skills, all those kinds of things. And I would like to hear from somebody that knows him how that was with him back then, as compared to right now, possibly.
What's crazy is they say that, but so I don't understand because they say that, but then he'll jog 7 miles. Is that different?
That could be his own therapy. That could be why he does the running. But that's what I'm saying. It doesn't affect everybody the same way. But it would be nice to know how Brian was with things then, if it actually affected him. The visual snow, what the hell? I keep forgetting the word. How do you say that word again, you guys? Just not dyslexia, but it's shit.
I'm not sure.
Dyspraxia. Thank you, Tomboy. Anyway, and that's what she's saying right there, that the running helps with balance and the nerves from the dyspraxia. That's probably why he was a runner, because it helped. It's his own therapy. You know what I mean? So maybe that's
he lost weight. He lost weight in high school. So he was running, and he was running with Skylar Jacobson, who was really, really good at track and field.
Mm-hmm.
So Skyler was an actual like PV athlete
Right.
when he
Oh,
ran. When he ran.
Dago, you
Yes,
scroll
sir.
down, scroll right back up, just where it was, just a little bit. Page 7.
Right here. Yeah.
Yeah, keep scrolling, and
Just
keep scrolling.
keep scrolling.
Right there.
Okay.
Oh, there's a lag in time. Dang it.
No. It's where does it start with, Eddie?
It's going to be in the middle of page 7.
Okay. So Mr. Koberger's actions as reflecting his state of mind.
No, don't read it.
Don't read. Okay. Sorry.
No. Okay, you have it on your screen. Don't move. It's the last sentence. It's the one I was talking about earlier. It says he was not cleaning his car on the night of his arrest. He was awake at night, as is typical for him, and he was cleaning his bathroom.
Oh, there it is. Bingo.
Yeah, that's the document. She's setting Judge Hippler straight.
So he wasn't standing in his kitchen at his counter separating garbage with dishwashing gloves on, folks. There it is.
Right. And in his ruling, let me find it here quick. On his order, defendant's motion to suppress arrest warrant, Pennsylvania, and that's on page 8, Hippler, and you don't have to pull it up. I'm just putting it out there.
Okay.
So his February 19th order, defendant's motion to suppress arrest warrant in Pennsylvania, he did state it as a fact that he's, well, like it said there that we just read, he's in by his car hiding DNA.
Okay.
Isn't that ridiculous?
It absolutely.
I've
100%.
made a note of a couple times here, and we've all gone over all these, I know, but
poor guy can't clean his car. Jesus.
Yeah. When you put them together, it's more impactful. So there's 2 instances where Judge Hippler is citing that Brian Koberger is likely covering his tracks. And that is on the February 19th order on defendant's motion for Frank's hearing, and that's on page 28, by the way. And you don't have to go to them, but I can real quick. And the other one is on February 19th, order suppressing AT&T and Google and Apple, Amazon, USB, and that's on page 27. But I'll just read the 2 sentences real quick because you'll see how out of line this is. So the last sentence of the third to the last paragraph on page 28, it reads, "This is consistent with defendant returning to the scene of the crime." And
shit, I just spit my drink everywhere.
Do that all the time.
So he went back to the scene of the crime and taking a selfie too?
I misread. Yeah, it's in that document, and it's actually the last sentence of the second to last paragraph. It reads, "The inference to be drawn from this information is that defendant knew, particularly from a technological perspective, how to cover his tracks." And he's making a reference to his PhD in criminology at WSU and studying technological data.
Gotcha.
So there he's putting it on the record that, we can all assume he's covering his tracks. This is behavior of him covering his tracks.
And that came from the judge.
From the judge, yeah. And then on the bottom of page 27 on this other order,
wow,
also of the same date, defendant's motion for the AT&T, Google, Apple.
Yeah, the Amazon document, right.
Yeah, the bottom of that, page 27, second to the last paragraph, last sentence, it reads, "Thus, he was a highly sophisticated user and could, and likely would, attempt to cover his digital tracks," referring to his cloud-based forensics.
So there you go. So they say all that about Brian, that he's this smart, yada yada yada. But then I'm supposed to sit here and believe that he bought the knife that he used on Amazon and then looked for a replacement of that knife when he got home. Really?
Yeah, you can be that smart and that dumb at the same time, right? Right, Willie?
I guess.
That's what I was trying to say the other day, you guys. That makes zero sense to me. I do want to read this piece of this real quick too, because this is important in my opinion. Think about this too. It will be relevant for the jury to know Mr. Koberger has a developmental coordination disorder that impacts his fine motor dexterity and visual motor function. Such as speed and coordination are not possible for him. Such speed and coordination. That's kind of important considering that he's being accused of committing a quadruple homicide by himself. The jury definitely needs to know that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And yeah, what Eddie just said, this is what I'm talking about. All of these things that have been talked about today, guys, the things that Annie brought up, the fact that they knew, like she said, that there was more DNA and didn't even remotely think about investigating it.
To me, that's the craziest part of this whole crime.
It absolutely is.
In my opinion, that I've watched a lot since I've gotten to true crime. 3 years ago now, dude? I've watched a lot of documentaries and cases and shit. Maybe too many, and I fall asleep to this shit. And I have not once seen anything remotely like this, to where they disregarded any DNA, let alone multiple blood samples. That is unheard of.
I've seen one other case kind of like this, Willie, and it's Delphi. That's the only.
But that's what I mean. Unless we're talking about recent crazy shit, I'm talking about the norm, man. Not Delphi, Karen Reed in this case, and a dude from Making of a Murderer. I'm talking about all the regular cases and shit.
It just doesn't happen. You don't.
So that's where I say it's not a question of if they disregarded the DNA. To me it's a question of why.
Why?
There has to be a motive behind it. Why they didn't fully investigate. Even if Brian did it, why not also get his accomplices he did it with?
Those are exactly the same things that
get full justice for my kid. I'd be screaming every fucking day going down to the courthouse. I want everybody arrested. You're telling me there's other suspects?
And with everything that Steve has said on this, why is he not pushing that? Why has he not said a word about that?
I guess they're content with killing one dude, and that's going to be their, way of. I don't. But what I don't get is that's one family's opinion. What about the other three? They don't. They don't have. I don't really know how they feel. I mean, they come out and say shit here and there, but I'm just saying. Normally, you want full justice, right?
Agreed. Ethan's family has nothing to do with it anymore. They've clarified that. That's fine. And from what we've heard, Steve is the spokesperson for everybody else. And I don't know how I feel about that.
I tell them all to shove it up their ass. This is my kid. Nobody's going to tell me what I'm going to say to the media, what I'm not going to say. No. Some ain't right, some ain't right. And I got problems.
Agreed.
But again, I'm nobody. So I'm just
yes.
Give them 2 cents.
I agree.
And to what Willie was saying, it is proof that he did not do this because, the other day, Dago, you were mentioning that you fell asleep to Dateline or.
Always. Every night.
I used to watch that all the time too, and we all know that investigators. Let's say we all heard of the case where the beautiful married woman has an acquaintance, a younger male who's very impressionable, kind of slow, and she uses him to off her husband, and then obviously detectives get onto his trail, and discover him, but quickly learn that he didn't do it out of randomness. There's a reason why he did it, and they don't stop. He's like the small fish. In other words, they are going to question him and then have him give up the big fish, the one who's really guilty of this crime. Okay. So likewise, the multiple perpetrator does not include Brian Koberger, because let's say that he had a minor role in this. You don't stop with the one on the very bottom of this,
Right.
And hit your entire team in your case to him and overlook the ones who are really guilty and who have a major role. So that tells us that's just one of many ways in which we can prove that he is innocent. I know it's my opinion, but the facts are out there that lay out that he is truly innocent. And briefly, and before I hop off, I'll just end with this one is, we've all heard the adage, show me, don't tell me, or actions, not words.
Actions speak louder than words. Yes, sir.
Right. So the only thing that would require it to be necessary for the prosecution to have this unscientific experiment attempting to demonstrate that one lone perpetrator could perform the crime is that the defendant is truly innocent. You wouldn't have to do that if you could prove your case through traditional means. They're going through the trouble of this exhibit. They're trying to suggest to the jury that it could be done. And that is going to be a consistent theme. So I'll leave it at that. And thanks for having me up as always.
Oh, always. You never have to thank me, brother. It's my honor to have you.
Finally got in.
Yes, welcome, Donnie. I appreciate you, Eddie, at every cost, brother. Always love listening to what you have to say, and I'm always grateful to have you here, Eddie. It's an honor to me. So thank you again, as always, my friend.
Hi, Eddie.
Bye, Eddie. Oh, I didn't even know he was leaving.
Oh yeah, I think we're about done here for the day. I hate that because Donnie just got up here, but
okay.
I figured out the problem, and we won't have that problem again.
Okay.
But yeah, this show for today is done because we've been here 6.5 hours, and I don't want to take to a whole other 8-hour show again. My moderators are getting burnt out, and it's crazy. Mr. Girl said I sent you a video where the reporter states that there were 2 other people inside the white Elantra. Wait, what?
Say it again.
She said she sent me.
Do we know? This is one thing that's got me puzzled too. Do we know on the back end of his car where the license plate is? Ain't there usually a light or LED right where it would show on the license plate?
Usually,
most cars have.
Yeah, that's what usually they have a light there,
if you
right?
don't have it, yeah. Well, yeah. If you don't have it, you get pulled over.
I got a ticket for not having one time because the light burnt out.
Yeah.
Okay, she asked me to play this real quick, so let me play this, you guys. Hang on.
All those LPRs, they don't have his plate. Bullshit.
Breaking news in the murders of 4 college students in Moscow, Idaho on November 13th, stabbed to death in their beds in a crime that has horrified and
Let me first say I don't trust this guy. His eyes are too close together. Just leave that there.
Mystified the nation. Law enforcement.
Is this breaking news or never mind.
No, this came out December 30th of 22. Sorry, I should have said that.
Yeah, it's right after there where he had him in custody.
Right.
A 28-year-old man, Brian Koberger, is now under arrest in connection with the killings. We're told authorities arrested Koberger thousands of miles from Idaho in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, and that a SWAT team entered the location where he was staying and took him into custody this morning. This comes
Monroe
6 weeks after investigators, University of Idaho roommates Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Zaina Coronado, as well as Coronado's boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, were all stabbed to death in the girl's off-campus house. With me now for more is ABC Kana Whitworth, live in Moscow, Idaho, and former chief for the San Bernardino Police Department and ABC News contributor Jared Bergwan. So, Kana, we're now learning there was this arrest warrant, obviously for murder in the first degree. So this is the guy they think did it. He appeared before a judge today, ordered his extradition. What can you tell us?
So, Terry, what we know so far is that this arrest resulted from this criminal homicide investigation that was happening here in Moscow, Idaho. Now, Moscow PD remains the lead on this, and they, at this point, are not confirming this arrest. But our sources within the FBI are saying that Brian Koberger, again, 28 years old, He was highly educated, Terry. In fact, he had a master's degree in criminology from DeSales University there in Pennsylvania, but also attended Washington State University in Pullman, Washington, which is just less than 10 miles away here from Moscow, Idaho. So he will be extradited back here to Idaho to face charges for the most heinous crime that this city has ever seen. We're also told that the SWAT team knew what they were looking for and that he was arrested inside a house there in rural Pennsylvania.
On a long way, as you point out, Kana, from Moscow, Idaho. Jared, we now have the suspect. We've got the arrest warrant. What do you make of this? What happens next?
Hang on, Raquel, I got it, and thank you very much, dear. It does
Hey,
help.
Dago, I gotta go get the little one from her friends, but I appreciate you having me up, man. It's been
All
a
right,
pleasure.
dude. Hopefully you get notifications now.
Yeah. I'm kind of pissed that I came in so late, but hey, it was a good convo.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you as always.
All right, Don, have a good day. Annie, I'll talk to you in probably a little while.
Bye. I gotta go too.
Yeah, see you, Chet. Have a good night.
Be careful, bro. Thanks.
I'm gonna dip out too. I know you're ending soon, but I'll be listening.
Okay, Annie. Thank you, hon, for everything as always. I absolutely.
Yeah, I'll stay up here with you, Dago, till it ends.
It was good talking to you.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure for me and an honor.
Bye.
Bye.
So he's going to be on his way back to Idaho before long, and we will start to see the court proceedings begin from there, from a preliminary hearing to presumably a trial. I will point out it's interesting that
Hey,
he's got
Dago,
history.
I was thinking about this last night. Do you think they have a lot of unknown info that the public don't even know?
Say it again. What do you mean?
Do you think they have a lot of unknown info that's going to come out at trial?
Who? Both sides? One side?
Yeah,
either
both sides. Yeah, really both sides. Yeah, but more the state, I would say, than the
unknown.
defense.
You mean unknown to us?
Yeah,
Possibly.
unknown to the public. Yeah.
There is of course, there's going to be some other stuff.
I was thinking like the other three victims' DNA underneath the fingernails, if there's any there. I was thinking stuff like that. Or stuff where they took all the photos from when they went in the house after the crime, where you remember they were in white and they were taking photos of everything.
They will have all that stuff. Of course, that's going to be at the trial. The DNA stuff, I don't know, Don, because I think that would have been documented at some point, and we probably would have saw that. I don't know, but there's definitely going to be some other stuff, especially that the prosecution has. And I wouldn't doubt that the defense has.
You think we'll have the grub truck hub driver in the trial?
As a witness to certain things, probably.
Yeah, the time to start their timeline.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Whether it be a written testimony or whatever, it's going to be there. Yes, they may have him come in on the stand. I don't know.
Yeah, or something on video or an interview with him or something. It'll be some way.
Oh yeah. There's going to be quite a bit more, Don, than what we've even imagined. We see what we have in documents alone. Think about that. Documents alone is the most documents we've ever seen.
The most documents I've ever seen in a case.
Yes, and that with that alone, there's got to be probably double that quite a bit more that we'll see that comes.
Do you think? You think they're going to be like they said? They said 400 witnesses.
Witness testimony, maybe, but
yeah,
I
understand 400 people.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully they have those testimonies. I agree. Twiz just said that Ann Taylor said all they have is his DNA on the sheath. Olivia Gonçalves said that all they have is his DNA on a sheath. There is no smoking gun, according to what Twiz is saying. And I'm telling you guys, as far as that kind of stuff, I don't think there is either. I don't think there's going to be some big old bombshell.
Yeah, like huge nail. You're saying like huge nail in the coffin. It's all going to be like you think it is, and like most people now, circumstantial, that stuff that fits the theory, it fits what they think happened.
Yeah. I don't think there's going to be no big bomb drops. They're going to have other stuff. Yes, I agree, and I truly believe that, but nothing big. It's going to go, oh my God. I don't see that happening now. I just don't. So that's my opinion, though. Doesn't mean it's real.
Gotta respect it.
5:10 mark. So let me get up here to where this is at, so we don't have to go through this whole thing. about right there. I'll start it and we'll play it from
No,
there.
we're not surprised that this suspect, the person that they now believe committed this crime, was highly educated. We're going to hear from authorities at a news conference at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. ABC News Live, ABC News is going to carry that live when it happens. So tell us what else you think we might learn there. What are you expecting to hear? What kind of questions might you have?
Right. So as it goes with this case, Terry, every time we learn something, it really only creates more questions, right? So now the questions we have are, what's the deal with this white Elantra that authorities were looking for? You know, was Brian Koberger driving that white Elantra? There were also other people believed to be inside that car. Where are they?
Wow. Let's hear that one more time.
Driving that white Elantra. There were also other people believed to be inside that car. Where?
That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah,
Now,
rumored saying other people in the same car.
Now, I want that piece of information right there to be taken and held. And remember what I said about there being another car driving around the same time. I forgot all about that until just now. And it makes me wonder. Two different cars.
So many theories, man. It makes your head spin.
Oh, 360 done. Now on top of that, you guys, I know for a fact because I've seen video and pictures of people that these kids knew that own cars just like that car.
Well, wasn't there photos, Dago, of the neighbor right around in the surrounding area that had like white cars?
Yes, sir.
That were a couple houses are right across the street or right next door, the apartments.
Right down around the corner. I do believe that I can't remember her name. It was the dark-haired girl that owned an Elantra that was white, just like his. I don't know if it was a 2 or a 4-door, but it's easy to mix up those two on cameras, so on and so forth. If you don't get a clear shot of something, other people could see it. I'm telling you guys, there's two cars. There's two cars. And one of these cars was probably misinterpreted as another car. Who's to know if this other car didn't have 4 people in it? What if that's the car that people were jumping out of and going in this house and doing stuff?
Do you think there's rumor or they got some kind of camera or video of him leaving the house or coming in the house?
No, because that would have been dropped already, Don. That would have been the smoking gun, the bomb, the big drop, and they'd have said, "Here he is, guys." Everybody would have shut up.
And you would think with cell phones, with two females, with young girls with cell phones, if you have a phone like that and it was with you at the time or you heard it, you would be on alert. Why can't I get something on video?
Yeah, agreed. I can agree. Are they getting ahead of Miss Taylor and starting the theory of multiple perps? So when she argues it in April hearing, it sort of defeats her. I mean, they could be. They could be. This is an old newscast, though, Eddie. So don't take it. But this is something we learned way back. I remember, and it completely blows my mind. I forgot about it.
So tell us what else you think we might learn there. What are you expecting to hear? What kind of questions might you have?
Right. So as it goes with this case, Terry, every time we learn something, it really only creates more questions, right? So now the questions we have are, what's the deal with this white Elantra that authorities were looking for? You know, was Brian Koberger driving that white Elantra? There were also other people believed to be inside that car. Where are they? What's going on with them? Also, police said from the get-go, this was an isolated and targeted attack. I hope that we can learn why they thought that at the beginning and continue to believe that throughout the investigation. Again, authorities have been tight-lipped this entire time. They said they were responding to thousands of tips across this entire country, which you are seeing today as an arrest made thousands of miles away. So clearly everybody has been highly involved in this. They're not leaving one stone unturned. And so I hope that they give all of that information. One thing I also want to add, Terry, is when you see all this body cam footage from these responding officers in this community from months past, I thought what it really goes to show is how involved these officers are in this community. And we were told time and time again that these officers know these kids, and you see that play out, right? And
okay. Great job, Mr. Girl. Great catch. And thank you for reminding me of that because I did completely forget about it. That's something that I think really needs to be looked at because I'm telling you, I've been saying this. Sarge said this. With what we saw earlier with that map, you guys, okay? Annie was talking about it. We were talking about it on Sarge's, which again, by the way, mods, if we can drop Sarge's link, please. He's going to be live tonight. And invited everybody there. I would really appreciate seeing everybody jump over to support him because he's really been coming over here and giving us his input too. And I appreciate anybody that would be able to support him tonight. He goes live at 9 Eastern Standard Time. It's always a decent show, and he always brings up good points on what we talk about, just like he does here. Anyway, I just lost my complete train of thought. I'm sorry. What was I saying before I said that? Good God.
You want more into the 2 cars thing with more
Oh,
than one
yeah.
occupant?
Right. Yvonne just said the Bolo said occupant or occupants. Yes, it did. They were looking for the car as witnesses in the beginning. Thank you, Yvonne. Very good point. Very good point. Yeah, I'm real curious as to why that was changed, dropped, and let go. Is it because that doesn't fit the narrative? Just saying. Eddie said, True Crime Good Digger, you always do a great job on these. Well, I don't know about a boss, but I do my best.
It
And
makes
thank you
us all think, though. It makes us all like our heads are spinning and everything else.
Well, and
Still,
that's what
my head's spinning. So much circumstantial stuff go this way, and then once something comes out that we don't know or unknown, it makes us all just want to know more because they leave us all hanging.
That's right. Critical thinking is a real deal thing, and it needs to be done in situations like this. You cannot just take what they give you and accept it and then walk away with it.
Seems like it was too perfect. Yeah, it seems in a way it's too perfect, and then some ways it looks like it was not perfect enough.
Very good point, sir. Very good point. Yes, I agree with that, Mr. Girl. Wholeheartedly, they need to use that, and that needs to be talked about. It really does. It really does. Let's see here. No, Walt, I wasn't acting like a news reporter. I know that they will sensationalize things, sir. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying, Walt. Okay? Our horse, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to misname you that way, my friend.
Yeah, but news sometimes like to use key phrases and word salad to draw you in so you'll watch something.
Agreed. So I really appreciate. I'm sorry that you didn't get to get up here until the end, Donald. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I was going back trying to find out in YouTube videos.
It was the StreamYard.
Yeah.
Was bugging. StreamYard was bugging. Sorry, SRB, I had to do it.
Okay.
And I found it finally as I was looking. I had time to. And that's what it was. So I know where to look next time something like that happens. But next time we do it, which will be soon, I'm sure. You're welcome to join us up here again, Don. I appreciate it. I always love to hear what one of you guys has to say. That's very important to me.
Yeah, because everybody's input should be allowed to be spoken.
Amen. And I want to thank once again. I want to thank Miss Annie, Sarge, Willie, Eddie, Jeff, even Jeff H came up here. I want to thank every one of them for joining us up here today. It was a very good conversation. I want to thank everybody in the chat for joining us for the conversation again. Dawn, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Everybody that came in here, you guys are amazing as always. You guys always have
go down and chat so you can end your show then. Thanks a lot again. There you go.
Sir, thank you very much. It was another amazing panel today, as always, guys, with great insight, great info, great theories, opinions, thoughts on this all. Everybody in the the chat, you guys are amazing as well. I appreciate everybody's input from there. Hold on, guys. Okay. So, no problem, Jeff. Anyway, Mojo, it's good to see again all these amazing faces that I haven't seen in a while. I appreciate you all joining us as always. I don't know what's going to happen tonight, guys. This one ran later than I want, and I'm sorry it was so late again, but there's so much to talk about, so many different things. for people to put out there and to work out. It's great to see it all. Still, I really, really, once again, want to tell you guys how much appreciated it is. I want to say again, this is coming up again soon, guys, because every time they drop more stuff, we have stuff to talk about. And it's going to be again and again and again until we get the trial. I'm sure. That being said, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, and don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. You guys are why I'm here. I want to thank my Blue crew. You guys are amazing. You guys do such hard work. You do amazing things for this channel. I couldn't do this without you, and I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Yeah, I see we are about to hit 10K, I think. Let me double check something, guys. Give me 1 second here, and I want to thank all of you for doing that as well and getting me back up here to this. 1 second. I want to double check it because I owe that to all of you. That's a fact. I owe every bit of that to you. We are at 99.54, guys. That's crazy. We're about to hit 10,000. So if you know anybody that would be interested in this channel, that would be interested in what we're doing, bring them in, please. And thank you so very much. Mr. Girl, thank you. And thank you for what you brought into this. It's grateful. It's great to see you back here, by the way. Again, every one of you guys, much love to you all, guys. God bless. I will see you guys soon. Have an amazing night, folks. Bye-bye. Have an amazing day, everybody. Love you all. Bye-bye.
On the screen, typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases open, hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the likes, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Daniel the genuine, will always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at